American detective, master of the quick draw, Western style. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Case closed. Upgrade. After reading the newspaper, Dean drew 5 or 6 circles on the city map, and the circles were marked with numbers such as 1, 2, and 3. Each circle represents a crime. The numbers in the circles are the order in which they appear. The first case occurred in a remote park in the city, where the public facilities were old and there was almost no surveillance. After the second case, they all appeared in the city, covering the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. The only area that has not appeared is here. Dean picked up a pen and drew a big circle in a certain area on the map. There is a high probability that the murderer lives in this area. He turned his head and looked at Corolla. Have you found the information of the person who delivered the newspaper? Prison is not a private place. Out of humanitarianism, the relatives and friends of criminals can send some letters to the criminals. But these letters will be opened when they reach the hands of the criminals, and they will be carefully checked by the prison guards, and the senders will also be registered. Carola nodded first, then shook her head. According to the information provided by the prison, the sender's name is Jim. I asked someone to check the other party's information and found that Jim is a distant relative of Shamey, who died 8 years ago. Someone used his information to send a letter to Shamey. This is normal. Dean was not surprised by this result. From the fact that Shamey's accomplice chose to send newspapers to remind Shamey, it can be seen that the other party is not that stupid guy. The information on the newspaper is messy. The interval between each delivery is not certain. What's more disgusting is that every time Shamey finds the information he wants, he tears off that area and then glue it on the wall in the room to ensure that the content of the newspaper facing people is normal. In this case, even if a prison guard is suspicious of Shamey's weird behavior, he will never bear the disgust and tear off the side of the wall where the newspaper is covered with Shamey's descendants. Because the duty of the prison guard is to ensure that the prisoners do not escape, not to solve the case. So they don't have the sensitivity of a detective who doubts everything and pursues the truth of everything. Most normal people don't want to meddle in other people's business. So where do you think you can solve the case before leaving get off work? Carola asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Dean pointed to the circle on the map without a number. The sender's name can be disguised, but the handwriting on it can't be disguised, and the mailing location can't be disguised. Help me get the mailing location of each letter, mark it on the map, further narrow the scope of the map, and then we can directly check the residents one by one. Zimi's accomplice is likely to live alone. Even if we don't screen those residents will leave their own handwriting at the property. He can't run away. Hearing this, Carola slapped his forehead and showed a sense of sudden realization. Dean's method is a bit stupid, but with the help of modern tools, even if tens of thousands of notes need to be checked in the end, the efficiency will not be slow. The only problem is the tenants. In order to preserve information, property management companies usually take photos of documents such as signatures of residents and upload them to the internet. As long as their information can be obtained and compared, it will be very fast. But some people who leave information are landlords, but there is no tenant information. So at that time, it is estimated that it will take more effort. Carola sorted out these things and looked at Dean with admiration again. I am curious about how your brain is developed. It seems that no matter what happens, you can find a good breakthrough point in front of you. This is actually not difficult. It's just a certain IQ plus enough experience. Carola, your IQ is not lower than mine, but your vision limits your thinking. Put down your high head and observe the world carefully, which will help you grow faster. Dean did not hesitate to teach this junior sister. Saliva doesn't cost money. As long as Carola doesn't have a problem with her brain, her status in the Commonwealth in the future should not be low. She is a potential stock. This is actually the same as eating gigolo rice. The pattern is open. As long as they are not hostile to themselves. Dean likes to make some friends like this. While talking, an unfamiliar phone call came to Dean's cell phone. Dean picked it up and saw that it was from the Commonwealth. He looked up and hesitated for a moment before realizing that it should be a call from Nico from the police station. Before leaving, he left his business card. Dean answered the phone. Nico. Yes, Mr. Dean, we have re-examined the evidence we left behind after hard work, and we have made a major discovery. Nico's voice on the other end of the phone was a little excited. Dean became interested. Tell me about it. Although he already had an idea of finding Shamey's accomplice. But if he could save some effort, it would naturally be better. We made two major discoveries in this inspection. First, we found epidermal residues of Shamey and another unknown person at both ends and in the middle of the rope used to strangle the male victim. We extracted the genetic material from it. Although we didn't find the other party's information in the database, after comparing his genetic material with Shamey's, we found that their genetic material is familial. The other party is Shamey's relative. Upon hearing this information, Dean's mind immediately emerged with a bald face of Shamey's younger brother Jillington. Could this guy have deceived him? No mistake, one song, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, take a look. Dean immediately winked at Carola, who was standing aside and listening. Carola understood immediately, walked aside, took out her mobile phone, and prepared to call someone to check where Jillington was when her brother Shamey committed the crime. The other end of the phone. Nico continued, the second major discovery, we found cobalt on the blood-stained clothes, axe handle, and rope of the female victim. Cobalt. Yes, it is an uncommon metal element. The cobalt element that ordinary people can touch is generally used in platinum jewelry, dental filings, pigment configuration, etc. The most important thing is that Zimi raped the female victim, but the clothes on his body did not detect cobalt, so these cobalt elements are very likely left by the second person. Nico sighed. 3 years ago, they had not added an X-ray spectrometer. Otherwise, even if they were careless and followed the process to detect, they would definitely find that there was an unknown accomplice in the massacre 3 years ago. Dean felt great after listening to this. With these two important pieces of information added by Nico, it is easier to lock in the accomplice. He ignored Nico's sigh on the other end of the phone and asked, what other occupations are usually exposed to cobalt for a long time? Raw material workers, carpenters. That's right. Nico mentioned carpenters, as if he thought of something, and exclaimed, Mr. Dean, I remember. 3 years ago, I compared the scars on the victims and found that the axe scars on the male victim and the axe scars on the female victim were completely incomparable, but their force-exerting techniques were similar, just like the force of chopping wood. At that time, I didn't think there were accomplices, so I didn't think much about it. Now it seems that the accomplice must have had work experience similar to that of a carpenter like Shamey. Because of the crazy logging during the Industrial Revolution, the tree resources in the surrounding cities were not abundant, and some professional lumberjacks could not be supported, and there were not many jobs that required axes. Cobalt, often using axes. Combining these 2 points, it can basically be locked that the accomplice worked as a carpenter. Carpenter. Dean thanked Nico sincerely. The other party's discovery was very timely. This really saved him a lot of effort. Hang up the phone. Dean said to Carola, who had finished his work, let's go find Jillington. Carola waved his phone. I have verified that when Shamey committed the crime, he was detained in the police station and had no time to commit the crime. Since the murderer's occupation has been determined, we only need to investigate according to your previous idea. It will be easier. Dean shook his head. The method I proposed before is not 100% correct, but since the accomplice is Shamey's relative and they have worked as carpenters together, Jillington must know the other party's identity. After speaking, he helped Carola, who had little life experience, to popularize science. The profession of carpenter is amazing. No matter which country it is basically a one-to-one or one-to-many apprenticeship model. It is difficult to open classes for mass production and vocational training. When Shamey committed the crime, he had already changed his profession. But his learning experience cannot be concealed. And this kind of apprenticeship inheritance, unlike normal jobs, which can be found through application, it is often introduced by acquaintances. Considering that Shamey and his brother lost both their parents and dropped out of school early to make a living, it is very likely that Shamey became a carpenter apprentice through the introduction of a relative. This person, Jillington, is definitely known to me. Dean said in a flat tone, so, we go directly to Jillington, which will save a lot of time and effort compared to my previous method. Carola blinked and habitually admired, Dean, you are so awesome. This girl with a demon IQ, but insufficient experience and cognition, is almost a salted fish who can only shout 666 in front of Dean. In this regard, Dean silently took out a cigarette and lit it. He also wanted to be low-key, but his strength did not allow it. Chapter 227 Case closed. Upgrade. Police station. Interrogation room. Gillington shrugged his head, looking at the man and woman who appeared in front of him again in silence, and said weakly, "Officer, if you have something to find me, just call me directly. There is really no need to frame me for theft." So, for efficiency, Carolla directly asked someone to slander Gillington for stealing the old lady's underwear when he was a caregiver, and took him to the police station on the grounds of molesting the elderly and stealing. This crime is undoubtedly a kind of spiritual harm to Gillington, a man in his 30s. Dean slapped the table. "Be serious, Gillington. To tell you the truth, if you don't want to go to jail for stealing the old man's underwear, then cooperate with my next questioning honestly. No matter which country's prison, rapists and molesters and thieves are the lowest status. Thieves are because they are timid. Rapists and molesters are because those criminals have female family members at home, and no one likes such people." If Gillington really went to jail for the name Dean said, I guess those molesters, rapists and thieves would look down on him. When Gillington thought about the final result, his scalp was numb. He quickly raised his hands to surrender. "Mr. Officer, you can ask. Has Shamey been a carpenter before?" "Yes, Actually he was a very good person before. He suffered a lot to take care of me. Most of the money he earned from work was used on me, but not long after, he changed." "Who did he work for as a carpenter?" Gillington shook his head directly. "I don't know. Shamey just said that someone introduced him to be a carpenter apprentice. After that, except for buying food, he basically lived outside and rarely told me about work. But after a few months, Shamey rarely contacted me except occasionally giving me some money." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Dean changed the question. "Do you and your brother have any relatives you have contacted before?" Hearing this question, Gillington obviously hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "No, if there were relatives, my brother and I would not choose to drop out of school." This guy lied. Dean clenched his fists. "I don't like people deceiving me. I suggest you reorganize your words and answer this question again." Gillington continued to shake his head. "I did not lie. In addition, I need the assistance of a lawyer. This is my basic right as a citizen of the Commonwealth." Seeing this, Dean raised his eyebrows. Gillington is an old hand who has been arrested many times. He knows that facing a department that does not follow the rules, lawyers are actually not much help to him. So he didn't say he wanted to find a lawyer at the beginning. Now that he speaks up, he is undoubtedly preparing to resist strictness. Carolla on the side, however, imitated Dean's appearance, with the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smile that finally seemed much more normal. She proposed to take action before the interrogation. Compared with the Atchis school of mind reading, she has a higher talent in hypnosis, and can easily hypnotize ordinary people like Gillington who are timid, and guide the questioning. But Dean rejected her proposal. So seeing Dean frustrated, she was a little happy. Carolla pushed Dean and whispered, "Dean, it's not long before the end of the shift. How are you going to pry open his mouth?" "Violence." "Wow, who are you looking down on?" Dean clenched his fists. "Carolla, then I'll teach you a lesson. Look at the person and serve him." After saying that, he stood up and walked to Gillington, putting his hand in his pocket. Gillington seemed to have a premonition of what he was going to experience next. He gritted his teeth and looked at Dean defiantly. Although he was a humble little man, he also had a sense of loyalty for those who helped him in the most difficult times. He would never betray them. This is the bottom line of his humanity. Anyway, Gillington didn't believe that this little white-faced cop would dare to beat him to death here. The expected fists and feet did not appear. Dean took out a stack of things from his pocket and threw it casually. Bang! A stack of pounds was thrown directly in front of Gillington. Gillington's eyes widened. "What is this?" "As long as you ask, you can not only leave the police station safely, but also the £1,000 will be yours." He forced himself to look away from the banknotes in front of him and said stubbornly, "I really have no relatives, and it's useless for you to bribe me." Another small stack of pounds was thrown on the table. "What about 2,000? Gulp. Gillington swallowed his saliva, raised his head, and couldn't help looking down, but he still resisted the temptation. "Don't bother, officer. I, Gillington, will never betray my relatives." This is admitting that there is such a relative. Another small stack of pounds was thrown on the table. £4,000. Gillington panted and shook his head again with difficulty. We have stolen things together and slept with women. We are brothers more than brothers. Dean sighed and took back 4 stacks of banknotes from the table. Since you want to go to jail and let others help you take care of the sunflowers you have raised for decades, then I will satisfy you. Anyway, if we spend a little more time, we can also find each other. Gillington was anxious. Just £4,000. I say. Dean shook his head, took out 2 50-pound bills and put them in front of Gillington. Now there's only 100, but it is enough for you to buy some drinks and numb your heart for betraying your relatives. Gillington, FK. In the end, Gillington's loyalty was sold at a price of £100. According to his account, it turned out that they had a distant cousin named Carmen. Carmen was also an orphan. But he was lucky. Before his only mother died, his mother arranged for him to be an apprentice to a country carpenter. The reason why Shimi could become a carpenter apprentice later was actually Carmen's recommendation. Carmen is kind. After he became an adult, he also came to London to make a living. After Shimi went to prison, he often took care of Gillington financially and treated him very well. To get Carmen's address, Dean and Carola went there as soon as possible. The area where Carmen lived was exactly within the circle drawn by Dean after the initial analysis. It can be basically concluded that he was Shemi's accomplice 3 years ago. The two were lucky. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. At Carmen's residence, they saw him directly. Carmen has a wide square face and a dull expression. He is just 30 years old this year, but he looks like a simple and honest middle-aged man in his 40s. When the two found him, Carmen was wearing a work suit covered with sawdust and dust, carving some letters on the wooden board in the yard, which looked like he was preparing to give someone a birthday blessing. Facing Dean and Carola, who came suddenly, Carmen held the carving tools and looked puzzled. What can I do for you? My sister's birthday is coming up, and she wants a handmade carriage. I heard that you have good skills, so I came to you, Dean said with a smile. Carmen pointed to the messy wooden boards in the yard apologetically. Sorry, I don't have time recently. I'm afraid you need to find someone else. Dean glanced at the wooden boards, and his eyes changed from gentle to sharp. Those wooden boards, are they the birthday gifts you prepared for the Queen? What? Carmen was stunned and looked at Dean strangely. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Dean chuckled. Are you practicing how to leave exquisite English carvings on people? Shami said you are going to make some big events. Generally, people who don't have much artistic talent often think of carving letters on some people, and then arranging their bodies into a paragraph. Using white bodies, red blood, and dark brown letters to create a shocking effect. Mr. Carmen, I wonder if I'm wrong. Sorry, I really don't understand what you mean. Carmen's face darkened. I need to be busy. If you disturb me again, I will. Before he finished speaking, he shook his clothes violently. Dust and wood chips flew, instantly obscuring each other's vision. An inconspicuous carving knife took the opportunity to cut through the dust and mist, and aimed at Dean's neck accurately, and slashed over. Carmen was unexpectedly fast. But Dean reacted even faster. He aimed directly without taking the gun out of the holster. A set of extreme American AI continuous shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were deafening, leaving 4 looming trajectories in the dust and mist, accurately hitting Carmen, who was rushing over, and piercing his limbs. Before Carola could react to what happened, there was a muffled thump. Carmen fell to the ground, holding his carving knife tightly, staring at Dean with a hideous and vicious face, and he didn't scream. Tough guy, Dean praised, pulled out the smoking pistol from the holster, aimed at the tough guy's body, and pulled the trigger repeatedly until the magazine was emptied. After hearing the other party scream, he retracted the pistol with satisfaction. He should be the first person to spread American AI from America to the Commonwealth. Unfortunately, Carola was a fool who had never seen a big scene, and didn't know the value of his rapid fire through the holster just now. He didn't show any shocked expression, which made Dean feel less satisfied. As Carmen fell to the ground, a message flashed through Dean's mind. Solve the case of the escaped accomplice. Solved. L18 L19, attribute point +1, skill point +1, current 19, 200, 3600. After a series of messages, Dean got 1500 experience points. He had saved 2100 experience points before, and with this 1500 experience points, he was able to upgrade directly. To be honest, this gain was beyond his expectations. In the past 3 years, to prove himself. How many people did Cayman, whose limbs were beaten into rotten flesh, kill? But these had nothing to do with him. Dean looked at the time on his watch and patted Carola, who was stunned by the close-range shooting. It's time to get off work, Carola. Call an ambulance. Next, I'll leave it to you. See you tomorrow. After that, he quickly left this remote courtyard. After a busy day, baby Neil must miss me. As for skill points and attribute points, Dean plans to deal with them himself after understanding Anthony's situation. I just don't know if Neil is awake now. There should be another chapter. Chapter 228 Anthony's News. At this moment, Neil had just woken up from her coma. She felt sore all over. She glanced at the darkening sky and smiled bitterly. Dean was too strong. Even though she had been undergoing extremely hard training during this period, she was still no match for him. This guy was just an animal. I can't handle it. I can't handle it at all. Ding-ling-ling just then. Neil's mobile phone on the bedside rang. Seeing that it was a call from Dean, Neil rolled her eyes. No. If I continue like this, I will die. Neil is no longer a little girl. During this period, Neil and her mother asked a lot of questions about how to keep a man, and they also knew that a man's love for a woman is not only out of emotional needs, but also out of physiological needs. If one of the two is missing, there will be problems in the relationship. So, we must think of a way. Thinking about it, Neil suddenly thought that her mother's company seemed to have a group of new models. So, when Dean returned to the hotel, he was stunned and was sent to the suite next door by Neil, who was limping. Dean, I feel a little unwell, so I prepared some small gifts for you tonight. Unwell. Dean wanted to show some concern for Neil, but seeing her shy expression, he immediately reacted and said with a smile, don't think too much, I'm not a bull in heat. Every day when I close my eyes, I can hug you and fall asleep, and when I open my eyes, I can watch the sunrise with you. This is already a beautiful thing in life. Neil was moved to tears by the love words that Dean said directly. Before this, she was worried that Dean would have a new love and forget his old love. Now this idea is completely gone. The man in front of her is trustworthy. She buried herself in Dean's arms and raised her head after a passionate verbal battle. Neil stroked Dean's face and said reluctantly, okay, Dean, go to the room downstairs. That's the gift I prepared for you. Don't feel any psychological burden. I like you so much. As long as you have me in your heart, I am willing to make any compromise for you. Dean always felt that Neil was weird today. To be honest. In terms of feelings, this girl is neither like a passionate American girl nor a passionate Commonwealth woman. She has the gentleness of a traditional Chinese woman and the obedience of a little Japanese woman. In the middle, she also has a bit of a strong woman's independent character. It's perfect. He picked up Neil lovingly, kissed her forehead, put her little head on his chest, and said softly, although I don't know why you are so sentimental today, I can tell you for sure that since you followed me, you belong to me alone, and I will never abandon you no matter whether I grow old, get sick or die. Neil listened to Dean's strong heartbeat in his chest and said confusedly, is this a marriage proposal? Yes, in spirit, you are already my wife. The two whispered. After a few breaths, Neil fell asleep with a sweet smile on her face. When she fell asleep a little, Dean carefully put Neil on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then curiously left the room and walked to the suite next door. He was quite curious about what Neil was keeping secret today. The exclusive waitress outside the suite saw Dean coming over and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Dean, Ms. Neil has prepared a beautiful night for you. It sounds very exciting and curious, can you tell me? The waitress smiled and shook her head, turned around, turned her back to Dean, bent down slightly, opened the door of the suite, and then looked at him with a very tempting look, and said meaningfully, I am the exclusive waiter of this suite. If you need it, Mr. Dean, you can also ask me to come in and help. After that, she stood aside again. Damn, why do I feel like there's an impart waiting for me inside? Dean muttered in his heart. Neil won't do such an outrageous thing. He rarely pushed open the door opened by the waiter with a nervous heart. Under the glass light on the top of the suite, 7 or 8 tall girls with standard model figures were lying lazily on the carpet, waiting for their master tonight to come. Dean took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, endurance, add some. At this moment, a warm current surged. Dean's endurance attribute finally reached the limit of 15 points. Feeling the energy in his body that seemed to be about to explode, Dean clenched his fists. He couldn't let Neil down. With the tragic mood of a warrior who would never return, he walked into the room that was about to become a meat-mincing battlefield. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Dean walked out of the room refreshed, took out a 50-pound bill, and stuffed it into the collar of the waitress who had been guarding all night and had dark circles under her eyes. "Did Ms. Neal go out last night?" The waitress shook her head with resentment. The man in front of him was a human-shaped beast. Although the presidential suite is well soundproofed. But this refers to being outside. The suites here are one floor per household, with inner and outer doors. Poor her, as a female waitress in the room, she stood at the door of the inner door, listening to the wave horn inside all night, and many times she couldn't help wanting to rush in and participate in the battle that was destined to be recorded in the history of this hotel. Seeing that the waitress was listless, Dean stuffed another 50 pounds with guilt and ordered, "Send me 4 steaks to the suite downstairs." Endurance only means fast recovery. 1v8 consumed a lot of his stored energy, and he needed to replenish it. The waitress, "Your appetite is just like your physical strength, which is enviable." "Thank you for the compliment." Dean smiled and walked towards the elevator. The waitress wanted to help open the elevator door, but found that she had listened to the horn all night, and her slender legs had long been weak and numb, and she couldn't walk. Helpless, she could only look at Dean's steady and powerful back and cursed him inwardly as a non-human. Which woman can stand such a beast? When I returned to the room, Neil was still asleep. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. She must be having a sweet dream, with a sweet smile on her face. Dean pinched her nose lovingly, walked to the window, looked at the rising sun in the east, lit a cigarette, touched his heart with his palm, and smiled in the smoke. Neil must have been exhausted the day before yesterday. She slept all day yesterday and slept all night last night. As a result, when Dean received a call from Carola, she opened her eyes dazedly. She saw Dean sitting in front of the bed, assembling pistol parts. She made a special cute voice just after waking up, and said coquettishly, "Dean, are you going to work again?" Dean stepped forward and kissed her lightly, apologetically. "Neil, I came to the Commonwealth this time. In addition to seeing you, another purpose is to find out the current situation of my mentor. When we get married in the future, I will accompany you every day." Hearing the word marriage, Neil smiled sweetly, pretending to be calm and nodded, "It's okay, Dean, you go and get busy. I will take you out to play in the evening." After Dean left the room, Neil raised her fist, jumped up from the bed, and jumped for joy. The bet was right. What made her even happier was that Dean looked energetic. It was obvious that he had resisted the temptation last night and did not accept the gift she gave him. Just when she was overjoyed and had nowhere to vent. Ding-ling-ling, a phone call came. Neil saw the caller ID and the smile on her face froze. My mom called. Damn it. It must be that those female models were absent today, causing her mother to know what she had arranged. But if Dean hadn't touched those female models, shouldn't they have waited until 12 o'clock and gone back by themselves? So, damn Dean. Neil kicked the pillow away angrily. After brewing her emotions for a few seconds, she exuded a faint and capable temperament and answered the phone at this time. Dean didn't know that he was about to be greeted by his future mother-in-law. He was looking at Carola in the car with a sullen face, with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't yesterday's case go smoothly? Very smoothly. Isn't that good? And I suggest that you investigate the carpenter mentor shared by Cayman and Zimi when you have time. That person should be the source of Zimi's criminal path. Oh Dean. At this moment, he smelled a strong smell of vinegar from Carola, who was only 13 years old. The old man driving the car looked at Dean with a smile. Young man, you are in good health. Although you haven't gone to the ACHA school yet, starting from this morning, it is estimated that everyone will know your name in 2 or 3 days at most. Dean. He had a dark face. So, you have been monitoring me. Carola glanced at Dean and sneered, don't be so narcissistic. The reason we know this is because the hotel where you and your girlfriend live is originally an industry of our school. As he said. She lowered her head, I really envy you for having such a well-behaved and sensible girlfriend. She actually arranged 8 girls for you. If you were an entertainment star, I guess those tabloids would be so happy that they would go crazy. Although Dean was thick-skinned and black-hearted, he didn't like this awkward atmosphere. He had to change the subject and said, Since the case is almost handled, Carola, you can now tell me about teacher Anthony's situation. Speaking of business. Carola reluctantly threw a document from her arms to Dean. In fact, it's not just you. Mr. Anthony's family has been tracking his location recently. This is our latest intelligence. Dean couldn't wait to take the document and read it. According to the intelligence from the Atcha school, Anthony and his family went to the Sahara Desert in Africa in March to look for a gold treasure from decades ago. Although humans are small in front of nature, with the support of today's technology, coupled with professional guides and teams, the mysterious and dangerous desert is not as scary as it was in ancient times. Under normal circumstances, the probability of problems is very low. But on the 9th day after Anthony and his group entered the desert, the rescue team outside received a strange radio wave for the last time, and the entire team that entered the desert to search for treasure completely lost contact. Thanks to the Buck Friend Red Cellular, 100 for the reward, and thanks to the boss. The extra chapters owed, monthly tickets. 6 Book Friend Night of Glory, ex-brother Chang. 1. If there are any book friends at the helmsman level or above who have not seen their own title extra chapters, you can comment and tell me, or down me privately. Good night. Chapter 229, Siren, the mother-in-law who went to buy a gun. Teacher Anthony lost contact. Dean frowned and continued to read. After that, there were some climate changes in the Sahara Desert and analysis of the loss of contact. According to the analysis of professionals, when Anthony lost contact, it was a sudden interruption. There was no distress signal during the process, and no natural disasters such as sandstorms occurred. Afterwards, the rescue team of Anthony's family, who stayed outside the desert, also searched many times along the route of Anthony's group. As a result, they found nothing except a well-equipped but empty camp. Behind these records, there were more than a dozen high-definition photos. Dean picked up a few and looked at them carefully. In the desert, it is difficult to preserve traces. But according to the situation of the camp equipment, some things can be analyzed. But Dean gave up quickly. Everything in the photos was too normal. There was no ruins swept by the wind and sand, no impact caused by fighting, and even no traces of hasty departure. The tent was full of supplies, guns, and well-organized sleeping bags. Outside the tent, in the middle of a circle, there was a row of barbecue grills and canvas tables filled with rotten fruits. These things were covered by a thin layer of sand. But judging from the broken holes in some of the food, they were being eaten by people before. In addition, at the outermost edge, there were 7 or 8 cars with special shapes, and some listless camels were tied to the cars. Except for the people, everything in the camp was there. It was as if something happened suddenly, and a group of people left in a hurry without having time to take things. But this was not logical. In the desert, food and water represent life. Leave in an orderly manner. These things will not be left behind. Flee in a hurry. The camp will not look like this. Anthony and his group seemed to have been attacked. The treasure hunting team of dozens of people were fully armed and experienced, and more than a dozen satellite phones did not work at all. It seemed that in an instant, everyone lost the power to resist and cut off contact with a base outside the desert. This situation was really weird. At the end of the document, there were also several speculations from the intelligence personnel of the school. 1. An unknown force has set its sights on the gold treasure and planted a traitor in Anthony's team. With drugs, everyone was knocked unconscious, causing this bizarre disappearance. Note, the Morgan family is investigating this matter. According to the investigation, no key or map to open the treasure was found in the camp, so this possibility is the greatest. 2. The guide colluded with the natives to attack. The supplies were basically retained, and the escort mercenaries were all elite among the elite. The possibility is not high, and the investigation is ongoing. 3. The influence of the natural magnetic field. Possible, but the probability is extremely small. Behind each speculation, there are instructions. The handwriting is not far apart, the strokes are euphemistic, and it looks like the handwriting of a girl. Dean put away the file and looked at Carola. Did you write a note after the speculation? Carola nodded. Mr. Anthony is my only acquaintance here. I am very concerned about his situation, so I used the school's intelligence system to communicate with the Morgan family to get these materials. Dean nodded. This makes sense. Otherwise, the Atcha school can easily get so much first-hand information. The intelligence system is too terrifying. Light a cigarette. Dean looked at the scenery passing by the window one by one and fell into deep thought. His speculation is similar to Carola's. This kind of thing is a bit like some mysterious cases. It seems incredible. But the truth that is traced to the end is mostly man-made. The World War II base that Anthony is going to hides a full 120 tons of gold hard currency. No matter where this gold is, it can be exchanged for a full $4 billion in wealth. What is the concept? At present, the market price of veteran mercenaries active in Africa is about $5,000 to $8,000 per month. If they are on combat missions, there will be some fluctuations. But for long-term employment, the price will not be too high. Add other messes. Let's calculate it as $10,000 a month. $4 billion can hire 40,000 veterans, bring their own weapons and dry food, and fight for their employers for 10 months. So facing this wealth, let alone individuals, even some countries will not hesitate to make a move. The key is, Dean knows the inside story of this gold treasure. This gold treasure was originally an elder of Anthony. In order to fight with a contemporary patriarch, it was delayed until today, decades later, to dig it up. And every collection of treasure keys and maps represents a leak. I'm afraid there are many insiders in this process. There is a motive. There is a probability of intelligence leakage. Dean basically concluded that the reason for the strange disappearance of Anthony and his group was a man-made attack. So much time has passed. Anthony's fate is probably not good. Thinking of this, Dean looked at Carola. The current international gold output should have been monitored, right? Carola nodded. The Morgan family has great power in Europe and is closely connected with many world-class giants. Now, whether it is the black market in America, Europe or Asia, there are people monitoring it, and this deadline is unlimited. This is actually normal. For those big families that can make rules, money is actually just a number. But face is a big deal. If someone dares to attack their family members today, they will dare to attack other people directly tomorrow. No one in power will allow this to happen. Therefore, even if the forces that attacked Anthony and his group got the gold, it would be difficult to sell it, unless they were willing to export it a little bit like ants moving. But even so, the risk is great. Now is not the past. In the digital age, all information is a big network. In each region, the trading and circulation of precious metals has a fixed constant value. Once there is a fluctuation, it will be easily discovered. Therefore, it is a very stupid thing to attack a big force with international influence. Unless it is an opponent of the same size. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to sell the stolen goods after getting the goods. Dean opened the car window, threw the cigarette butt out without any manners, and sighed. After so long, there was no result. I'm afraid Anthony is in danger this time. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Carola comforted him. Mr. Anthony, it may also be the third guess. Dean shrugged. You don't think that it is the outrageous reason of natural magnetic field that caused a group of well-equipped people to disappear out of thin air without any resistance and without leaving any clues, right? The possibility is very small, but it exists. Carola knocked on the front seat baffle, revealing the LCD screen hidden inside, and then clicked and showed a yellow irregular area with countless thin lines. Dean, do you know Bermuda? Yes, there are often ships and planes crashing there. According to the research of the Supreme Academy of Sciences of the Royal Commonwealth Academy, there is a very strange magnetic field in that area, which causes the climate there to change, forming a unique area, which not only causes ships and planes to lose direction, but also has more terrifying effects. Carola's tone is serious. Dean became interested and sat still. What effect? Carola was about to speak. The old man driving in front suddenly coughed and stopped the car on the side of the road. Carola looked at the old man with dissatisfaction. Hey, Dean is also a member of the school. He has enough authority and knows something. But Anthony didn't bring him back to the academy, right? The old man said, looking at Dean apologetically. Sorry, kid. Although this will make you feel like an outsider, rules are rules. This is also for Carola's good. I can only tell you that Anthony and the others may have lost contact collectively because of the magnetic field. Now, you can get out of the car. Dean looked at the old man, then looked at Carola, who wanted to speak but was a little hesitant, nodded, opened the car door, and came to the wet street after the rain. Carola had no choice but to open the car window, her fingers trembling uneasily, and she looked apologetic. Sorry, Dean, due to some special reasons, I am not as free as you think. In addition, I will always pay attention to Mr. Anthony's affairs. As long as there is news, I will inform you as soon as possible." Dean's eyes swept over Corolla's restless little fingers, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "I understand. I should be back to the United States in 2 days. It's nice to meet you, Corolla." "Me too. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look." Click. The car window was ruthlessly closed by the old man driving the car, interrupting the communication before the two people parted. Then he stepped on the accelerator and disappeared from Dean's sight. Dean watched the car disappear, lowered his head, and murmured, "Siren." Corolla's fingers moved randomly at the end, not because she was uneasy, but to convey information to Dean. According to the information, Dean came to the conclusion that it was a siren. The message Corolla wanted to express should be hidden in this mythical creature. Interesting. Dean chuckled, took out another cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and was about to light it. Click. Next to him, a small hand wearing seamless black silk gloves, holding an exquisite kerosene lighter in the shape of a holy angel, lit the cigarette for him. Dean took a deep breath and looked at the owner of the arm. Then he was stunned. "Neil." He spoke hesitantly. The woman standing in front of him was too similar to Neil, but much more mature, and had a sharp and capable temperament. It was obvious that she was not easy to mess with. Click. The woman closed the lid of the lighter and said in a bad tone, "This is the first time we meet. I am Neil's mother. I think we need to have a good talk." Dean. He rarely felt his heartbeat speed up, and his originally sharp lips seemed to be glued together. He squeezed out a dry smile. "Did you follow me on purpose?" Neil's mother shook her head. "I was going to buy a gun, but when I got off the car, I saw you getting off the car across the street." Dean. "Why does it feel like buying a gun for me?" "Damn. The old man did it on purpose. He actually parked the car opposite Neil's mother." Strictly speaking, Dean and Neil's mother are still relatives. Both of them have the blood of the Lucchese family. But the two had never communicated before. The key is that Neil's mother said she wanted to buy a gun as soon as she opened her mouth. 9 out of 10 times, she knew about my ridiculous behavior last night. Difficult. Even a seasoned man like Dean, facing this more embarrassing scene than Sherifield, was taken advantage of first, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. He could only remain silent and respond to Dean's moves. Seeing Dean didn't speak, Neil's mother smiled lightly. "I heard from Neil that you are a detective in Los Angeles. You should know a lot about guns, right?" "A little bit." Dean laughed dryly and took out a cigarette from his pocket, poured one, and handed it to Neil's mother respectfully. "And, you smell a little bit of cigarettes. Is there something bothering you? Maybe I can help." "This operation, Neil's mother can't do it." Seeing that it broke Neil's mother's aura and rhythm, Dean took advantage of the victory and said sincerely, "And, Neil often told me that you are a strong woman, and said that you are her most admired idol. I always thought that was just Neil's filter for my mother. When we met today, I realized that Neil was still modest." Hey. Neil's mother was amused by Dean's words. She covered her mouth and rolled her eyes at Dean. No wonder her daughter did something so outrageous last night. Most women really can't resist the attack of Dean, who is tall, handsome and thick-skinned. Dean chuckled, then looked up and glanced at the black above his head, and took the initiative to say, "Auntie, looking at the weather, it seems to be raining again. I'm done with my work. I don't know if you have time. I also want to talk to you about my plan with Neil." "No need." Neil's mother took the cigarette handed by Dean, lit it and exhaled the smoke, sighed. "I have talked to Neil. This is the first time she quarreled with me. Men are really troublesome." She shook her head and waved to the side. A tall female passerby immediately came forward with a handbag, took out a checkbook from her pocket, and put it in Neil's mother's hand. Neil's mother shook the checkbook in her hand. "Speaking of which, women really need to experience men to grow up. I give you 2 choices." Dean knew. Neil's mother, who was able to bring little Neil to a foreign country and achieve a career, was definitely not a kind-hearted person. Such people are often strong-willed. Once they make a decision, it is not easy to be shaken by simple words. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "You say. The first choice. I will give you $100 million, and you change your name to Dean Lucchese. In this way, your child with Neil can continue to use my surname. You already have the blood of the Lucchese family, so you don't have to feel wronged. This condition is really excellent. It not only achieves Dean's purpose of marrying into the family, but also takes Dean's face into consideration, and also takes out a huge amount of money to tempt. As long as the man is not too hypocritical, it is difficult to resist disagreeing. Dean nodded, and, what are the other options? Seeing that Dean did not agree directly, Neil's mother flashed disappointment in her eyes, and said lightly, the second condition is that after you and Neil get married, give birth to more children. I want to adopt one to inherit my business empire, and you and Neil don't have a penny. I choose the second one. Dean said firmly. Just kidding. Neil's mother has only one daughter. Even if the child is adopted, she is still her own child. Anyway, she is her own. Only a fool would choose 100 million. Neil's mother exhaled a puff of smoke with some melancholy. FK. This pretty boy is really hard to fool. She said unwillingly, there are other options. Don't you want to hear them? Dean smiled shyly. Auntie, don't joke. The third option should be the purpose of your buying a gun. Neil's mother. You are really good at judging people. After a friendly exchange between the two, Neil's mother left a business card for Dean. Neil told me about your specialness. Although I don't believe it, if you need it in the future, call this number and don't touch those questionable women outside. I don't want my daughter to get infected with a disease in the future. In addition, as long as you dare to make my daughter sad, I swear, even if you escape to any corner of Mercury, the reward of $1 billion will let you know why the world is so big and there is no place for you. After that, Neil's mother turned around and left domineeringly. Some of the passers-by who were around disappeared. Obviously, the other party deliberately met Dean by chance. Dean looked at the business card with Paradise Island written on it, which looked not serious, and was silent. How could the mother-in-law give her son-in-law a channel to solicit prostitution? No extraordinary. Good night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Teaching My Little Brother How to Drive Properly, Return Trip. Dean, why are you suddenly interested in the sea monsters in myths and legends? Neil lay on the edge of the bed, supporting her chin with both hands, curiously looking at Dean, who was flipping through the big book, kicking her little legs in the air, and seemed to be in a good mood. Dean touched her head and said in a serious tone, because I suspect that you are the reincarnation of a sea monster, otherwise why would I be so obsessed with you? Neil covered her mouth and chuckled. For the person you like, no matter how greasy and nonsense the love words are, people can't help but feel happy. She yawned. Dean, I'll take a nap and take you to eat delicious food in the evening. Neil had just quarreled with her mother before, which consumed a lot of energy to recover. Not long after she finished speaking, she fell asleep. Dean looked at her lovingly and put his attention back on the book in his hand. Corolla gave herself a hint, sea monsters. It should not refer to some supernatural creatures in this world, but it contains some special meaning. After understanding, Dean also had a vague guess. According to books, the siren is a kind of female demon that originated from Greek mythology, half human, half fish, or half human, half bird. In mythology, sirens feed on humans, but because of their ugly appearance, humans dare not approach the coast, so they evolve themselves into beautiful women, and use their beautiful singing to attract sailors on passing ships, and take the initiative to throw themselves into the ocean and become their food. Coincidentally, with the beginning of modern great voyages, there are often ghost ships, that is, ships that are intact, but empty, and there is no food or water missing. So the legend of the siren spread around the world. Is there really a special magnetic field that can confuse people's hearts and make people lose themselves? Although Dean felt that this guess was the information that Corolla wanted to convey to him, he still felt it was too outrageous. For the sake of caution, he turned on the computer equipped in the hotel's presidential suite and searched. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. It turns out that the legend of the siren is not only in ancient Greece. Almost all coastal countries had similar mythical creatures in ancient times. Although their images were different, they all had the ability to confuse people and lead people to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. A phenomenon may be accidental, but it is worth pondering that different ethnic groups and customs around the world have derived similar mythical creatures. Dong Dong. Dean knocked on the table, picked up his mobile phone, and called his younger brother Thompson. This guy is smart and likes this kind of weird things. Maybe he has paid attention to similar things before and knows something. Thanks to technology. As early as more than 10 years ago, Mercury's wireless transoceanic phone had already entered mature use in the United States and the Commonwealth. Wait for a moment. Thompson's somewhat frustrated voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Dean, Mom said you went to the Commonwealth to play. Is it fun here? Thompson, you are not in an emotional crisis again, right? Dean teased. This guy has not been very smooth emotionally since he ran into the sheriff field last time. He guessed it right. Thompson was silent for a moment, and said with some frustration, I don't know how to say it, but I am indeed caught up in something involving my dignity as a man, so that I can't tell others. Cuckolded. No. Your girlfriend said you can't do it. Thompson is a little brat. What dignity does he have as a man? It's nothing more than his girlfriend was robbed. Or because the little brother is a little immature and his fighting skills are not mature, he can't control the situation in the previous few battles and can't hold on for a while before being defeated. They don't know much about this matter, and they are embarrassed to ask others, so they can only suspect that their little brother is not good enough. This is actually a normal phenomenon. Sure enough. When it comes to the second point. Thompson was silent on the other end of the phone. It's true. Dean grinned silently. What a naive age. Don't worry, men, you just lack the guidance of some wise men. Unfortunately, your brother is a top expert in this field, so relax, and when I come back, I will teach you some secrets. For example, Thompson was half believing and half doubting. Are you in a hurry? Well, this weekend, we are planning to have a private picnic party with our classmates. If I don't perform well this time, my girlfriend will complain to her friends, and I will probably become famous in school. Dean understood immediately. People in America like to have various parties. Drinking is inevitable at parties. Although most states have clear drinking ages, it is easier to stimulate the curiosity of Thompson's group of teenagers and the excitement of pursuing challenges to the law. So this kind of party, under the stimulation of hormones and alcohol. The first half is very exciting, and the second half is chaotic and exciting. After all, he is his younger brother. Dean could only put aside his own affairs, got up and walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and after organizing his words a little, he began to instruct, Thompson, you should have driven a car before, right? Of course, although I don't have a driver's license, I often drive to help pull things on my grandfather's farm. Listen. In fact, the battle between men and women is just like driving a manual transmission car. When the battle begins, you can't be impatient, you have to enter in the first gear, and then in the second and third gears, you can drive longer. You are not an experienced driver. Don't go directly to the fourth or fifth gear at the beginning. Moreover, you have to learn to step on the brakes appropriately, which will help you to continue driving. When you find that the car is shaking or shrinking, you can increase to the fifth gear or even the sixth gear. Under normal circumstances, it lasts for 1 or 2 minutes, and then you suddenly brake suddenly, and you will find that the car is shaking all the time, and what? Thompson couldn't wait to ask. Damn, why didn't I realize that my brother was so talented before? It's simply a pearl, and his words are holy words. Dean lit a cigarette and showed a melancholy expression, and it is very likely to spray oil. What if it doesn't spray? The car is old, change it. Then shut up. Dean interrupted Thompson, who was full of curiosity, and said speechlessly, man, practice makes perfect. If you are really worried, take your girlfriend to my rental house to try it first. Mom has the key. But don't drive in my bedroom. There are surveillance cameras there. I don't want to see your embarrassing driving skills. Thompson. Which serious person would deliberately install surveillance cameras in the bedroom? Okay, thank you, Dean. By the way, you called me. It should be something, right? Thompson was now eager to end the call and study driving skills. Dean could guess what he was thinking, so he cut to the chase. Thompson, have you ever heard of mythical creatures like sirens? Sirens. Thompson became interested, of course. This is actually a very interesting thing. In Europe, there are legends about sirens, and in Asia, there are similar legends about mermaids. Many social and mythology scholars have conducted research and published papers on the similarities between myths and legends. I agree most with the idea of creating gods. What idea of creating gods? Dean perked up. In nature, there are many magical phenomena, such as the formation of flames, thunder, typhoons, storms, etc. The ancients did not understand the principles of these phenomena, so they attributed all of this to non-existent gods. Therefore, I agree with the statement, all myths and legends either originated from some natural phenomena or from some conspiracy lost in history. Natural phenomena. Dean asked, Thompson, have you ever heard that magnetic fields can make people lose their minds? Dean, I'm just a 15-year-old kid, not a Frankenstein, and I'm not interested in physics. Okay, that's it for now. I wish you a happy drive. By the way, don't forget to fasten your seat belt. Got it. Thompson hung up the phone impatiently. Dean was right. Practice makes perfect. He was going to practice his driving skills now. On the other side, Dean had called Little Mike again. I've only touched on magnetic fields a little, but I haven't studied them in depth. But I can help you search for relevant information on the internet. Little Mike's voice was weak. His health was getting worse and worse. Your health is getting worse again. Dean heard Little Mike's weakness and frowned. He had instructed the team taking care of Little Mike to tell him as soon as Little Mike's health showed any bad situation. But he didn't receive any report in this regard. Little Mike said calmly, don't worry, the team you found is very capable. My health is stable and I should be able to last for another 2 or 3 years. The reason I'm not energetic is that I've been very interested in the data from our laboratory recently and have been staying up late secretly. Okay, in that case, you should have a good rest. My work is not urgent. No, your work is very simple. I can send you the results in at most 10 minutes. Dean, come over when you have time. I found something interesting. You might be interested. Interesting stuff. Dean hung up the phone with doubt. 10 minutes later, an email was sent to Dean's mailbox. He clicked it and took a look. Dean narrowed his eyes slightly. In October 1964, 835 false killer whales died after washing up on the beach in Argentina. In 1970, 150 killer whales died after washing up on the beach in America. In October 1976, thousands of cuttlefish washed up on the beach in America and committed suicide. This suicide process lasted until December. When the number was the highest, tens of thousands of cuttlefish committed suicide on this beach in one day, and the bodies piled up like a mountain. In 1995, 1,500 captive goats jumped off a cliff on a farm in Turkey. At the end of each piece of news information, there was an Arctic animal called lemming. This animal has a fixed suicide migration every 4 years. During this process, they seem to be controlled by a magical big hand. They have no intelligence and are not afraid of death. They let themselves fall to death, drown, and be eaten until the population drops to a certain number. Only then will the lemming individuals regain their former vigilance. Ding-ling-ling, it seems that the time for Dean to check the information has been calculated. Little Mike called Dean just as he finished reading the information. This is the phenomenon that I found in the shortest time that may be caused by magnetic fields affecting organisms. The most interesting one is the last one. Lemmings. Yes. Little Mike coughed twice before continuing. The current mainstream view is that the suicide migration of lemmings every 4 years is because they reproduce too quickly and resources are limited. They will reach a peak in about 4 years. In order to continue the race, they have formed a killing migration every 4 years. But I found in the computer of a famous scholar that those scholars, under the interference of certain organizations, deliberately hide a very important piece of information. Awesome! Dean exclaimed and asked quickly, what information? He had a hunch. This information is very likely the secret that Corolla wanted to tell him at the beginning. Special magnetic field induction. Little Mike explained, all living things have an instinct to fear death. Only those insects such as spiders and mantises, which are not intelligent, will be eaten by the mother insects afterwards in order to reproduce in order to ensure sufficient nutritional supplements. Lemmings are mammals. It is difficult for them to actively form this instinct, so there must be some invisible force that affects them. After years of research by scientists, they found that every 4 years, an unknown energy wave will appear in the area where lemmings live. Those scientists speculated that this wave was the truth that caused the lemmings to commit suicide, but due to the limitations of current technology, they could only perceive the existence of that wave, but could not capture and locate it. Of course, this was a study 10 years ago, and I can't find any updated information at present. After listening to Little Mike's words, Dean thought of the detective panel in his consciousness, and couldn't help saying, do you think there are real supernatural powers in this world? No. Little Mike said affirmatively, If there are, then it must be a phenomenon that current technology cannot explain, just like people hundreds or thousands of years ago saw thunder and fire and thought it was caused by non-existent gods. Thank you, I understand, have a good rest. He hung up the phone. Dean stretched himself. He figured out the doubts in his heart. He felt much better. I hope that Mentor Anthony lost contact due to natural factors, rather than being held hostage. The former still has hope of survival. The latter, there has been no news for such a long time, the possibility of being silenced is too great. Dean shook his head. Don't think about it. He can't do anything about it. He picked up the sleeping Neil and prepared to drive a rocking car for the next few days before it got dark. Dean accompanied Neil to eat, drink and have fun in the Commonwealth. His vacation this time lasted for 2 weeks. It was just right for an immersive relaxation. But Daisy's call for help interrupted Dean's good time. April 20th. With Neil's reluctant farewell, Dean got on the return flight. Thanks to the two book friends King Wei Fushin and 20220531118395511 feet for the reward of 500 book coins. Thanks to the two bosses. Reminder, in addition to the protagonist being a bit powerful, there will be no supernatural powers in this book. At most, some technological things will appear in the later part of the book, which is the level of some spy movies. But this is estimated to be a long time later. It is not certain whether it will be written yet. I was going to start writing live today, but I don't know why the noise was so serious. I went to buy groceries today and found that I was stuttering when I spoke. Headache. Good night. Chapter 231, The Strange Case Solved by the Team Members, Hostility. Los Angeles. Dean got off the plane and took a taxi to the Central Branch office. Only Harry and Daisy were there. Carlo had disappeared. Harry gave Dean a warm hug. Welcome back, Boss Dean. Dean pushed him away with disdain and said unhappily, tell me about what happened after I left. You must grow up as soon as possible and be able to take charge of your own affairs. He worked hard to climb up, thinking that he would let his men work hard to solve cases and help him earn experience points. He wanted to be a boss, not to try to be a nanny. Daisy came over licking an ice cream. Harry and the others did a great job. When you were away, the two of them handled 2 cases by themselves. So amazing. Dean raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. Harry showed a proud look on his face. The first case was a case where a wife killed her husband. The woman also wanted to disguise herself as a thief to break into the house and kill people. It only took us an hour to solve the case. Harry was quite smart, and Carlo had strong execution. The two of them solved the case together, and Dean believed it. But after only 1 hour, he began to have doubts. Could it be that these two guys didn't learn how to solve the case, but only learned how to enforce the law with violence? Dean looked at Harry suspiciously. Tell me about the case. Harry shrugged. The reporting center received a report that a thief broke into the house and woke up the hostess. He killed the sleeping male owner and ran away. When we went there, we found that the surveillance camera of this house was broken a few days ago. The hostess cried very sadly, and there were signs of a struggle at the scene. I saw something wrong at a glance. Normal thieves break into houses to steal. The first thing is to determine whether there are cameras in the house, and the second is to consider the way to enter the house and the location to avoid the target's home. But there was no damage to the door at the scene and no signs of picking the lock. Although there were signs of rummaging through the items in the living room, it looked like a headless fly, which was inconsistent with the other party knowing that the surveillance camera of this house was broken. Of course, it is also possible that the thief was a newcomer with good luck. But the wound of the male victim was a person lying flat on his back and slashing his neck with a knife from behind. In this posture, I can't imagine that the thief pressed on the hostess without alarming the male owner, and then slashed the male owner's neck. Only a wife who sleeps in the same bed with a man can do it easily. The wife of the deceased man cried very genuinely. You can see that she was really sad. Based on my understanding of the woman, this is most likely a murder case caused by the man's extramarital affair. The other party's psychological quality is average. Carlo and I put a little pressure on the woman, and she took the initiative to confess. The result is ridiculous. What's the reason? The woman accidentally saw a photo of a strange woman hidden in her husband's mobile phone album, and the two behaved very intimately. So after her husband fell asleep, she slashed her husband's neck with a dinner knife. The woman didn't want to report the case at first. She planned to kill the woman her husband cheated with first, and then commit suicide. As a result, When she looked through her husband's mobile phone records, she found that the photo was of herself with makeup a few years ago. Her husband didn't know where he found the photo recently and put it on his phone. The woman regretted it. But her husband was dead. She didn't want to go to jail. In desperation, the woman called the police and tried to get away with it. Dean. This is fucking okay. No novels dare not write like this. Seeing Dean's stunned look, Daisy chuckled. The other case is even more bizarre. The process of the second case was indeed more bizarre than the previous one. This has to do with the newcomer Carlo. Before joining the detective bureau and following Dean, this guy didn't have a high income, but young people like to spend money on wine and women, so he owed a lot of credit cards. So he often took some part-time jobs nearby on the internet after get off work. 2 days ago, Carlo received a part-time job to repair water pipes. He went there happily. At that time, only the hostess was at home. This would have been fine. As a result, during the repair, the water pipe exploded, soaking the two people. The clothes were wet, so they had to change. The two people moved from the kitchen to the living room, and from the living room to the bedroom, leaving traces of changing clothes everywhere. During this period, the lady also taught Carlo some bondage art that was promoted in Zio Ribbon. After the incident, the woman readily took out $3,000 and told Carlo a very unfortunate news. She killed her husband and hoped that Carlo could help dispose of the body. Otherwise, with the marks all over the house, the marks on her body, and Carlo's body fluids in her body, Carlo would be dead. Then Carlo took out his detective certificate in the confused eyes of the woman. The key is that this guy rushed to the woman's house from the police station after get off work. He had no time to commit the crime. The woman wanted to slander him, but she couldn't. So, newcomer Carlo, less than half a month after joining the company, successfully opened a case. After listening to Daisy and Harry's narration, Dean silently lit a cigarette. Until he finished smoking a cigarette, he didn't understand why there were all kinds of complicated cases after he joined the company. As a result, when he left, the people below solved the case as easily as drinking water. Exclamation mark. Is he poisonous? Okay, I will report your excellent performance to Captain Henry. Now let's talk about the troubles you encountered. Dean calmed down his complicated mood and began to get into work mode. He was just 1 point away from reaching the modern human limit of 15 points in strength attribute, and all attributes were the top part of all-round physical talent. According to the information he had obtained before, once everything reached the limit, the panel would change. Dean was looking forward to it. This was also the reason why he ran over as soon as he got off the plane. Hearing Dean's question, Daisy and Harry looked at each other, and finally Daisy said with a stiff upper lip, "Dean, you must promise first that you must stay calm after hearing this matter." Calm? Dean was stunned. He was sure that everything was fine at home, except that his mother complained to him that Thompson often stayed out all night recently. What was there that was worth getting angry about? Don't worry, I'm not an impulsive person. In order to know what they were playing tricks on him, Dean could only promise solemnly. Well, this matter actually involves your father. Daisy explained the cause of the matter. It turned out that after the new mayor of Los Angeles took office, he launched some actions to clean up many civil servants from various departments left over from the previous Carmen family rule. Among them was the former captain of the Anti-Black Drug Enforcement Bureau. The charges he was charged with included instructing informants to kill colleagues. This colleague was Dean's father, who had been dead for 8 or 9 years. The people who prosecuted were the family members of the informant. Under normal circumstances, this kind of internal prosecution and Macy process would take a lot of time. Coincidentally, Dean helped Eve deal with the internal problems of the Drug Enforcement Bureau before, which aggravated the former captain's crime. In order to protect himself, he began to bite people crazily. Among them, Dean's father was included. Dean frowned. I don't quite understand. Since my father was killed by the former captain's instructions and he has been arrested, what does this have to do with me? He actually knew about this matter. Because in March, Munn took him to the party where Sol Aston was inaugurated as the president, and Sol told him about this matter in order to win Dean's loyalty. But Dean and his father in his previous life had no family affection. So he didn't pay much attention to this matter, but planned to tell his mother the news after the operation was over, as a comfort to his mother. Because the former captain bit back. Daisy sighed. He produced some evidence, showing that your father was actually involved in the division of the spoils of the Narcotics Bureau. The reason why he died from the informant was because your father wanted to get promoted, but was betrayed by the informant. When the former captain of the Narcotics Bureau arrived with his men, your father was already dead. They could only kill the informant who wanted to break through. Later, they gave false testimony to the cause of your father's death in order not to expose some crimes committed by the Narcotics Bureau. For these statements, the former captain also produced corresponding evidence. In fact, if Boss Mun was not in charge of the Internal Affairs Department now, you, Dean, would have been summoned by now. Did Mun tell you all this? Harry, who was standing aside, looked at Dean worriedly and nodded. Boss Mun is not convenient to contact you, so let us call you back first. He asked you to keep a low profile recently. He will handle this matter and it will not affect you. Dean sneered in his heart and nodded lightly. I know, I just got off the plane and I'm a little tired. I'll go to the office to rest for a while. Don't disturb me. After saying that, Dean threw down the salute and walked into his detective's office. He closed the door. Dean lay on his chair, took out his mobile phone and dialed a number he had never called before. The call was quickly connected. A sweet female voice came from the other side. Hello, this is Sam's Biscuit Shop. What do you need? Please help me order 6 takeouts from your place and send them to the homeless outside. There was silence for a while, and a woman's puzzled voice came. Sorry, do you mean, order 6 takeouts and send them to the homeless outside? Seeing the other party's reaction, Dean frowned. Was he fooled by Andy? Andy told him before that as long as he ordered 6 takeouts at Sam's Biscuit Shop and sent them to the homeless, he would take the initiative to come to him after receiving the message. But the clerk's reaction. Dean emphasized, yes, that's right, that's it, I want to do something good today. Send 3 more to the Central Branch, I want to eat cookies. Central Branch. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. The delivery fee will be very expensive. No problem. Hang up the phone. Dean lit a cigarette and tapped the table expressionlessly. In fact, Dean believed that his father in this body had dirty hands and feet before. 8 or 9 years ago. All aspects of Los Angeles were ruled and influenced by the Carmen family. His father, as a mixed blood, wanted to gain a foothold in a place like the Narcotics Enforcement Bureau. He wanted to be clean, but he couldn't be clean, not to mention that the Carmen family had been secretly trafficking drugs in various states in the United States. The problem is, now, Los Angeles is secretly taken over by the Aston family. So Aston is the boss in public. He is the other party's younger brother. This matter is a big deal. The former captain was able to work until retirement, so he couldn't be a fool. It seems that he is biting this body, his father who has been dead for many years, but his actual target is actually himself. How dare he do that? A down-and-out old man, whether he bites or not, will spend the rest of his days in prison. Why would he go to such lengths to show hostility to a young detective who has never met and has a promising future? Is there no one in this country that he cares about? Isn't the other party afraid of Dean's revenge later? Such a stupid person can't work as the captain of the Narcotics Division until retirement. Dean has reason to suspect that someone instructed him to do this. Who is hostile to him? When Dean heard Daisy say this, the first face that came to his mind was his old boss, the current head of the Internal Affairs Investigation Section Mont. There is no other reason. Mont is responsible for investigating these things. Whether someone instructed the former captain of the Narcotics Division, or the former captain of the Narcotics Division was not sober and started biting people indiscriminately, Mont was the first person to know. As long as he wants. This matter can't be suppressed. But Mont first asked Daisy and Harry to call him back from the Commonwealth, and then asked them to tell him about this matter, and told him not to worry. This is worth thinking about. Dean is sure that Mont can help him suppress it. But the relationship between the two is good now. What if one day, they have a conflict of interest? Is this a fatal point? Think about it more carefully. Was he suspended for 2 weeks before? Is it also a foreshadowing for the future? So, for safety reasons, Dean must figure out whether this is a hidden trick left by Mun because he is afraid that he will take his position in the future, or whether Saul Houston instructs Mun to do it in order to add a few dog chains around his neck. Anyway, no matter what the result is, starting from Mun not calling him to explain this matter himself, Dean has to make some preparations. An hour later, the takeaway arrived. Sir, the takeaway is a total of $48 US, and my travel expenses and gas are $70 US. A little fat man smiled and handed a big bag to Dean. This is actually the norm for telephone takeout in America now. Labor costs more than takeout. If it is not a last resort, there are really few fools willing to order takeout by phone. At most, they will make an appointment in advance and pick it up on the way. Dean took out a few $50 bills and stuffed them into him. Your escape fee is low, and the smile on the little fat boy's face froze and turned into a bitter smile, and his voice also became Andy's voice. Damn, whether it is my expression, tone, appearance or action, I am disguised impeccably. How did you see it? Dean took a step back and looked at the white fat boy in front of him again, and said in surprise, is it really you? Although he knew that Andy had a very powerful disguise technique. But it was beyond Dean's expectation that he could even disguise a fat body and a facial expression without any flaws. Andy. Damn it, he actually cheated me. What do you want to talk to me about? Andy rolled his eyes. He felt that Dean was a bit of a jinx. Thanks to the Buck Friend 20190604205857746 feed for the 500 book coins reward, and thanks to the boss. Have a nice Saturday, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 232, Reinstatement, Bar Murder, additional chapter for Brother Chang. I want you to help me monitor Meng, the new director of the Internal Affairs Investigation Division, who has been under surveillance for half a month. If you have any information about me, tell me immediately. Dean did not hesitate and directly told Anbei the purpose of calling him here. Anbei is the third best killer in North America. He is not bad at collecting intelligence. Anbei nodded. It's a small matter. By the way, I forgot to tell you that your mission in the Lucifer game organization was cancelled 2 weeks ago. No one should be paying attention to you now. This matter started well but ended badly. I feel something is wrong. No follow-up. Dean was also a little surprised. Some time ago, that perverted Japanese woman took a fancy to his ability and wanted to recommend him to the Lucifer game organization to earn game coins. Later, someone came to review him. These people died in Dean's hands in the end. Dean thought at the time that this matter would probably not end like this. Unexpectedly, the Lucifer game organization directly withdrew the mission about him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, has anything big happened in this game organization recently? Anbei shook his head. Except for some more tasks to recommend influential criminals, there is no difference from before, and I feel that the upper echelons of this organization have been more low-key recently, and seem to be brewing something. I personally don't recommend that you contact and pay too much attention to this organization. Because these large organizations on the dark web are not pure, many of them are under the official control of some countries, including the Lucifer game organization, and there must be some American officials hiding inside, so it has been able to maintain it until now and has not been knocked down. You are different from me. You have family and friends, so you should stay out of these things. Anbei gave Dean advice very seriously. Dean chuckled, do you care about me? Not caring. People always need friends. I don't want my retirement life to be too lonely. Anbei waved a few banknotes in his hand. Okay, thank the boss for the tip. I'm leaving first. Looking at Anbei's little fat back, which was not unusual, Dean was startled and fear flashed in his eyes, and turned back to the police station. The cookies tasted good. After Dean ate a piece, he threw the whole thing to Daisy and Harry. Seeing that he was still in the mood to order takeout, Daisy and Harry were relieved. In their opinion, Mon was their old boss, and it was natural for him to protect Dean. They didn't worry that Dean would be tainted because of his father's affairs, but they were worried that he would remember the unhappy things in the past. It was almost the end of the get-off-work day. The last member of the team, Carlo, finally returned to the police station. This guy had been going back and forth between the forensic department and the police station these days because of the previous case. Boss Dean. Carlo greeted Dean with a tired face. It seemed that he didn't know Dean was coming back today. Carlo, how does it feel to be a part-time worker? Dean raised his eyebrows at Carlo. Carlo shook his head. I'm lucky this time. Holtz and the others took good care of me for your sake. Otherwise, even if I could get away with it this time, I would still be in a very bad situation in the end. So it's important to follow the right boss. Harry winked at Dean. Dean, since Carlo is here, let's go have fun together tonight. Yes, the kind with family members. Daisy added. In the more than a week that Dean has been away, she has lost a lot of money. Dean naturally doesn't care about the money, no problem. Because it's not time to return to work yet. Dean simply went back to his mother's house for the next few days. Thompson, this kid, has been obsessed with learning to drive recently. For convenience, he took out the pocket money he had saved for many years and signed up for a camping activity for himself and his girlfriend. He will not be back until early May. Sinclair, the younger sister, has become much calmer since the last poisoning incident. After Dean came back, she pestered Dean every day and asked him to take her to the shooting club to learn how to protect herself effectively. My mother, Sheila, has recently become obsessed with a kind of mutated version of Tai Chi similar to square dancing. In her spare time, she often hangs out in a newly opened Chinese martial arts hall in the community. She spent a lot of money and became a member there. Dean was curious and went to the martial arts hall to take a look. The martial arts master's surname is Ma. Master Ma's son and daughter-in-law both work in large companies in the United States. He got a green card here by relying on his own support and took the opportunity to open this martial arts hall. From the perspective of Chinese people, Master Ma put on his training clothes, and he had a kind of immortal temperament, which looked a bit intimidating. But Dean found that this old guy had loose muscles all over his body and his moves were weak. In 9 out of 10 cases, he was a fake. But Master Ma was good at health-preserving Tai Chi. So Dean was too lazy to expose him. But this Master Ma, after knowing that Dean was the detective of this area, respected Dean's mother a lot, and had a fear of officials in his bones. Time always passes quickly when you are with your family. April 26th. After several separate interviews with psychologists, Dean successfully obtained the reinstatement document signed by the murder division. Dean, here are your guns and certificates. Old Hunter bit a pipe, half asleep and half awake, and threw a box to Dean. Seeing this, Dean asked curiously, Captain Hunter, why do you look much more haggard now than when you were the deputy captain? Old Hunter used to slack off every day. Now it looks like he has aged 3 or 4 years in a short period of time. Old Hunter sighed, Dean, you don't know how much trouble Lawrence has caused me with those newcomers. Now I habitually say sorry and sorry in my dreams. I have become the ass-wiping paper of that bastard. Dean smiled and said, if it doesn't work, you can instigate Lawrence and Phoebe to get married, and then give them a long vacation. Anyway, I am already stable here, and I can handle any case. He is now short of experience points. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1-6, 1-9, one book, one bar, one look. Old Hunter blew out a smoke ring and shook his head. This is not an easy thing. I often hear Phoebe complain that Lawrence sends most of his monthly salary to a small town in Texas. If she didn't believe in Lawrence's character, Phoebe would have questioned Lawrence with a gun whether he was keeping a woman outside. Dean also remembered that after he met Lawrence, this guy seemed very stingy and extremely reluctant to return to his hometown. This is a man with a story. Okay, I'll talk to Lawrence tonight. Dean took his ID and gun and threw a box of cigars to Old Hunter. High-end goods from the Commonwealth. Give it a try. Wow, thank you for remembering me, an old man. Dean waved his hand and left the office. Lawrence was busy outside with his people. Dean could only call the other party to make an appointment. In the evening, after finishing his field work, Lawrence, who was unhappy, came to the bar to keep the appointment. As soon as they met, the muscular man with a face full of flesh gave Dean a warm hug. FK, it's too painful to solve the case without you around, Dean. I really miss the days when you were around. Dean pushed the drink prepared by the bartender over and asked, what's the matter? Did you encounter a difficult case? It can be seen. Lawrence has been really tired recently. He drank 2 large glasses of beer in a row, and then he exhaled the smell of alcohol and said, it's not difficult. We are dealing with a murder case of a rich man's illegitimate son recently. Those damn rich guys have too many relationships and are full of lies. It's just that these people are not easy to beat. After complaining for a long time, Lawrence burped with satisfaction. By the way, Dean, do you still remember the Chesterton who was beaten up by me before? The new guy in the FBI. Of course Dean remembered that guy. The previous counterfeit money case was taken over by Cheston N. and his new thigh, who didn't know who was the next one. What's wrong? Dean was curious why Lawrence suddenly mentioned this person. When they were investigating a counterfeit money case, they offended someone and were blown up by a group of Middle Eastern guys. Their office and car were destroyed. Cheston was lucky enough to survive, but his female boss and partner was blown up with only one leg left. Criminals are really arrogant nowadays. Dean smacked his lips when he heard the news. Oh my goodness. Fortunately, when he found out that something was wrong with the case, he decisively gave up letting the FBI take the blame. Otherwise, wouldn't he and his family be the ones who suffered from the suicide bombing? He showed a fake look of pity on his face. Yes, these criminals are really arrogant. They use bombs and automatic rifles at every turn. Dean's voice had just fallen. Screams came from the back door of the bar. Oh my god, someone is dead here. FK, it's Anbu the Blood Bull. He was stabbed to death. Let's go. His eldest brother is a lunatic. Let's not get involved. For a moment, the originally pleasant atmosphere of the quiet bar turned into a messy vegetable market in the blink of an eye. Some people hurriedly paid their bills and left. Some people didn't even pay their bills and took advantage of the chaos to run away. The bartender and the door security guard wanted to stop them, but they were ignored by the drinkers with all kinds of thoughts. They could only go to the back door of the bar with tears in their eyes to check the situation and decide whether to call the police. Lawrence drank the wine in his glass calmly. Dean, let's go. There's life. Dean. If I don't return to work, everything will be peaceful around me. Once I return to work, I can encounter murders even when I drink after get off work. What are you playing? Starting tomorrow, there will be more chapters for monthly tickets. Good night. Chapter 233 Cripple Master. Make way, we are detectives. Lawrence roughly cleared the way in front. Intimidated by guns and police badges, the crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed to make way. The murder site was located in the passage between the back door and the bathroom of this quiet bar. This kind of place, if it were in those venting bars, would generally be a place for passionate men and women to vent their hormones, but few people would do this in a quiet bar. An extremely strong man, in the dim light, with his eyes wide open, collapsed on one side of the passage, with large patches of spurting blood under his body and an obvious black gap in his throat. That was the loss of flesh and blood, presented in the state of others. The first time Dean saw it, his eyes became solemn. This kind of clean and neat wound cannot be caused by a dagger, it is more like some kind of sharp and thick weapon like a three-pointed thorn. If he guessed correctly. There was also a penetrating wound on the back of the male victim's neck. Lawrence was shocked by the size of the dead man. FK, this guy is bigger than you and me, probably 2 meters tall. He squatted down and pulled open the dead man's thin coat. Under the coat, there were large tattoos. Lawrence had worked as a patrolman in Los Angeles and was very familiar with the gangs here. He immediately recognized the tattoo on the dead man's body as the logo of a nearby Irish gang. Dean, the dead man has a triangular viper head tattooed on his body. This is the logo of the Viper Gang. This is an old gang that specializes in organizing women to stand on the street. They control many women, but rarely participate in other crimes. This should be a thug. Look at his waist. Dean said while observing the surroundings. This guy, relying on his intimidating body alone, can easily become a thug leader in a gang with mixed qualities. He usually doesn't appear in such a relatively calm atmosphere. Unless he is chasing someone. In this case, the murderer may still be among the crowd of onlookers. Lawrence didn't think so much. He looked down and found that the male dead man had a large desert eagle on his left waist and a large brass knuckles on his right. This is a typical gangster's equipment. And it is very likely that he is a small leader. Because ordinary gangsters rarely use flashy and expensive things like Desert Eagle. This thing, in the hands of ordinary people, is more meaningful for deterrence and showing off than for actual combat. Just then, a chubby bartender came over and said a little stiffly, "Good evening, Mr. Detective." Lawrence saw him and grinned. "Good evening, man, I like the blue drink you mixed." "Thank you." The fat bartender pointed to the corpse on the ground. "Mr. Detective, this guy is Anbu, the blood bull of the Viper Gang." The bartender seemed to want to say something. But he glanced around worriedly, closed his mouth, and just gave Dean and Lawrence a look. Lawrence understood immediately. He stood up and shouted to the onlookers, "Guys, if any of you saw what happened, you can come to us now, or go to the police station quietly to register, otherwise please leave here." Under normal circumstances, at the scene of the murder, no one at the scene can leave easily, and all of them must be recorded in the book to facilitate police inquiries. But it involves gang members. Lawrence, an old hand, did not follow the rules and omitted this step. Hearing Lawrence's words, the onlookers woke up as if from a dream and left in a hurry. No one likes to waste their time for no reason and be taken to the police station for questioning, especially when it involves gang members. They don't want to cause trouble. In the blink of an eye, only the waiters and security guards of Jing Bar were left around. Dean didn't find any suspects, so he didn't stop Lawrence's violation. Because he knew that in the unsafe America, there were few truly naive people and more people who were self-protective. Leaving that group of people behind was a complete waste of police force and time. No outsiders. The fat bartender wiped the sweat off his face and continued, Blood Balambu is the Viper Gang's pimp boss on this street. He basically doesn't come to our bar, but many of his girls like to have a drink here before work. I think you are hiding something. Dean looked at the fat bartender with sharp eyes. The fat bartender nodded hesitantly. Well, actually, I saw Ambu's men took away a girl who often came here to drink more than 10 minutes ago. The girl is called Annie, a misguided girl who is only 17 years old. She seemed to have a conflict with a customer during the service yesterday. When she came here today, she had a heavy bruise on her face. Tisk, then this girl is miserable. Lawrence knew the ins and outs of this and explained to Dean, the service industry here is very competitive. Customers are the top priority. In order to intimidate the women below, the pimps will definitely torture those who don't follow the rules. There are no good people involved in gangs. The only good thing about the porn industry here is that those prostitutes, when they reach middle age, will not be controlled by the gangs, and their value will be redeveloped, and they will have the opportunity to find an honest man to marry. Dean waved to the fat bartender, and after he left, he looked at Lawrence. You seem to have a guess. Lawrence nodded. Dean, generally these girls who join the gangs as minors to sell money are those who have poor family conditions and dropped out of school early. They often have good looks and are bad girls with special charm in the eyes of their peers. There have been cases where prostitutes were beaten by the gangs and then shot by their suitors, so I suspect it will be the same this time. As a country with rampant guns, children of 11 or 12 years old have the ability to kill a strong adult at will. So what Lawrence said is not impossible. But this murder case is definitely not that simple. Dean shook his head, squatted down, pointed at the broken wound on the throat of the deceased and said, Lawrence, you must pay attention to the splashing transparent liquid on the wall behind the deceased. This is cerebrospinal fluid, which means that the wound of the deceased is penetrating. This requires a lot of strength and skill. So the murderer is most likely an adult male. The wound is very steep. According to the force, the murderer is about 1.75 meters tall, with strong hands, good at using weapons like diamond-shaped bayonets, may have served in the military, and hates the deceased very much. Otherwise, such a master of fighting would rarely use such a laborious method to kill people. After saying that, Dean pointed to the lower body and hands of the deceased. There are water stains on the deceased's pants and his hands are wet. He must have just finished using the toilet before he died, and wiped his hands on his pants. As a result, he was killed outside the door the moment he went out, so he fell at the door of the toilet. This means that the murderer was following the deceased. According to the information provided by the bartender, the deceased's subordinates just called away a girl who was drinking here more than 10 minutes ago. This kind of people all go to work with the girls, both for surveillance and to provide protection. In order to be inconspicuous, they usually sit in the car, which is also convenient for picking up these women to the place designated by the customers. So we should be able to find the clues we want under the surveillance of the bar. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1-6, one post, one content. FK. Lawrence's face was full of fat, revealing a hearty look. Dean, I feel back, this is the feeling. He grabbed a wrinkled cigarette, lit it, and said with some melancholy, before, I felt very comfortable working with you as a partner. When I led the team independently, I found that everything was not so smooth. Just like a woman who was developed by a more powerful person, she could not go back to the past. Dean, Lawrence, you can describe it. Some bartenders may not install surveillance inside, but as a place where things often happen, there must be enough surveillance facilities outside for safety reasons. Wait until the people from the forensic department come. Dean and Lawrence, with the surveillance provided by the bar, followed to the forensic department. It's not that other places can't view surveillance. It's that the forensic department, as a professional organization, not only has professional equipment to provide playback support, but also professional technicians to provide technical assistance. For example, picture clarity purification, removal of impurities, face enlargement and repair, etc. This is impossible to do with the naked eye. With the help of the technicians, the original picture quality was very ordinary, and the clarity was immediately improved. After a series of crackling operations, all the characters in the picture were framed. The colors of the frames were inconsistent. This represented the different heights of the characters in the picture, which made it easier for Dean and his team to find the target they wanted to find. Considering the time of the appearance and death of the deceased, Dean and his team controlled the surveillance footage to half an hour before the body was found. Soon, they found the target vehicle. It was about 20 minutes before the body was found. A gray sedan in the surveillance footage stopped across the street from the bar. 3 men, 1 tall and 2 short, got out. The tall man was the deceased, Ambu. After the 3 got out of the car, one of the short men picked up the phone, put it to his ear for a while, and walked into the quiet bar with some curses. About 5 minutes later, he pulled out a petite girl in cool clothes. The girl was pulled in front of Ambu. Ambu grabbed the girl, said something, and then tried to drag her into the car. The girl looked very scared. She was very emotional and wanted to struggle, but she was slapped by the deceased and fell heavily on the car, and then rolled out of the surveillance screen for a moment. The trunk of the car was opened. The 2 short men drove away first, and the deceased walked into the back alley cursing and never appeared in the screen again. Because he was dead. After watching the surveillance for the first time, Lawrence touched his chin. The little girl named Annie was probably knocked unconscious or killed by M, but I don't think I saw anyone following M's car in the surveillance. Dean nodded. In the surveillance, during the time that M and others stayed, although many people passed by, they were all in groups of 3 or 5, and no suspects who met the previous inference appeared in the screen. The only thing they could confirm was that the deceased M entered the bar at about 9:20 in the evening, and the time when the other party's body was discovered and caused a commotion was about 9:25. Excluding the time when the other party went to the bathroom. It can be basically concluded that the time and method of death of the deceased M were consistent with Dean's speculation. This guy was killed just after he went to the toilet. This means that the murderer had been in the bar before Ambu entered the bar. Lawrence, I suspect your speculation is correct. Extend the surveillance time and look at the surveillance of the silver-selling girl, Annie, before and after entering the bar. Maybe there will be something. Lawrence shrugged. Okay, you just overturned my inference before. Dean rolled his eyes. This is because I was not sure whether the deceased was followed before his death. He should have suddenly wanted to pull a banana, so he thought of going to the nearby gin bar to solve it, but he died immediately. What do you think of? Someone in the bar saw them beating Annie and wanted to kill him. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 gangsters who left are not doing well now, but this is none of our business. What we have to do now is to lock the suspect first. Dean is still very interested in the murderer who can use cold weapons to directly penetrate the back of the head from the throat. With the rise of firearms, this kind of cold weapon master has become less and less. This time, the focus of the surveillance was changed. Dean and his companion finally found a possible suspect. After the prostitute Annie entered the bar, a thin man wearing a baseball cap followed her with a limp, looking a little uncoordinated, and made a greeting gesture. The other person's height was about 1.75 meters. Lawrence saw that the other person was limping and had difficulty in moving, with some hesitation in his eyes. In his understanding, for such a person, even if he was holding a cold weapon, it would be difficult to penetrate the head of a nearly 2-meter-tall burly man, avoid all the hard skulls, and accurately and neatly kill with one blow. But Dean saw the frequency of the other person's walking and arm swinging, and immediately concluded that this lame man was a master. The very tall kind. Have a nice weekend. Chapter 234, Military Stab, Identify the Murderer. Dean, long time no see. A thin figure with a ruddy face appeared in the screening room. Dean looked up and smiled. Long time no see, Holtz, you look much better than before. Holtz scratched his head. Yes, I don't know why, after you went to the branch office, I suddenly relaxed here. I just have to work overtime occasionally. I even have time to talk about female netizens, but I don't know how to find topics. This is easy. Dean snapped his fingers. You go to the social platform, register a female account to hook up with men, and reply to those male netizens with the same words as what the female netizens talk about. See how they reply to you. If you find it interesting, reply to your female netizens exactly as they say. Lawrence on the side widened his eyes. This is also possible? Holtz was delighted at first, then said embarrassedly, Dean, is this bad? My dad taught me not to cheat when picking up girls. Come on. Dean waved his hand and said disdainfully, this is obviously for love, and trying to make yourself better. How can it be called cheating? This is clearly motivated. Men, be nicer to yourself, and never be too affectionate to women other than your mother. You are a forensic doctor, you should know something very cruel. Dean lit a cigarette, lowered his eyes, exuded a melancholy atmosphere, and said in a low voice, most men work hard all their lives, and the first bouquet of flowers they receive is in front of their own tombstone. Just this one sentence, coupled with Dean's performance at this time. Don't say that it is easy to cause men to feel grief. Even if Neil was here, she would definitely feel distressed, blame and reflect on herself for not paying enough, and by the way, help Dean organize a pleasant exchange meeting. Holtz's moral bottom line, which was not firm to begin with, was immediately lowered by Dean's words. He clenched his fist and thanked, thank you, Dean, I know what to do. Dean smiled and said nothing. He could only hope that Holtz would not meet that kind of high-level Aquaman. Otherwise, he might become gay while chatting. After all, most of the time, men understand men better. By the way, Holtz seemed to think of something and patted his forehead. I came to find you because there was another murder case. There are 7 dead people, and the way they died is exactly the same as the dead people you brought back before. I think this may help you. Hearing this, Dean and Lawrence looked at each other and said in unison, take us to see the bodies. The bodies that Holtz mentioned had just been transported here. On the way, Holtz complained, Dean, there are too many bodies this time. I hope you can solve the case as soon as possible, otherwise the morgue will not be able to hold the bodies. Morgue. It was the first time Dean heard this word. Lawrence on the side chuckled, Dean, only at this moment can I feel that you are really a newbie who has only been employed for half a year. Holtz also smiled and explained the origin of this term. It turns out that the morgue of the forensics department is divided into a morgue room and a corpse warehouse. Both are actually places where corpses are placed. But the former is generally used to store corpses that have just been transported, and the latter is specially used to pile up those old corpses whose cases cannot be solved for the time being and whose identities cannot be determined. The former looks normal. The latter. If an outsider sees it, he will definitely be shocked and speechless. Why? Because the homicide rate in the United States is very high, but even in the technologically advanced early 21st century, the rate of solving cases is still very low. Over the years, there are more and more corpses. Have you seen warehouse shelves? After those old corpses were simply processed and recorded, they were wrapped in layers of plastic film like mummies, and then piled up on the shelves like goods, or even thrown directly on the boards where goods were placed, piling up like mountains. Because this saves more money. When passing by the morgue warehouse, Holtz opened the warehouse and let Dean see it. Dean felt that there were hundreds of corpses piled up in a small cold storage room, but his heart was not moved. In his previous life, when he was very young, he slept in a mountain of corpses that made his scalp numb. These small scenes in front of him are just small scenes. While the 3 of them were talking, they finally came to a morgue on the 2nd floor underground. There were 7 body bags, which filled up this relatively large morgue. Judging from the situation, Holtz simply opened the mouth of the body bag and notified Dean and the others as soon as possible. This is really rare in the American workplace where do your duty and don't get involved. The bag at the head of the body bag has been opened. Dean only took a glance and determined that these 7 people were all killed by the same cold weapon. The only difference was the angle of the wounds of the deceased, which was different because of their height. But the wounds were all pierced from the connection between the jaw and the throat, and came out from the back of the head. They were clean, precise, decisive, and fatal. Lawrence stepped forward, pulled open the collars of several people, checked their chests, and turned his head with a serious expression. Dean, they are all members of the Viper Gang. Just as you said, the murderer really attacked this group of people because of the prostitute named Annie. If it was a coincidence before. Now he has completely agreed with Dean's previous point of view. Dean nodded, first confirmed the identities of these people to see if they are the younger brothers of the previous Blood Bowl and Boo. If so, let Harry find out the usual bases of the Blood Bowl group as soon as possible. Although the Viper Gang is not large, it is not just active on a street in Los Angeles. Therefore, small leaders like Blood Bowl and Boo have their own separate places of business, which is somewhat similar to the Red Sticks of the gangs in Hong Kong Island, China, who occupy the streets to make a living. Lawrence nodded and started to work. Dean turned his head and looked at Holtz. Holtz, I hope you can help me extract the weapon template used by the murderer as quickly as possible, and then provide me with a simulated human model. I want to simulate the opponent's killing method and confirm the identity of the murderer again. Fighting skills, in a simple and rough understanding, are actually force skills. In essence, they are all a kind of skill to exert strength and speed to the limit and hit the enemy's vital points. There is no mistake in the first one, the content. No matter how powerful the opponent is, there will be congenital defects in the use of force, which will lead to obvious differences in the subtle details of the wounds, compared with masters with intact limbs. Anyway, the dead are all gang members. The murderer's movement trajectory is not complicated. Dean is not in a hurry. He plans to confirm the identity of the murderer 100% before arresting him, so as not to make a wasted trip in the end. In the era of technology, the forensic doctor of the forensic department can even use a computer to simulate the appearance of the deceased based on a skeleton, not to mention just identifying the murder weapon that killed 8 gang members. Use machine scanning. Holtz spent only half an hour to hand Dean a straight and clean paraffin bayonet. This is the material that can complete your request the fastest. I can't guarantee its strength, but I guarantee that the front end of the weapon used by the murderer is in this shape. According to the database information, there are 2 bayonets that are most suitable. One is the 4-sided bayonet of Mazen Nagant. The other is a bayonet from China. No matter which one it is, to be honest, it is difficult for us to encounter it in real life. After all, any bullet is easier to kill than them. This is a bayonet from China. Dean recognized its identity when he saw the murder weapon for the first time, the early standard bayonet of the Type 56 submachine gun. This submachine gun is mainly a copy of the AK-47. However, the bayonet equipped with it is too brutal. In addition, after the large-scale military reduction, a large number of veterans left their homeland for a living and became mercenaries and robbers, spreading the reputation of this bayonet to the world. Of course, there are many rumors. There are really few masters who really use this, and Dean has never seen one. Holtz's words are rough, but the logic is not rough. Times have changed. A pistol worth a few $100s can easily make those who have practiced this skill regret it. The cost effectiveness is really too low. Because the bayonet in his hand is made of paraffin. Dean can't use it in actual combat, he can only simulate the force. He has mastered the ancient Muay Thai. It has almost become instinct for him to know all kinds of force and the results after force. After several simulations, he has come to the conclusion in his mind, the murderer is the lame young man wearing a baseball cap. Dean immediately called the bald patrolman Hawk and asked him to take the police officers under him to find the fat bartender in the quiet bar and ask about the identity of the lame young man wearing a baseball cap. In fact, many bartenders and many small bars in the United States are similar to the lobby managers, partners of the boss, or even the boss himself of the hotel. They are very familiar with the customers who come frequently. The other party is very likely to know the identity of the young man. On the other side, Lawrence also gave Dean feedback. Dean, Harry called me back and said that the base of the Viper Gang's Blood Bowl is located next to an abandoned nursing home on XX Road. Usually, their ladies are interviewed and trained there, but all the Viper Gang members there are dead. The victims are the 7 bodies we saw before. Hearing this, Dean frowned and looked at Holtz. When you went there, did you see any injured people or the body of a young white girl at the scene? Holtz shook his head. It's a small building with a basement. The basement has been transformed into a cage. It is probably where the scumbags tame the girls, but there is nothing there except some fresh blood. Got it. Hospital or black clinic. The other party may have taken Annie to the hospital or black clinic. This case is actually a transition and a small foreshadowing, and it will end soon. Good night. Chapter 235. Are you done playing? If you are, I will shoot you. Most of the people who open black clinics in the United States belong to the following 3 groups. 1. People whose medical licenses were revoked for some reason. 2. Illegal doctors from other countries who do not have a legal medical license in the United States, or people who have obtained green cards but cannot practice medicine legally. At present, Chinese people account for the majority of this group. 3. Losers in the cruel competition system for medical students, or half-baked veterinarians who want to make more money. Considering that the murderer used the 56 type stinger that has long been banned, Dean guessed that he should have taken Annie to a black clinic opened by a Chinese. This kind of clinic is generally located in areas where Chinese illegal workers gather. And they often use stores such as healthcare as a cover on the surface, and only do business with acquaintances. For those who don't know, it is not easy to find. But for Harry, who knows all kinds of people, it is too easy. Dean told Harry the situation. It only took 15 or 16 minutes. The locations of 11 black clinics that met the requirements were marked by Dean on the map of downtown Los Angeles. On the other side, bald patrolman Hawk, with 2 of his men, came to the Jing bar, which had already cleaned up the scene. Because a murder had occurred. This should have been the time when there were the most customers. At this time, there were only some waiters and a fat bartender who were cleaning up the mess in the Jing bar. The fat bartender was obviously not in a good mood at the moment. He lowered his head and mechanically wiped the spotless wine glass in his hand, hiding his thoughts. Hawk stepped forward and knocked on the bar. "Hey, men, LAPD, I want to ask you something." Hearing that it was the police, the fat bartender raised his head and squeezed out a standard smile on his face. He took out a few wine glasses, placed them on the bar skillfully, helped to pour them, and said enthusiastically, "Welcome, if you have any questions, just ask, I promise to cooperate." Hawk smelled the aroma of the wine, choked his throat, and his expression softened a lot. "This wine looks good." "Yes, the authentic Captain Morgan. After drinking it, you will feel the excitement of people rippling in the sea." The fat bartender stretched out his hand and motioned them to try it. Hawk was not a good bird either. He smiled at the 2 younger brothers. "Young men, in order to better communicate with good citizens, it seems that we can't refuse the kindness of this generous gentleman." The 2 young policemen laughed. The 3 of them finished the rum. Hawk exhaled a breath of alcohol with satisfaction, his cheeks slightly flushed, and said to the fat bartender, "It is indeed authentic, but we should talk about business. Do you have any impression of a young man with some inconvenience in his legs and feet, who is about 1.75 meters tall and likes to wear a baseball cap?" "Limped," the fat bartender murmured, and then seemed to think of something, choked on a mouthful of saliva, and hesitated. "That? Officer, may I ask if this lame man is related to the death of the blood cow Ambu?" Hawk's eyes glared, and he stood up and turned his face. "Man, I have a good impression of you, but this is not something you should ask." The fat bartender spread his hands and said innocently, "Sorry, I didn't mean it. There's such a guest in the bar. He often comes to drink and chat with Annie. The 2 have a good relationship. The young man has a good temper. Annie was just taken away by M's men today, and M was killed." "Officer, you asked me this again. So I am a little curious. After all, he is just a skinny cripple, and he doesn't look very courageous. He should not be able to kill anyone." Hawk keenly heard from the fat bartender's words that the fat bartender was subconsciously making excuses for the cripple. The bartender definitely knows the cripple that Dean wants to find. He stared at the fat bartender until the fat bartender entangled his hands uncomfortably, and then said in a deep voice, "For the sake of that glass of wine, tell me the information of the cripple, and I won't bother you." "Okay." The fat bartender raised his hands in surrender. "We all call him Jin, Chinese, and he seems to work in a Chinese grocery store in Chinatown, but these are all things that Annie and I said unintentionally when we were chatting, and I don't know if they are true." "Are you sure?" "Sure." The fat bartender swore. "Well, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise the result won't be what you want." After saying that, Hawk took his 2 younger brothers out of the quiet bar. He immediately took out his mobile phone and told Dean the information he got. Hawk didn't notice it. After they left, the fat bartender took out a mobile phone from under the counter and dialed a series of unrecorded numbers. After the call was connected, he said very quickly, "Old Jin, the police have found your grandson. If you don't want to cause trouble, let him leave Los Angeles immediately." There was a long silence. A slight cough came from the other side. "Thank you, Bardo, I will handle this matter. Identification Department. Old Jin's grocery store." Dean got the feedback from Hawk and immediately called Daisy, and then found the exact location of the grocery store through the system records. He was stunned when he saw it. Because next to the location of Old Jin's grocery store, there happened to be an acupuncture hall with Chinese characteristics, and it was also one of the 11 suspects selected by Dean before. There is no need to worry about it now. The lame master is probably with a prostitute named Annie in this black clinic. "Lawrence, take the members of your team, we will meet here," Dean said, and called Harry again. asking him and Carlo to put on their equipment and go together. He hung up the phone. He didn't stop yet, and continued to call Hawk, asking him to take as many people as he could now and go together. Seeing this, Lawrence was a little puzzled. Dean, although the opponent is powerful, he is just a lame man, and he also uses cold weapons. We don't need so many people to go together. The main reason is that it is actually time to get off work. It is a very troublesome thing to gather so many people. Dean shrugged. Man, trouble is better than someone dying in the line of duty. This guy may not be really alone. Lawrence doesn't understand the national conditions. He is worried that behind the lame master, there is a master, and behind the master, there are friends in the same industry who have made a lot of friends, other apprentices, and among these people, there will inevitably be gang members. Although Dean is very confident in himself now, he has only one life. In a situation with so many people and so many guns, he was still stupid enough to lead the charge and rush forward alone to take risks. It was simply a hole in his brain. Although Lawrence did not understand the meaning of Dean's words, he did not continue to ask. He took out his cell phone and started calling people. After a moment, he nodded to Dean, indicating that everything was arranged. Everything was ready. Just when Dean was about to leave, buzz buzz buzz, Dean's cell phone rang again. He took it out and pressed the answer button in confusion. Captain Hunter. This old guy, it's almost dawn, and he's still not asleep. Why is he calling himself? Dean, are you handling a bar murder case now? Old Hunter's voice was a little nasal, as if he had just been woken up from a deep sleep. Yes, but now it is not as simple as a bar murder case. After killing a small leader of the Viper gang in the bar, the murderer killed all 7 gang members stationed there. This is a major serial murder case. They are just some rats in the gutter. Their death will not cause any waves. Dean, there is no need to investigate this case. Someone will come to the police station to surrender tomorrow. Go to bed early. Dean was stunned when he heard what Old Hunter said. What is going on? His first reaction was that there was really someone behind the lame young man, and he had found a connection and found Old Hunter, who was in charge of this area, to let someone take the blame. How could this be possible? Dean didn't care about solving the case. He cared more about the experience value reward after catching the murderer. Old Hunter said a word. He spit out the meat in his mouth again. Bullshit. Dean took a deep breath and his voice turned cold. Okay, but our people have locked the other party's position and started to arrest them. Let's see if we can contact them. After that, he hung up the phone and said to Lawrence next to him, let's go, we need to race against time. Lawrence looked worried. Dean, the person who can wake up Old Hunter in the middle of the night to give orders is probably higher than Old Hunter. Anyway, this case can be easily solved tomorrow. Do you want to reconsider it? Dean took out his pistol, shook it, and said seriously, Lawrence, I don't care how other squadrons act. But in my jurisdiction, we must have the final say. Otherwise, today this criminal finds someone to put pressure on us, and tomorrow the murderer finds someone to put pressure on us, then we might as well change jobs early to avoid being bullied. I feel that your statement is more like a gangster declaration. Lawrence shrugged, but I choose to support you. Thank you, brother. Dean took back his pistol and drove to the location of the Black Clinic with Lawrence. When the two arrived, red and blue police lights have blocked a row of streets. In front of a pitch-black acupuncture clinic, 3 policemen in patrol uniforms were lying on the ground, screaming and rolling around. The ground had been dyed blood red. Colleagues who wanted to help bandage their wounds were trying to control their moving bodies. Hawk and his group took out their long and short guns, as if they were facing a great enemy. FK, what happened? Lawrence's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Is it true that, as Dean said, there is more than one person around the murderer? Because Dean's Hummer is very conspicuous. Harry and Carlo, who arrived earlier, immediately ran over from the crowd. Lawrence jumped out of the car and grabbed Harry, who looked nervous. Harry, what happened here? Why are people injured? FK, Lawrence, you didn't see what happened before. When we first arrived, a man carrying a woman came out. Some brothers wanted to control him. In 2 seconds, the 3 patrolmen closest to the other side all screamed and lay on the ground. By the time we reacted, the other side had retreated back to the acupuncture clinic. Harry said while waving his arms, vividly describing what happened here before. Dean had already walked in front of the 3 injured. He squatted down, checked the wounds, and breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 people all had typical scratches. The wounds were very shallow, consistent with the wounds caused by the stinger. This shows that the person who shot was merciful. Because there's only one way to use a military bayonet: stab. The reason why this thing was equipped in large quantities by the army in the early days was because China at that time did not have enough technology in the smelting of steel alloys. The steel alloy had more than enough hardness, but not enough toughness. Therefore, the early military bayonet can kill a large saw with one stab, but if it is used to chop wood, it is likely to break. This also caused the habit of military bayonet masters to basically kill when they see blood. The three guys on the ground. Lucky. They were just scratched, and did not leave a penetrating wound on their bodies, otherwise they would have been waiting to die or amputated. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Take a look. The reason for the ghost screaming. Dean guessed that the military bayonet in the lame master's hand was probably an authentic stinger. The authentic stinger is actually a Mitsubishi military bayonet. It's just that the early stinger, because a certain amount of Kun element was added during the heat treatment, when the phosphorus coating on the surface of the military bayonet was worn, the exposed alloy steel body containing Kun element, as long as it was scratched, it would cause the wound to be difficult to heal. Combined with the 3 blood grooves of the military bayonet, this process will also bring a certain amount of pain stimulation. But it can hurt like this. Dean could only say that these colleagues with big bellies were a bunch of rubbish. Dean, I've called an ambulance. We can confirm that there are hostages inside the building. What should we do now? Hawk was holding a shotgun with an angry look on his face. His brother was injured. He, the leader, was a little embarrassed. Hostage? I bet there's no one inside. Dean sneered, grabbed the shotgun from Hawk's hand, walked to the front door, and fired 2 bangs. The antique wooden door was immediately pierced by countless steel balls, sawdust splashed, and it crumbled into several broken wooden boards. The house was pitch black. Dean stood at the door, his ears twitched a few times, and then he strode inside. This kind of black clinic, 9 out of 10, has other exits. Not to mention that next to it is the grocery store opened by the kid named Jin. Hawk and his group have been dawdling for so long. The people are probably gone. Sure enough, when Dean turned on the lights inside, the acupuncture hall, which was not very big, had 2 floors, and was empty. Hawk couldn't accept this result and took out his pager. FK, AOIF, did you see anyone leaving from the back? Zizzy Boss Hawk, I didn't see anyone coming out from the surroundings. It turned out that Hawk, an old hand, had already arranged people to block the surroundings. Since the person didn't leave from the back door, he must be underground. Dean looked at the ornaments on the first floor. The subtle traces on the various objects turned into pieces of information, which appeared in his mind and finally automatically fed back their status and situation. It only took a few breaths. Dean grabbed the shotgun and walked straight to an altar. He stretched out his palm, put it on the green shoes of Guaneri, and gently pulled it. Kaka with a slight friction sound, the altar in front of him actually split into 2, revealing a dark passage. Seeing the passage, Dean gave Hawk a hidden look. Hawk understood immediately and waved his hand. Angel, men, we need you to clear the way now. The bonus will be doubled next month. A strong black patrolman stepped forward, patted the explosion-proof shield in his hand, and grinned. No problem, Boss Hawk. The passage was narrow, but the distance was short. It took a group of people only about 3 minutes to reach a basement. The basement was not big, only about 10 square meters, with an operating table in the middle, and a large number of scattered medicines, gauze, surgical knives and other things placed around it. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. In the innermost part of the basement was a bronze man. The surface of the bronze man was densely covered with dots and lines, and there were many Chinese characters written on it, which looked like a human meridian map. Another dead end. Lawrence was a little annoyed. He didn't like such narrow places. No, the way is here. Dean pointed to the wall behind the bronze man, walked forward, and fired a shot. The plaster powder exploded. The sound of rushing water came from the other side of the wall. This basement is actually connected to the city's underground pipeline. I'll call the guys on the ground immediately to guard the surrounding manhole covers. Hawk picked up the intercom and was about to give an order, but was stopped by Dean's wave. This kind of exit must be a hidden place. To be safe, all of you go up and search for traces near the surrounding manhole covers. I'll chase from the pipeline. After saying that, Dean didn't wait for Lawrence and the others to object. He pulled a headlamp and put it on, threw away the shotgun in his hand, and disappeared in front of everyone. Dean was originally prepared to fight in a group for this case. Now the situation has changed. In order not to return empty-handed, he can only turn into a lone wolf again. This underground passage is very spacious, with sewage in the middle and passages on the edges. Because of the accumulation of dust, the footprints left are very obvious. The only trouble is that there are footprints on the left and right. This means that the people from the Black Clinic left from two different directions. But this is not difficult for Dean, who has this tracking skill. The footprints of a lame man, in front of a group of normal people's footprints, are like fluorescent lights in the dark night, which is too obvious. The opponent's footprints were very deep. He was obviously carrying someone on his back. Following the opponent's footprints, Dean ran wildly in the passage to the right. Jin, will we be caught? At this time, a girl with bandages all over her body, her eyes swollen to a slit, and a large piece of hair missing from her head, lay on the young man's back, her voice weak. Hutchie heavy panting came from the chest of the limping young man. He said firmly, "No, Annie, as long as you can escape from Los Angeles, you can start a new life." Fighting all night and rushing on the road. The physical strength of this military dagger master has been almost consumed. What about you? The girl was very sensitive and immediately heard the young man's words. The young man was about to explain. Suddenly, dong dong dong, the sound of heavy and rapid footsteps collided quickly from behind. The young man's pupils shrank. What a fast speed. Not to mention that he was carrying a person on his back, his physical strength was exhausted. Even if he was not carrying anyone, his right foot was inconvenient, and he would definitely not be able to escape to the designated exit before the other party caught up. In this case, there was a flash of determination in his eyes, and he put down the girl on his back. "Annie, someone is catching up, you go first, otherwise taking you will distract my attention." The girl laughed bitterly. "Do you think I can leave alone like this? Put me down, Jin. If I die today, I hope to die with you, as long as you don't think I'm dirty." "No." The young man walked to a corner, put down the girl, and slowly pulled out a slender military dagger from his waist that reflected a strange light blue light under the light. He stood in front of the girl, turned off the light on his body, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, waiting for the unknown pursuers to arrive. "For the white moonlight in my heart. Whoever comes today will die." In this regard, the young man who blocked the blind spot of vision has absolute confidence. Dong dong dong, the huge footsteps echoed and got closer. In a few seconds, the pursuers would rush to this corner and be pierced through by him. Suddenly, the footsteps disappeared. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, full of doubts. Could it be that the other party knew that he was ambushing? A sense of uneasiness emerged in the young man's heart for the first time. Today, relying on a bayonet, can he really take Annie away unscathed? Just when he was confused, a white light shot out from the corner. At this moment, all the distracting thoughts in the young man's heart disappeared instantly, and at the same time, his figure shot out. The bayonet in his hand was in the air. Because of its fast speed, it drew a thin blue line, and with a slight sound of breaking through the air, it stabbed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, several vital points of people at different heights were all scratched by the sharp part of the bayonet. But the empty feedback made the young man's expression change drastically. "Fuck. I was fooled." Click. The lamp head fell into the sewage, illuminating the space palely. In the desperate eyes of the young man, a handsome man stood a few meters away from him, holding a gun, tilting his head, and looking at him with a smile. "Are you done playing? If you are, I will shoot." This distance, relying on the bayonet in his hand and the physical strength that had already exploded. It was a natural chasm. At this moment, the young man hated himself for not learning how to use a gun. He looked at Dean unwillingly. "How did you know I was waiting for you here? Your bayonet was very fast and decisive, but unfortunately your messy footprints betrayed your condition. A sneak attack is your best choice, so you lose." Chapter 236, New Case of Family Extermination. After listening to Dean's explanation, the young man was still unwilling. In fact, there were gasoline and other mechanisms in the passage of the Black Clinic. As long as the mechanism was detonated at that time, the narrow passage would turn into a sea of fire, and the wooden acupuncture hall above would be ignited together, in exchange for enough time to evacuate. He who dies should die here. The police came too suddenly. This also caused the doctor, who was still in the basement, to be reluctant to give up the money he had hidden in the secret compartment of the acupuncture hall, and he ran away from another direction with his assistant. But this move hurt him in any. The only thing to be thankful for now is that the people who caught up are most likely the police, not the Viper gang. Ding ding, accompanied by a crisp sound. The young man dropped the bayonet in his hand and raised his hands in surrender. I plead guilty, but the woman behind me is just a victim involved. I hope you won't hurt her. Dean smiled. Dude, you got one thing wrong. Just now you ambushed me with the idea of killing me with one blow. Now you drop your weapon and want me to let you go? Even if I agree, I won't agree with a gun in my hand. Otherwise, give me a reason to let you go. What do you want? Value. Dean said indifferently. For some reasons, I didn't intend to kill you, but I am a petty person and can't stand losses. If you can't make me feel better, I'd better die here. Hearing Dean's words, despair flashed in the young man's eyes. He had encountered a black policeman. He was an orphan, fortunately adopted by his master and given a surname. He had no money and his life was in someone's hands. What value did he have to bribe the black policeman in front of him? Unless he told his master. This thought just rose in the young man's mind, and he was suppressed again. A man must have conscience. The master has been so kind to him. He didn't want to drag the master down because of his own affairs. Thinking of this, death flashed in the young man's eyes, his breathing frequency changed, and when he looked up again, veins on his forehead had already popped out. Die? He stared at his feet. The distance between the two of them, 3 or 4 meters, was gone in a flash. Between the surging fist wind, a tragic shout that went out and never returned, echoed endlessly. Are you asking for death? Dean was a little surprised. This was a stubborn person. All this seemed to happen very quickly, but people can't teleport. Even an ordinary old policeman is enough to pull the trigger when the other party rushes over. Not to mention him. But Dean didn't really want to kill the other party. He was just looking for an excuse to feel the foundation of the forces behind this kid. Helpless, Dean put his gun back into his holster. At the moment when the fist wind rushed towards him, he raised his right knee and hit the abdomen of the young man. At the same time, he pushed him into the air with his clever strength. At the same time, his right hand, like an eagle's claw, grabbed the young man's spine and pressed him against the cold and wet wall of the pipe. The spine was controlled. The young man stuck to the wall of the pipe in the air and was horrified to find that as long as he tried to struggle and exert force, his back seemed to be torn apart. He couldn't move at all and couldn't exert any force at all. This person is so scary. He waited until the boy stopped struggling. Dean put him down, grabbed the other's hair and lifted him up, and slapped him several times. What the hell are you screaming about? This was both a way to vent his anger and a reminder to the young man, I don't want to kill you. The young man was stubborn. Even though he was dizzy and swollen from being slapped, he still glared at Dean and gritted his teeth without saying a word. Dean. I hate communicating with stubborn people. You look like you're still not convinced. Dean raised his hand, ready to give him a slap. Just then, there was a sound of crawling on the ground. Dean looked down, and saw a girl who looked a little miserable, crawling towards him with difficulty in the damp and cold corridor. She tried to raise her head, revealing her eyes that were swollen into a slit, and said in a weak voice, Stop hitting me, Mr. Officer, please stop hitting me. If you want to ask anything, just ask me directly. I know everything about Jin. Seeing her so miserable and trembling with cold all over, Dean pulled the hair of the young man named Jin, threw him to the girl's side, and stepped down and said, You have to thank you for not killing the 3 police officers before, otherwise you would be dead now. Now tell me your name. Jin was slapped several times by Dean, and she felt a little dizzy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a few teeth, gently held the girl in his arms, lowered his head and said, Jin Dahe. Who is your master? Jin Dahe looked at the girl in his arms with an apologetic look, raised his head, and said in a firm tone, I don't have a master. I killed all the people from the Viper gang by myself. If you want to catch them, just, Jin Dashin. Jin Dashin from the Hong gang. Annie in Jin Dahe's arms covered Jin Dahe's mouth and shouted at the loudest voice she could make now. Very good. It turned out to be someone from the Hong gang. Dean's mouth curled up. That's fine. I can afford to offend him. He knew the answer he wanted. Dean took out his detective certificate. Jin Dahe, you are suspected of killing 8 people, and you are under arrest now. After that, A board of things was thrown under Jin Daohei and the other man. Jin Daohei breathed a sigh of relief. Although Annie finally involved his master. But, survival is human instinct. He doesn't blame her. After the licking dog hypnotized himself, he stretched out his hand and prepared to handcuff himself with the handcuffs thrown by Dean. However, the touch from his fingers made him stunned. Jin Daohei used the light of the searchlight thrown aside to see the appearance of the object in his hand and was stunned. What is this? After Dean finished the arrest declaration, the panel vibrated, and he was happy to gain 1,200 experience points. He said happily, "This is morphine injection, which can relieve pain. Get out of here after beating him." Why? Jin Daohei was surprised and happy at this moment, and his head was buzzing. He didn't understand why the man in front of him caught him and then let him go. No reason, you just need to help me pass on a message to that Jin Dashin. What message? This is my territory, I have the final say. Next time he asks for mercy from the wrong person, don't blame me for not giving him face. In addition, let him compensate my injured buddy within 3 days. After speaking, Dean turned and left. He came here this time, 1 for experience points, and 2 to find out who is behind this Jin Daohei. Both of them were obtained. It's alright. As for killing Jin Daohei, Dean would not do such a stupid thing that would not only provoke the enemy for no reason, but also offend the people who put pressure on Old Hunter, and most importantly, there would be no benefits. The next day, a middle-aged Chinese took the initiative to come to Dean and surrender. He took the initiative to explain how he killed a group of Viper Gang members, and brought Jin Daohei's stinger. All the procedures went surprisingly fast. At the same time, an inconspicuous Chinese foundation provided medical assistance to the previously injured police officers in the name of donation, and donated a full $1.5 million to the 4th Squadron of the Murder Division, and donated $500,000 to the Central Branch, and specifically stated that it was because of Dean that the money was donated. The money must be shared by everyone. Dean is now worth tens of millions, and he doesn't care about these. But Master Jin Daohei's attitude made him feel very comfortable. Because of the donation. In the next 2 days, the entire 4th Squadron, the 2 teams, were in a very high atmosphere. Dean also gained more invisible reputation in this small circle, especially in the Central Branch. Because the people in Hawk's team were so arrogant, all the patrolmen knew that because their team was close to Dean, they could get a large bonus this time, and they were secretly envious. It was foreseeable. Once Dean needed help in the future, this group of people would be happy to rush up, just hoping that Dean would remember them when good things happened in the future. Happy times are always short. At the end of April. Time to get off work. Dean stretched lazily, threw a copy of the same invitation into the drawer, and prepared to get off work. This was the invitation from Jin Daohei's master, Jin Dashin. The content of the invitation was probably that they wanted to make friends with him, and even through the relatives of Dean's grandfather and father's generation, they had a little relationship. This was actually not surprising. There were only so many old Chinese in Milajianju, and the circle was so small. It was easy to get involved. But it had nothing to do with Dean. As for these gangs, he didn't have the energy to contact and maintain relationships now. At least he should wait until he becomes the captain before considering these things. Today is Thompson's birthday. Just when Dean was thinking about what birthday gift to buy for Thompson, Daisy knocked on the window of the cubicle and stuck her head out. "Dean, your landline seems to be broken. I just received a call and asked you to check your mailbox. The landline is broken." Dean picked up his landline in confusion. His pupils shrank slightly. The plug of the landline was virtual, and there was a note underneath. Someone came here when he was not here. Dean ignored the email and carefully checked the surroundings to make sure that the guy who hid the note did not put a bomb or something like that in his office. Then he put on gloves and opened the note. "Meng Yan, whom you asked me to investigate, did not find anything unusual. I left some small things in his home and office. If there is any unexpected discovery, I will notify you immediately. A piece of information is attached. Lucifer Game Organization has sent a commissioner to Los Angeles. They seem to have discovered a high IQ criminal who has just appeared and are ready to absorb him. Finally, you really should prepare a private mailbox. Signed, V." Dean's expression changed slightly after reading it. It turned out to be Nbei. It was probably because Nbei was worried that his phone was tapped and his mailbox was not safe, so he passed the information through a note. No mistakes in the first post, content, and content of the book, 6, 9, and forum. This guy already has intelligence channels in the dark world, and now he has mixed into the Lucifer game organization, and the accuracy of the information is very high. What does Lucifer want to do by recruiting criminals? Dean's doubts appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. As long as they don't come to provoke me. Do whatever you want. He opened his mailbox and found that it was actually an email from the FBI sent yesterday, Agent Dean. Now there is a difficult case that requires your assistance. If you are willing, please contact Agent Cheston, phone, XXXX. We will send a temporary secondment application to the Detective Bureau. If you refuse, then before the new branch members arrive, in the next period of time, special cases in the Los Angeles area will be directly transferred to you. This is your duty as a specially hired staff. Please reply if you receive it. FBI Special Dispatch Team. After reading the email, Dean suddenly realized that Cheston in the email was an acquaintance of Dean. The two first met when Dean handled the first case. There were some conflicts in the middle, which led to Lawrence directly giving Cheston a few big slaps. At that time, Cheston was still a rookie student of the FBI. Later, Cheston was assigned to the Los Angeles Operations Division of the FBI. This guy has matured a lot. He also made a partner with a senior agent. After that, that partner was shot by Dean. Later, it was a counterfeit money case involving some Middle Eastern terrorist forces not long ago. Cheston was lucky. During the investigation, his companion was blown up and only one thigh was left. He survived again. Lawrence had talked to Dean about this matter before. Now it seems that the difficult case mentioned in the email is the counterfeit money case. The counterfeit money case is not simple. Dean deliberately let the FBI take over the case, so how could he possibly do it again now? I would rather I run into that high IQ criminal that you mentioned than have a bomb suddenly appear under my car one day. Dean shook his head and passed this option directly. So he replied to the other party with a second option. One more identity, one more choice. Unless it is difficult, Dean does not want to give up his identity as a special field employee in the FBI easily. And he is also short of cases now. After solving the Jindahe murder case, Dean only needs 2,200 experience points to be promoted to level 20, and the last strength attribute will also be increased to 15 points. At that time, the panel will change. Dean is looking forward to it. Thompson's birthday was made very solemn by his mother Sheila. Because it was his 16th birthday. This is related to Dean's father, or great-grandfather's generation. At that time, 16 years old meant being an adult. Therefore, when family members reach the age of 16, they will dress more formally, and this habit is passed down to the younger generations. This is true for Baker and Dean. It is also true for Thompson. Sheila still can't forget Dean's father, and is ready to pass on the tradition he left behind. This time, Thompson finally brought his girlfriend with him. The girl is a very pure blonde American girl, dressed very maturely. Generally, such girls prefer to date members of the school's baseball and basketball teams. I don't know how Thompson got her. The family banquet is over. Thompson pulled Dean aside and said, "Dean, did you forget something?" "No, I put the gift I gave you in the car." Dean smiled and handed his car keys to Thompson. Thompson's eyes widened. He was ecstatic. "Dean, are you going to give me your car?" That was a modified Hummer worth a lot of money. It looked like a land armored vehicle when parked in the yard. It was very domineering. If he drove it to school, he would definitely be the most handsome guy in the whole school. Dean rolled his eyes. "Dude, don't think too much. I just lent it to you to show off. After all, you still have to send your girlfriend back." Thompson nodded disappointedly. "Okay, then what's your gift?" "A box of small umbrellas with threads." Dean raised his eyebrows. "But if you dare to use it in my car, I will strip you naked and hang you at the gate of your school." "Got it." Thompson, who had just shown excitement, became depressed again. He also wanted to try how shock-resistant Dean's car was. Thompson said weakly, "Can I come back tomorrow? If you can withstand your mother's whip and your girlfriend's father's bullets, you can do whatever you want." Thompson. Dean's car was not difficult to drive. After Thompson simply turned around twice, he drove out of the community with his equally excited girlfriend. His second brother's car gave him enough face in front of his girlfriend. He felt that he had a chance to experience the gift from Dean before sending his girlfriend home, and try to feel the joy of nature. This excited and stimulating idea made him speed up. But soon, poor Thompson experienced something that he would never forget in his life. It was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. Dean was playing a game of gun assembly with his younger sister Sinclair. His mother Sheila was watching the soap opera with a smile and acting as a referee. Since Sinclair started practicing shooting, every time Dean came back, she would pull her second brother to learn how to become a master of shooting. Suddenly, Dean's cell phone rang. He put down the bullet in his hand, picked up the phone and answered the call. "Hawk, what's wrong?" Hawk seemed to be driving. "Dean, the duty police officer in the bureau just received a report that a murder case was found in XX community, and the caller claimed to be your brother, Thompson." Dean was shocked. He looked at his mother and Sinclair, who didn't pay attention, calmly, and said lightly, "I know, I'll come right away. Is there a case?" Sheila frowned and looked at Dean. Dean nodded with a relaxed expression. "Yes, Mom, I found a new case. I must go and see it now. By the way, Thompson and his girlfriend actually went to my rental house today. Don't wait for him tonight." Sheila rolled her eyes. "If Thompson gives me a grandchild, I will consider asking you for child support, I swear, Dean." Sinclair was also a little jealous. "Dean, you are too good to Thompson, much better than me. Dean. He has paid too much for this family," he decided. "When we meet Thompson later, let him know the consequences of letting his brother take the blame." Driving his mother's car. At 9:40 in the evening, Dean arrived at a place Hawk told him. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a figure who was soaked by the red liquid, sitting alone on a lawn stone, lost and heartbroken. "Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 10,000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend 2019102006514394 inches for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend a bag of spicy strips for 200 yuan for the reward. Thanks to the boss." Good night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Site Survey. "Thompson, have you been put into the oven like a turkey?" Dean got out of the car, walked to the lonely figure, and teased. The unlucky guy was his younger brother Thompson. Thompson heard the familiar voice, raised his head suddenly, and his face was full of anger. "Dean, you must catch that damn murderer. He ruined my perfect date." "So what's the situation? Where is your girlfriend?" Thompson rubbed his sticky hair, and said in shock, "I sent my girlfriend to her home. Seeing that the surroundings were relatively quiet, I wanted to try out the gift you gave me with my girlfriend while there was still some time. As a result, as soon as I took off my pants, the damn shower next to me sprayed blood and directly drenched the two of us. Then where is your girlfriend?" Speaking of girlfriend, Thompson returned to his listless look. "After I called the police collected blood from her body. Her parents received the news and took her home directly. Her father also said that he would treat me to a steel ball sandwich next time he saw me near his house. Oh, poor little brother. It turned out that he suffered a double blow from a broken heart and a fright. I hope that what happened today will not make Thompson's little brother unable to recover from it. However, Thompson often goes hunting. He is also a good hand at skinning and bone removal. His psychological endurance should not be so bad." Before Dean came, Thompson had already been sampled for blood by the forensic department. So as long as there is a guardian present, he can leave. Although Dean is not Thompson's guardian, this is actually a society of favors. If he speaks, the patrolman present will give Dean this face. "Okay, Thompson, I'll ask my buddy to take you to my rental house to rest. I didn't tell my mom about what happened today, so don't let it slip tomorrow." Thompson stood up. "Please, I'm not a fool, otherwise your colleague wouldn't call you." "Dean, if this case is solved, you must tell me, then I want to see who ruined my love." "Okay." Seeing his attitude, Dean knew that his worries were a bit redundant. The child brought up by his mother Sheila, even Thompson, who looks gentle, has a psychological quality that exceeds many of his peers. There is no need to worry that what happened today will cause him psychological trauma. With Thompson, Dean just walked to the blockade area. Several patrolmen on guard immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Inspector Dean. Wow, It seems that we are lucky, and this case will be solved soon. Obviously. These patrolmen on night shift all know Dean, the celebrity of the 4th Squadron. Good evening, guys. Dean smiled back. Can anyone tell me what's going on now? A clever guy said enthusiastically. The forensic department has gone in to investigate the scene, and Boss Hawk is here too, but it seems that there is a problem in a high-end residential area, and he rushed over with another group of brothers. Thank you. Dean took out a few banknotes and handed them to the other party. It's cold at night. Go buy some midnight snacks for the brothers, and by the way, can you take my unlucky brother to my place to clean up his mess? Of course, no problem. The young policeman took Dean's money with a smile. He didn't care about the errand fee, but was happy to show his face in front of Dean. Didn't you see that the other colleagues were looking at him enviously? Send my brother away. Dean put on his shoes and gloves and walked into the room in front of him. What he saw was a bloodstain solidified on the floor. On the bloodstain, a white-haired old woman, with blood holes all over her body, wide-eyed, collapsed under a wheelchair. Next to the body, there is a familiar figure, with his back to Dean, his tongue pouting, holding a camera, taking close-up photos of the old woman's body. At the same time, there are several unfamiliar faces, taking live photos of various corners of the room. Hi, Hoyts. Dean patted the ton who was waving at him, and greeted him familiarly. Click, 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 several close-ups in a row. Holtz straightened up and turned his head. Dean, I guessed you would come overnight, but I didn't expect you to put out your dirty hands on me. Dean shrugged. Sorry, most of the time, I am a shy person, but sometimes, hands have their own ideas. Holtz gave Dean a middle finger and began to introduce the current findings. 4 dead bodies have been found so far. The male owner, the female owner, their daughter, and the male owner's mother. According to the photos in the house, this should be a family of 4. This case was discovered very timely. According to the feedback from the feel of the corpse, I simply speculate that it should be no more than 3 hours since the crime. Among them, the old lady died at the door. No mistake, 1 poem, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. She should have heard someone knocking on the door, controlled the wheelchair to go over, and prepared to ask questions, but ended up becoming the first victim of this murder. Although it has not been autopsied yet, the old lady should have been pierced through the body by a sharp weapon many times, causing heavy bleeding to death, and the wounds on her body were all located in the neck and chest. The murderer did not intend to leave anyone alive from the beginning. The second victim should be the male owner, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Holtz pointed to the fat man lying on the sofa. He should have been eating potato chips and snacks with his wife and children while watching a soap opera, and he was shot to death without reacting to his mother's death. We found at least 17 bullet holes on his body. There were 3 fatal positions. It is not certain what type of gun the murderer used, but the murderer probably emptied the magazine directly. He must hate this male owner very much? Dean nodded. Behavior can reversely infer the criminal psychology of the murderer at that time. The male corpse on the sofa had no obvious signs of struggle. It should have been shot in the head when the murderer fired, otherwise he would not have died so cooperatively. But even so, the shooter did not stop shooting. The possibility of a grudge between the two is indeed very high. The murderer's venting behavior gave the hostess a chance to escape. Holtz took Dean to avoid the bloodstains extending all the way from the living room and came to the bathroom. The bathroom door had been opened, and there were bloodstains on the walls and the floor inside. A woman, her face peeled off and almost disfigured, was lying limply on the edge of the bathtub, her pajamas stained blood. She died the most tragically. Holtz pointed at the hideous wounds on the woman's body. Dean, guess what the murderer used to kill her? The wound is hollow and the edges of the wound are turned outward. It should be some kind of steel pipe with a square opening, such as. Dean pointed to the broken part where the towel rack should have been welded, that kind of simple towel rack. This thing looks rough, but if the weld is broken, it can still pierce the human body and make the person die painfully and slowly. I knew it wouldn't be difficult for you. Holtz nodded. The hostess was stabbed more than 30 times and her body was covered with wounds. She lost her life little by little in pain and bleeding. It was also because of her blood that flowed into the sewer. A greenhouse wastewater system was installed under the house to recycle all the liquid in the sewer. The automatic shower on the lawn is connected to the greenhouse wastewater system in the house for water circulation, causing the lawn shower outside to spray bloody water, which drenched a young couple who were preparing to have fun outdoors. Speaking of this, Holtz laughed immorally. This kind of situation is rare. I hope that young man won't have any psychological trauma and never recover from it. Dean patted Holtz on the shoulder and said with a fake smile, "Dude, the unlucky guy you are talking about is my brother." Holtz. He quickly changed the subject and said, "When I saw this, I almost concluded that the murderer must have some kind of hatred with his family. Based on their interpersonal relationships, there might be some gains. It wasn't until I saw the body of the little girl that I felt puzzled." Oh. Dean became interested. Led by Holtz, the two came to the little girl's room. "Sorry, I overslept. I will post another chapter after 2 hours as compensation." Chapter 238. The scene reappears. Under the warm orange light, a pink room comes into view. The little girl's room is decorated very cozily. The deceased couple must have loved their daughter very much. Unfortunately, the messy bloody footprints on the floor add a hint of ominousness to this touch of warmth. The bedsheet full of dolls is stained with blood. A sweet-looking blonde girl, wearing clean clothes, looks sound, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she is in a sweet dream, living a peaceful life. Unfortunately, this little girl, who is only 6 or 7 years old at most, is also dead. A bullet pierced her forehead. The splattered brain matter and blood, in the shape of a fan, completely covered one side of the bedside table, like a bunch of blooming plum blossoms, conveying to Dean what happened here a few hours ago. The murderer grabbed the little girl at the head of the bed and pointed the gun at her forehead. Bang! Holtz saw the little girl sleeping sweetly again, and couldn't help sighing. Her clothes and bloodstains have been cleaned up. The murderer used several different weapons to brutally kill her parents and grandmother, but after killing the little girl, he helped her change into clean clothes and tidied up her ugly remains. Just like treating a beloved Barbie doll. The murderer hated the little girl's family extremely, but showed her special tenderness. The only thing I can think of is that the murderer is an extreme pedophile. Dean didn't say anything. He walked to the bedside table, squatted down, and looked under the bed. A drag mark appeared in his eyes. Combined with the simple scene he saw before, a picture immediately appeared in his mind. The murderer suddenly broke into the room, killed the old lady first, and then killed the male owner. The hostess hurriedly asked her daughter to escape upstairs, and stayed to fight the murderer, but was brutally killed by the murderer in the bathroom. The helpless little girl hid under the bed trembling. This might be the safest place she could think of. But this is a massacre, not a game. The poor little girl was dragged out by the murderer and shot on the head. Holtz was still on the side, expressing his own views. Similar cases have happened before. A pedophile fell in love with the son of a neighbor who had just moved in. He just approached and took pictures at first, and then turned to peeping. Finally, he was discovered by the male owner of the house, arrested, and expelled from the community. After the pedophile was released on bail, he thought that the boy's family had taken away his beloved things, so he brutally killed the boy's family. Finally, he held the boy and set fire to the house surrounded by the police. This case is very similar to that case. But pedophiles will not treat their targets so roughly. Dean picked up the little girl, whose nails were covered with dust and bruises at the joints, and pointed to the bottom of the bed. The murderer dragged her out from under the bed very forcefully and shot her to death directly. This is not a way to treat a beloved thing. Then what do you think are the characteristics of the murderer in this case? Although Holtz felt that what Dean said made sense, he hadn't been slapped in the face by Dean for a while, so he couldn't help but ask back. Multiple people. There was a detailed and thorough criminal plan, and even a way to get away with it. Dean snapped his fingers. Holtz, you overlooked a very important thing. What? The reaction time of the deceased. Dean took off his gloves, patted Holtz on the shoulder, and said in a coaching tone, the murder weapons found so far include knives, guns, and broken iron racks, and except for the hostess, no one else showed any signs of resistance, and except for the little girl, the rest were killed by torture. Have you considered the reaction time of the others when the murderer killed one person? Holtz suddenly realized. That's right. This is a very important detail, but he subconsciously ignored it because he had no experience of killing people. The old woman was stabbed 4 or 5 times. No matter how sharp the dagger is, the process of opening the door, throwing down, stabbing, and pulling out takes at least 10 seconds. For ordinary people in the face of emergencies, unless they are newbies who have never seen any scenes, this time is enough for them to react. The male owner was also like this. He was shot at least 17 times. There were no traces of empty guns around. Even if the shooter was an experienced shooter and the recoil of the pistol was slight, it would be difficult to use up all the bullets in a short time and then chase the hostess and the little girl. So when the old lady was stabbed, there must be another murderer who shot the male owner. When the hostess wanted to run with her daughter, the murderer who stabbed the old lady took the opportunity to chase after her. In desperation, the hostess stopped the murderer and let her daughter escape, but she died in the bathroom. Sort this out. Holtz exclaimed. I understand, Dean, the murderer, at least 2 people. Dean shook his finger. Wrong, it's 3. While observing the bloody footprints on the ground, he explained, in fact, the pedophile you inferred before should be correct. But among the 3 people, only one is a pedophile. The other 2, one hates the old lady and the hostess of this family, and the last one hates the male owner, which can reasonably explain the current scene. Dean paused, walked to the corridor outside, and took out a cigarette. Holtz, who was full of curiosity, took off his gloves with great insight, took out a lighter from his pocket, and diligently helped Dean light it. Dean, continue. Dean took a deep puff of the cigarette, squinted his eyes in the smoke, as if his soul traveled back to the time of the crime and witnessed the tragedy with his own eyes. Among the 3 people, the one who stabbed the old lady to death must be the leader. He killed the old lady first and cut off the retreat of his collaborators. The accomplices afterwards, whether they were willing or not, could only work towards their own goals. I said. They hated different objects. This also led to the cruel deaths of the 3 adults. As for the little girl, Dean sighed, her age is a bit awkward. She can remember things, but she doesn't have a mature enough mind, which led to a waste of the time her mother used her life to delay and buy to escape. In order to keep it secret, the other 2 murderers ignored the pedophile among them and shot the little girl. The pedophile should be the weakest among the 3 people, and he didn't even have the courage to take action throughout the whole process. So facing the threat of his accomplice, he could only watch the little girl being killed, and finally helped her change clothes and clean up the death with a heartache. Hearing Dean's narration, Holtz was still puzzled. If that's the case, why did the other 2 murderers call the pedophile? Bringing such a waste, wouldn't it increase the probability of being exposed? Have you forgotten the characteristics of a pedophile? Dean knocked on the little girl's door. When I entered the door, I didn't find any signs of external damage to the door, so it should be the old lady who took the initiative to open the door. Click. After listening, Holtz lit a cigarette for himself with some melancholy. This practice is actually against the rules. But now he needs nicotine to relieve his inner loss. Damn it. I actually forgot this. One of the characteristics of a pedophile is that it is likely to be an acquaintance, neighbor, or something like that. Even if it is not an acquaintance. After a pedophile sets his sights on a target, he will also try to make himself an acquaintance of the target's family, so as to satisfy his desires. And because of voyeurism. Therefore, this kind of pervert often knows the target's family situation very well, so as to avoid the embarrassing situation of being exposed. This should be the reason why the other 2 murderers lured the pedophile that Dean deduced to join. This also made Holtz, again and again, see Dean's careful logic and control of details. When you are hit too many times, you get used to it. So Holtz's melancholy and loss came quickly and disappeared quickly. He looked at Dean, who was quietly blowing smoke rings. In this case, then we investigate the neighbors around the deceased's family. Wouldn't it be easy to get something? Dean nodded, then shook his head. There will definitely be something to gain, but the result may disappoint you. Hoyts. FK. He understood every word Dean said. But when combined, he felt that his IQ, which was still pretty good, was not enough in front of Dean. Holtz, who had just adjusted his mood, felt depressed again. The confidence he had recultivated after being away from Dean for a while was almost gone after being with Dean for a while. He said listlessly, I don't quite understand. Dean carefully put his cigarette ashes and butts into his pocket, and explained with some disappointment, I said before that this group of criminals has 2 characteristics. After having more contact with people with high IQs like Corolla and Little Mike, it was not fun to crush a smart guy like Hoyts. 2 characteristics. Holtz lowered his head and murmured, remembering what Dean had said before. 2 characteristics. One is multiple people. The other is having a detailed and thorough criminal plan, and even thinking of a way to get away with it. Multiple people, Dean had already analyzed it. The second, Holtz thought of the 3 criminals Dean had mentioned before, with different targets, took a deep breath, and suddenly realized, Dean, you mean, The three criminals didn't clean up the scene because they were ready to blame all the crimes on themselves after the police found them. Dean nodded with relief. Holds was not stupid, he had some wisdom. There is no perfect crime in the world. Because no matter how the criminals deal with the traces, they will leave clues. The difference is whether the police can find these traces. But when the trial has mechanical rules and procedures, then there is a perfect crime in the world. I said before, in the United States, in order to ensure the fairness of the trial, there are strict requirements for the case handling process, chain of evidence, etc. Under normal circumstances, this can indeed reduce the occurrence of false and wrongful convictions and safeguard the basic rights of citizens. But what if several people plead guilty to a case at the same time? You know, the criminal's confession does not mean that the case is closed. Because during the trial, if there are a lot of doubts, then even if it is clear that the person being tried has problems, in order to maintain the fairness of justice, the final result will become not guilty. That's nonsense. This is why there are often criminal lawyers here who are confident that they can win the defense, even though they know that the evidence of their defense is solid. Because they all know one fact, there is no perfect crime in the world, but if they can find loopholes and doubts in the legal process, then it is possible to make a perfect defense. Holds thought of the result and couldn't help but glance at the sweet little girl sleeping on the bed, with a flash of reluctance in his eyes. Dean, maybe you are overthinking it. If this is really the case, it's too unfair to this family. Don't worry, these tricks don't work on me. Dean smiled lightly and walked downstairs. Holds and others were left to collect the bodies. After Dean went out, he wandered around the victim's house. In this community, the houses are not closed, the public facilities are dilapidated, and the dilapidated street lights are everywhere, and the occupancy rate is not high. This is also the reason why no neighbor called the police immediately after the gunshots. Because there may not be many people living around. Moreover, such places are often mixed with good and bad people, and the public security is not very good. When the people living there hear the gunshots, their first reaction is to act like a turtle and turn off the lights to avoid attracting attention, so as not to bring safety hazards to themselves and their families. Therefore, the scope of suspected pedophiles is not difficult to find. After a round of walking, Dean stopped downstairs from the little girl's room, looked at the attic window of a two-story cottage opposite, and shifted his gaze to the yard of that house, his eyes slightly narrowed. Found it. Reasonably connect the details one by one, and avoid the protagonist's IQ being inconsistent. It takes a lot of brain cells to describe the case. Chapter 239 Female Lawyer. Guys, follow me. Dean led two patrolmen to the yard next door. He was about to ring the doorbell when he saw a dark mark on the lower middle part of the door. He reached out and touched it. It felt moist and slightly solidified. He put his finger under the light and it showed a dark red color. This was a relatively fresh blood stain. Recalling the little girl's changed clothes, Dean guessed that it was the owner of the house who accidentally touched the door with his bloody clothes when he opened the door. It seems that there is no need to ring the doorbell. Dean signaled the two patrolmen to step back, then raised his foot and kicked a big hole in the door in front of him with a clang. The sound seemed to alarm the people upstairs, and there was a sound of collision. "Watch outside," Dean said, took out his pistol, opened the door from the gap, and strode to the stairs. Relying on the almost inhuman nerve reaction speed, the bulletproof vest on his body, and the increasingly keen sixth sense, unless it was a range bomb, he would not worry about his own capsize in the ditch. Who? Just as he was about to go up to the second floor, a panicked voice came from above. Dean had a strong hearing and heard the other party's panicked sound of loading bullets. In the other party's hand, it should be a shotgun that is essential for home use. Los Angeles Police Detective, man, this place has been surrounded. If you don't want to be shot, put down your weapon, go to the corridor, hold your head with both hands, and lie on the ground. Don't shoot, I'll do it. With a timid word, an old shotgun was slid from the corridor to the corner near the stairs, and a trembling voice came at the same time. "I have done it, please don't shoot." Dean deliberately made the sound of footsteps going upstairs, his ears trembled slightly, and after seeing that there was no problem, he took 6 steps in one step and rushed directly to the corridor on the second floor. At the door of the room in the corridor, a thin white man, wearing a cartoon jacket, holding his head with both hands, curled up on the ground, his body still shaking uncontrollably. Dean immediately stepped forward, took out handcuffs, and handcuffed him with his hands behind his back. "Get close to the man." Dean's sharp nose immediately smelled a faint smell of blood. Combined with this guy's reaction, he concluded this man was the pedophile he had inferred. Dean walked to the window of the second-floor corridor and waved to the patrol outside the house. After letting them in, he ignored the man and walked directly to a room in the corridor and pushed the door open. This room corresponds to the victim's family, the room of the little girl. The moment he entered, Dean almost thought that he had returned to the little girl's room. All the ornaments, furniture, etc. inside were perfectly engraved in the little girl's room, and even the placement of the bedside dolls was almost the same. In addition, the walls of the room were densely covered with daily photos of the little girl. Look at the shooting angle. They were all taken by him hiding a sight and secretly shooting the whole room. The only difference is that in the little girl's room, the other person's body was lying there, as if sleeping. And this room of the man, in the same position on the bed, there was a life-size doll lying, wearing a child's pajamas stained with blood. At least 2 people were needed for the interrogation. Dean was too lazy to ask Harry and Carol to work overtime in the middle of the night. He asked the patrolman to take the man back to the police station and detain him first. At the same time, he asked Holtz to search the man's house after he was busy with the victim's home, and then drove back to the rental house to comfort his little brother. The next day, early in the morning, in the interrogation room of the police station, Dean and Harry, holding the basic information of the victim's family, sat at the interrogation table. The man who was arrested last night sat opposite. He looked like he had not slept all night, his eyes were red, and there were traces of tears on his listless face, as if he had cried bitterly. Name: Pillay. Tell me about how you killed the Homan family. Pillay shook his head. I swear, I didn't kill anyone. Dean stood up, holding a photo, walked to Pillay's side, took a close-up photo of a little girl's bloody pajamas, and threw it in front of him. But we found the victim Suriya's pajamas and blood stains in your residence, and everything in your room can prove that you have been monitoring and secretly photographing Suriya for a long time. How do you explain all this? Pillay lowered his head. I admit that I like Suriya very much. She is like a magnet, inexplicably attracting all my attention, but I really didn't kill her. Last night, I heard gunshots and was worried about Suriya's safety. After hesitation, I took a weapon into her house to check the situation, and the result. Speaking of this, hatred flashed in Pillay's eyes, and he cried out in pain. Suriya is dead. She fell to the floor. I was very sad, so I changed her clothes and took them back home, imagining that she was still alive in my world. Dean stared at Pillay for a few seconds, and seeing that he was immersed in sadness, he turned his head to look at Harry. Lock him back to the detention room. I'll go to the forensic department. Harry yawned. Okay, boss. Outside the interrogation room. As soon as Dean came out, Carlo came up. Boss Dean, didn't that guy lie? Dean shook his head. His feelings for that Suriya should be true. But the later statement is false. That guy is definitely one of the participants. I guess he must have been deceived by his accomplices, so there's undisguised hatred in his eyes, and he did not confess according to the routine agreed by his accomplices. Routine. Carlo was even more confused. He came here this morning and learned that a murder had occurred last night, but he knew nothing about the details. Dean didn't explain too much, just casually said, you will know in a while. I estimate that at most in the morning, there will be other people who will come to the police station to confess their crimes. The pedophile Pillay is a timid person. Under normal circumstances, even ordinary people will apply for legal assistance or ask to contact their lawyers to be present after being detained by the police to ensure that they will not be cheated. But Pillay didn't do so. Dean guessed that Pillay's lawyer might be the second murderer. He has seen through the conspiracy of the person behind the scenes. As for whether it is, we will know in a while. Forensic department. Dean found Holtz snoring on a trestle bed. It can be seen that this guy was exhausted yesterday. Dean wanted to wake Holtz up. Suddenly, a photo on the desk attracted Dean's attention. In the familiar living room, the outer shell of the distribution room was dismantled, revealing bundles of cash and several bags of white powdery objects inside. Wow, is this a new discovery of Holtz and others? Dean can be sure that this should be the layout of the victim's home. So, that family is actually a drug lord? Dean. Holtz, who was sleeping soundly, was quite alert. He suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Dean and the newcomer Carlo, he breathed a sigh of relief and greeted them unhappily. I remember I locked the office door. A piece of wire will do it. Dean picked up the photo. Is this an unexpected gain from yesterday? Yes. Holtz got up from the trestles, stretched his body, and explained with a creaking sound of bones. We tested the drugs and found that they were some powder of average purity. In addition, we also found some chemical residues used for purification in their sewers. It can be basically determined that the victim's family is secretly selling drugs. Right. Holtz patted his head. We found fingerprints on the plastic bag of flour that did not belong to the victim's family. After checking the database, it was found that the owner of the fingerprints was an 18-year-old youth who had experienced drug rehabilitation many times. His name is Dev. Dev should be a partner of the victim's family. In order to maintain their own drug expenses, this kind of people occasionally take risks to help some small drug lords transport drugs. Following this line, you might be able to help the narcotics division to destroy a drug trafficking route. Holtz, give me his information later. Do you have any other findings? Dean nodded. There are multiple murderers in the case of the victim's murder. This Dev might also be a suspect. Holtz yawned and said speechlessly, Dean, it's only been 7 or 8 hours since we conducted the on-site investigation. In fact, I haven't even had time to perform autopsies on several of the deceased, but I can be sure that the bloody clothes you found behind did belong to the victim, Surya. In addition, my colleagues, through a simple comparison of bullet marks, can be sure that the pistols that killed the male owner and Surya are the same pistol, and it is most likely a Lalic 17. This type of pistol is very common, and a large number of assembled black guns are also very large. It is difficult to use this to identify the suspect. As long as it can be used for the final conviction, as for the weapons, someone will take the initiative to deliver them to your door. Dean was not disappointed. Holtz thought that Dean had captured a suspect, so he was confident that he could pry open the other person's mouth, so he smiled and said, speaking of which, Dean, your reasoning is really powerful. Yesterday, my colleagues and I searched the pedophile's home, and found that he had stored a lot of illegal video resources about children on his computer. These perverts are really disgusting. I really hope that the Internet Investigation Team can advance the phishing plan. Phishing team? Dean asked curiously. Holtz nodded. With the rise of the Internet, many people in society who were originally timid have been stimulated by some video information and have taken risks, resulting in frequent cases. For example, there are now some pedophiles who pretend to be children on the Internet, become friends with the selected targets in some very young children's chat rooms, and then ask them out to play. When the children arrive at the agreed location, the perverts pretend to be the family of the children who are dating the other party, lower the other party's vigilance, and carry out seduction or other crimes. Most parents rarely pay attention to these. The victimized children are also willing to send themselves. As a result, the success rate of that group of people is very high. Therefore, the police station is preparing to fish for those pedophiles, online silver sales and express delivery, online drug trafficking, etc. Although I don't know if it will work. But this way, at least they can be less rampant. After listening, Dean frowned and relaxed his eyebrows. He originally thought of reminding his sister Sinclair after returning, but considering that Sinclair is not stupid, and now she always carries a small pistol that he helped her modify when she goes out, he gave up the idea. If someone unlucky enough really attacks Sinclair, the ending will most likely be bad. While the two were talking, Carlo knocked on the door and looked at Dean like he was looking at God. Boss, Harry called and said that a woman who claims to be Lawyer Pillay came to the police station and applied to see Pillay. Let her see, but she has to wait until we get back. Dean said, looking at Holtz, go back to sleep, man. I have a feeling that we can solve this murder case today, and you can even save the autopsy. If someone else said this to me, I would ask him to look in the mirror and recognize himself, but if this comes from you, Dean, then I will choose to obey. Holtz smiled and lay back on the bunk bed, and fell asleep again before they left the room. Back to the police station. Dean met the woman who claimed to be Lawyer Pillay, a pedophile. This was a long-faced brown-haired woman with a mean look, about 30 years old, sitting on an empty chair in the team meeting room, holding a cigarette in her hand, giving people an impression that she was not easy to mess with. Outside the meeting room, seeing Dean come back, Harry came forward with a look of astonishment on his face. Dean, you guessed right, someone really came to see Pillay, but you were only half right. She didn't come to confess, but to apply to meet with Pillay. Dean chuckled. This is because Pillay didn't speak according to the woman's plan, so she needs to make a patch before continuing the previous plan. Boss Dean, what is the plan? Carlo finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Harry also pricked up his ears. He knew a little more about this case than Carlo, but he was also confused. Dean was about to explain. The woman in the meeting room seemed to have sensed something, and looked outside through the glass of the meeting room, just in time to meet Dean's gaze. Dean smiled at her, his expression unchanged, and said, "There is no perfect crime in the world, but as long as you are familiar with the detective's case handling process and the court's trial process, then there is a perfect defense. And to do this, only 3 people need to cooperate. If the 3 people take the initiative to confess, but do not leave any traces that can really convict them, and the killing methods are different, and the real murder weapon is cleaned up, then this set of procedures can be carried out. This family killing tragedy is like this. There are too many obvious traces left at the crime scene. If at this time, several people who have motives for murder take the initiative to confess, but the clues they each provide, but they do not match the traces found at the crime scene, such as bloody footprints. The police can't find the murder weapon that matches the traces at the crime scene. Do you know what the result will be?" Carlo thought about it and hesitated, too many doubts to convict. "Yes." Dean nodded, "as long as we can't find evidence that the 3 of them know each other, then at the trial, they can overturn the case and lead to not being convicted, because the chain of evidence full of doubts cannot be used as evidence for conviction." "But didn't this woman say she was the lawyer of the suspect Pillay?" Harry was puzzled. In that case, how can she deny that she knows Pillay? Dean shrugged. "Did she show you the signed documents of Pillay's employment?" "She said that she was full of sympathy and wanted to help Pillay after knowing Pillay's situation." "How can you prove the truth of what she said?" "In the end, they still have to find the hard evidence that the 2 people know each other. But the other party dares to do so. This is unlikely." Harry listened and said, "In that case, if a few criminals who don't know each other get to know each other through some medium, kill each other's targets, and then surrender to each other and provide misleading evidence, as long as the police can't find evidence of their acquaintance, can't the criminals escape during the trial?" "Almost, but if you want to escape the trial perfectly, this process requires a lot of details, and this case doesn't have to be so troublesome." Dean's mouth curled up. "I can be sure that the lady in the conference room is the initiator and organizer of this family murder case. As a lawyer, she is familiar with the police's case handling process and the scale and loopholes of the trial. She is confident that we can't find the legitimate doubts in this case and finally get away with it. I also believe that if we follow the other party's pace, it will be difficult for us to find strong evidence to prove that they are legitimate doubts of a joint crime." Unfortunately, she forgot a very important point. "What?" Harry and Carlo asked in unison. "Human nature." Dean's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although even if he solved the case honestly, he was confident enough to find the flaws left by this woman. But this is too much trouble. Dean is ready to let the other party die because of his own cleverness. "Brothers, please satisfy your cravings first. Guzzetti is going to have a meal. There will be another chapter later." Chapter 240, Borrowing a Gun to Kill. Meeting room. The woman extended her hand to Dean, who came in. "Hello, I'm Kirami." Dean extended his hand and interrupted the woman's next words. "I'm not interested in who you are, nor am I interested in the purpose of your coming here. Take out the power of attorney and you can see Pillay." Kirami narrowed her eyes and actually took out a document from her briefcase. "This is the attorney's power of attorney signed by Pillay." Dean lowered his head and glanced at it casually, shaking his head. "The document is real, but the signature is fake." As he said, he waved to Harry. "Take this, Miss Kirami, away for questioning. I want to know her purpose of pretending to be a lawyer for a murder suspect in an attempt to get close to the other party." Kirami was so angry that she laughed. She didn't think that she would meet such a shameless detective when she came here. With a snap, Kirami slammed the document in her hand on the table in the conference room. "Detective, I have to remind you, you." Dean stretched out a finger and put it to his mouth, making a hissing sound, signaling the woman to shut up. "First of all, I am the detective of the murder department. You must respect my position. When you address me, call me Detective Dean. Secondly, if you think that I don't verify it, you deny the authenticity of the signature, you can complain to me. Of course, I won't tell you that the head of the Internal Affairs Department, who is responsible for handling complaints, is my old boss, Kirami." Just based on this shameless attitude, this handsome man in front of her has the potential to be a lawyer. It's a bit of a waste to be a detective. She took a few deep breaths, and under the watchful eyes of Harry, she wanted to take back the document and find a way to solve this sudden change. But Harry was quick and snatched the document. "Mom, I'm sorry, this is evidence. I suspect that you forged the document and attempted to contact the suspect and convey certain information. For safety reasons, you are now being interrogated according to the law. You have the right to leave Harry to deal with this woman." Dean took Carlo to the outside of the office and ordered, "Carlo, I have a task for you." Carlo stood straight. "I guarantee to complete it. Call Hawk and take a few more people to find the young man named Dave and his parents, and bring them to the police station on charges of drug trafficking." Carlo was stunned. "Boss, do you suspect that Dave is the third participant?" Previously in the forensic department, Holtz said that the fingerprints of Dave were on the drug packaging bags found in the victim's home. This guy should be helping the victim's family to transport drugs in, so that the victim's family can process them twice and turn them into sales drugs with less purity for sale. Dean shook his head. "I suspect Dave's parents." Out of consideration for cultivating the younger brother's thinking, Dean organized his words and explained, "Carlo, Dave is only 18 years old. But Holtz said he had a record of drug rehabilitation and drug trafficking many times. It is difficult for people of this age to realize the impact of drugs on his future. It must be the intervention of his family that allowed Dave to take the initiative to quit drugs. But once you get addicted to drugs, you will basically be on the verge of relapse for the rest of your life. The reason for this situation, in addition to the physical effects of drug addiction, is more importantly psychological dependence. Long-term drug addicts, even if their bodies are free from drugs, but their senses have deteriorated, and they are different from normal people. In addition to the increasingly concentrated drugs, it is difficult for them to feel stimulation, excitement, and happiness through other means. As long as someone induces them slightly, this kind of person is very easy to relapse. It just so happens that the victim's family needs an ignorant young man like Dave to help transport drugs. If it were you, would you let cheap labor easily escape from your control?" Carlo shook his head. "I understand, boss. You are suspicious that the victim's family is unwilling to give up Dave, the familiar transporter, which has led to his repeated relapses and angered Dave's family." Dean nodded. "You're not stupid. Go get some work done." He watched Carlo leave. Dean lit a cigarette and began to plan the next step in his mind. He wanted to gain experience points for solving cases, but he didn't want to waste too much time on this special case. The best way was to defeat them one by one and kill the most troublesome female lawyer, Kurumi. Interrupt the opponent's rhythm. It was just a little trick of Dean. His real purpose was to limit Kurumi's location and time, and then let her die due to the omission of human considerations. This is also Dean's current habit of doing things: use your brain against brainless, reckless people, and use guns directly against those who use their brains. Efficient and convenient. Dimensionality reduction attack. Pinch out the cigarette. Dean went directly to the simple temporary cell where the pedophile Pillay was imprisoned. This place is generally used for transit, to facilitate the bail and temporary detention of some criminals. Some have been convicted and are only waiting for the final trial before they can be transferred to a special prison. Pillay is basically ruined. Even if he is not guilty of murdering the whole family, he will be prosecuted for the peeping photos he took and the large amount of dirty videos of children he stored. And this kind of criminal record, there is basically no chance of turning over. Because some shops, even if they hire a murderer, will not hire a perverted pedophile like Pillay. Such a person. It is the knife that Dean is going to use to kill someone. He said hello to the patrolman on duty. Pillay was taken to a small room here alone. I don't know if he was desperate for his future fate, or if he was still sad about the death of the little girl Suraya. There were new tears on Pillay's face. Obviously, he cried again after being interrogated. I can see that you really like Suraya. Dean took out a cigarette and threw it in front of Pillay. Actually, I understand you. Everyone has the right to like someone, but the person you choose is more special. Pillay looked up in surprise, and saw the sincerity on Dean's face. His lips moved, and he was about to say something but stopped. Dean continued, I saw self-blame, pain, and regret in your eyes. This is why I am willing to come to you again, Pillay. Now I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news, Pillay said indifferently. After you were interrogated, something very interesting happened. The murderer who killed the Surya family came to confess. Her name is Krami, and she is a female lawyer. She took the initiative to admit that she killed the Surya family, explained the crime process, and provided the location of the murder weapon. Although there are still doubts in some places, your suspicion has been temporarily lifted. So, in principle, you can leave here first, provided that you notify your parents to come and bail you out. When Pillay heard the name Krami, his eyes twitched and he looked fierce. Seeing Dean looking at him, he quickly lowered his head and whispered, "My parents are not in California. I can hire a lawyer." "Sorry, the lawyer may not be able to do it, because you are also involved in the crime of voyeurism and indecent assault." Dean knocked on the table. "You know what is in your room and computer. We are worried that after you leave, you will harm other minors, so we must inform your parents of this situation. You have the right to bail, but you need to wear an electronic positioning anklet. You are not allowed to leave Los Angeles, and you may be prosecuted at any time before the psychologist determines your risk situation." Pillay was stunned. He raised his head mechanically. "You looked at my computer, and are you going to tell my parents about this?" "Yes, not only the things on the computer, but also your browsing history. All of these are recorded. When the court opens, they may be shown to the judge and jury. After all, this is also a part of the evidence." "No." At this moment, Pillay burst out with courage that came from nowhere, and roared at Dean, "I would rather you sue me for murder than have all this exposed in front of everyone, you bunch of bastards, invading my privacy." Dean was unmoved and shrugged, "Sorry, the criminal's evidence of crime is not private. In fact, no mistake, take a look at this book. You are likely to become the protagonist of the news in the near future, and let your classmates, teachers, relatives and all those who know you, get to know you again, and say with emotion, 'Hey, Pillay is such a person. Tisk, I think you can consult about immigration after you get out.'" "Not right." Dean smiled and said, "People like you with special criminal records, I'm afraid they will not be able to succeed in immigrating, and they will not be able to become regular citizens after smuggling. They can only be sewer rats for the rest of their lives and escape everyone's attention." Just like Dean took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and waved it in front of Pillay, whose forehead veins were already bulging, "Just like you thought you could have the little girl Surya, but in the end you could only watch her body lying in front of you. Your cowardice made you lose her forever." The ugliness in his heart was revealed layer by layer. Pillay could no longer think about why Dean knew all this. FKU. He suddenly laid down from the chair, opened his mouth wide, and wanted to bite off a piece of flesh and blood from this hateful man, so as to relieve his anger and shame for being exposed. Bang! Pillay bounced up and fell back even faster. Dean's hand was like a mountain, and his 5 fingers clasped Pillay's twisted face, pressed him back to his seat, and then pressed his head on the table. Pillay glared at Dean through his fingers and struggled desperately, but found that he tried his best, but he couldn't get away except making the man in front of him have snot and tears on his hands. Dean held him down, squatted down, and with his other hand, he seemed to be waving the cigarette unintentionally, and laughed. "I'm curious, you dared to attack a detective in the police station, but watched your beloved baby die in front of you. What do you think? I'm glad that Sulia didn't know about your existence before she died. Otherwise, she would be so desperate. A cowardly clown, who kept saying that he loved her, but watched her family and her death, and didn't even dare to do anything." "No." Pillay completely collapsed. He stopped struggling, staring at the cigarette swaying between his fingers with his eyes blankly, and murmured, "That bitch lied to me. She said that as long as I tricked her into opening the door, I could have Sulia, but when it was over, I only saw her body. It turned out to be a door-opening party." No wonder there were almost no traces of Pillay at the scene. Dean's hands kept moving, speeding up the frequency and rhythm of shaking the cigarette. His voice began to become hollow, not far away, not close, with a sense of emptiness, as if it appeared directly in Pillay's heart at this moment. "Do you want to help Surya get revenge? As long as you tell everything you know, the person who killed her will get the punishment he deserves." "I don't know." Pillay's empty and unfocused eyes flashed with fluctuations and hatred. "That woman found out that I was peeping, and while threatening me, she used Surya to seduce me to cooperate. I just know that there is another accomplice. He's a bald man who keeps talking about the damn drug lord. I don't know anything else. I don't even know how to find her for revenge. She made me lose Surya forever. I want to kill her. I want to kill her. I want to kill her." Under the strong emotional impact, Pilay's originally unfocused eyeballs moved quickly. Seeing this, Dean knew that the induced hypnosis had failed. Fortunately, the seeds had been planted. He took back his hand that was pressing down on Pilay, wiped it with disgust, and then said to Pilay, who had come back to his senses and looked at him coldly, "Staring at me can't change the fact that you are a coward. Contact a lawyer to bail you out, coward." After saying that, Dean turned and left. Afternoon. Pilay, who was in a state of dismay, walked out of the police station accompanied by a middle-aged man. In order not to let his parents know, he spent a lot of money to hire a lawyer to bail himself out. But even so, an electronic positioning anklet has been worn on his ankle. He cannot leave Los Angeles before the trial. As for the result of the trial, Pilay dare not think about it. His future is basically ruined. And Surya, my beautiful Surya. Just as he was walking in the corridor in a state of dismay, a black police officer suddenly passed by with a mobile phone in his hand, and complained, "FK, that bitch named Kirami deceived us. What she said was all false, but she applied for bail and can leave later." Pilay was stunned. "Kirami, that bitch, is in this police station now, and will she come out soon?" Half an hour later, a woman with a gloomy face walked out of the central police station. For some reason, that damn detective concluded that her power of attorney was forged, so he interrogated her and compared the handwriting. Although this is something that will affect her career. But she doesn't care. Anyway, according to her plan, after the murder case is handled, she will apply for immigration and settle down in a place where no one knows her, and enjoy a life without a dog man. But now everything has changed. I hope that pervert Pilay will act according to the plan. The woman sighed in her heart. Suddenly, she just walked out of the police station gate, staring at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her with wide eyes. She was stunned in place, as if she couldn't figure out why she saw this man outside the police station. The next moment, bang bang bang, the sound of gunfire continued. When the guard at the door, who had when he heard the gunfire and showed his head after the end of the waiting, crept closer. There are already 2 more bodies on the cold ground. Thanks to the book friend Eugene for the 1,500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Congratulations on becoming the master. These chapters are all 4,000 words each, which is good enough. Good night. Chapter 241. Harry's cousin is a real man. Tisk tisk tisk. Holtz couldn't help smacking his lips as he looked at the 2 freshly arrived corpses. He looked at Dean with a strange look in his eyes. "Dean, can you tell me how you did it? I'm willing to pay for the tuition." Dean stood in front of the dead body of the female lawyer, and said righteously, "Holtz, I must remind you that your words are suspected of slandering a detective who is dedicated to the physical and mental health of Los Angeles citizens." You heard his heart. Physical and mental health. Holtz was amused by Dean's shamelessness. "Then can you explain the titles of Walking Turret and Headshot Detective? Destroying the dirty bodies of criminals and filing the empty hearts of innocent ladies. Is there a problem?" Faced with this face that is comparable to a bulletproof vest, Holtz raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, I'm just curious why a cowardly pedophile would choose to shoot and kill the female lawyer who could help him get away with a crime. This is the only choice that human nature gives him." Dean spread his hands. "Think about it. If someone points to the big pit in front of you and tells you that as long as you jump down, you can get your beloved things, you do it. As a result, this jump not only crushes your beloved things, but also exposes the things you use to cover your shame to everyone. You find that even if you climb up, you will fall into another bottomless pit. Your life is over. You have lost the courage to live. In this case, will you be grateful to the person who told you to jump down? No." Holtz shook his head. "I will feel that I have been fooled, the biggest idiot in the world, and I will resent the person who pulled me into the pit. Yes, this is human nature." Dean grinned and turned away. He was going to settle accounts with Harry. This bastard, he talked nonsense after drinking a little wine and gave himself so many messed up nicknames. It's okay to give him nicknames. It's so damn realistic. Isn't this exposing someone's shortcomings? After Dean went back, he found out that Harry was absent from work. "Daisy, where's Harry?" His cousin asked him for help, saying that someone wanted to kill him, and Harry rushed over to find out the situation. Daisy ate apple cream pie in big mouthfuls and said vaguely, "She had 2 big braids today, with delicate features and a white neck. She looked very youthful." "Well, he's lucky." Dean muttered in his heart, glanced at Daisy's belly, and smiled and teased, Daisy, you need to control your food intake, otherwise I'm worried that the feminist organization will accuse me of forcing pregnant women to go to work. The shelf life of white beauties is mostly not long. Once they are past the age of fast metabolism, and they don't pay attention to exercise and diet, they will quickly become bloated and become the classic white ant style. Dean doesn't want his office secretary to become a blonde braided ant in 2 years. Get lost. Daisy swung her 2 braids, grabbed the cream pie in her hand and threw it over. Carlo's arrest was not smooth. When they found the home of the third suspect, Dave, they were told by neighbors that Dave's family had moved away in the morning, apparently going to Las Vegas to stay with relatives. But according to road surveillance, Hawk and Carlo found that the other party wanted to leave California at all. In desperation, they could only ask the state police along the way to help keep an eye out. There was no solid evidence. Even the detective bureau could not apply for a warrant. In this case, Dean could only contact Eve and, in the name of the narcotics division, wanted Dave, whose fingerprints were left on the drugs. As for when he could be caught, it all depended on God's will. The most urgent thing was to get off work on time. Dean asked Daisy, who was still chasing the drama, to look at the time and get off work, and then quickly leave, ready to talk to his frightened little brother, and urge him to wash his car. The next day, Dean came to the shooting range early and began to consciously train himself to use various firearms besides pistols. There was no woman to help him shoot. Dean, who was too energetic, could only spend more time playing with other guns at the shooting range. It was not until near noon. Dean, who was numb all over, staggered and drove the car cleaned by his younger brother to the branch office to work and slack off. As soon as he entered the office, Dean saw Harry, the bastard, was in the conference room, talking to 5 middle-aged men with unfamiliar faces with a serious face. Both sides made gestures of quarreling and slamming the table from time to time. Outside, Daisy and Carlo were drinking coffee and watching the excitement through the glass. "What's going on?" Dean asked curiously. He was also planning to beat him up today on the pretext that Harry entered the office with his left foot to vent his anger for giving him a nickname, but he didn't expect to see a good show as soon as he arrived. It's a pity that the conference room is well soundproofed. Dean could only see that Harry was trying hard to maintain his dignity, but he obviously couldn't hold on to the 5 middle-aged men in the audience, so his face was covered with sweat, and he probably couldn't hold on for much longer. Carlo, the sultry man, saw Dean and smiled rarely. "I'm not at ease either, but it seems to be related to Harry's cousin." Harry's cousin was bullied by the sons of the 5 middle-aged men in school, and the result was he. What happened? Dean couldn't help but slap Carlo in the face, and asked. He heard from Daisy yesterday that Harry left work because of his cousin's request for help, and he didn't expect to see the follow-up today. As a person who is getting healthier physically and mentally, Dean also likes to eat melons. Harry's cousin couldn't beat those guys, so he threatened to kill their mother. Those 5 guys brought guns to school and vowed to kill Harry's cousin. After Harry received his cousin's call for help, he rushed over to mediate yesterday, and using his identity as a detective, he subdued those 5 little guys. In order to completely resolve this matter, Harry asked the fathers of those 5 guys to come to our place today. He wants to use his identity to ask them to discipline their children and not pull out guns just because they were scolded. As a result, Carlo kept it a secret again. Dean. He grabbed Carlo, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, threw him to the ground with his back, and kicked him twice in the butt. Then he looked at Daisy, who was smiling, with relief. "Okay, Daisy baby, I believe you won't keep me in suspense, right?" Daisy stretched out a finger. 3 apple pies. "But you only stretched out 1 finger." 3 apple pies. "Deal." Daisy coughed. As a result, these 5 male owners also brought guns here today. If this wasn't a police station, Harry would have been beaten into a pig's head. Just because Harry's cousin cursed at the classmates who bullied him. Dean was a little puzzled. Even an unreasonable person like him couldn't do such a thing. These people are too irritable. Daisy shrugged, touched her braids, and smiled charmingly. What if Cousin Harry keeps his word? Carlo and I just took the opportunity to check the information of the wives of those 5 people. Those 5 people all weigh more than 200 pounds. In order to retaliate against those who bullied him, Cousin Harry maintained an extramarital affair with their mother for more than 3 months. During this period, he lost more than 20 pounds. Dean took a breath. The young people nowadays are really amazing. If they say FK, They will really go to the door to FK. They are much more honest than some keyboard warriors and those who talk nonsense. It is this kind of behavior that is easy to get shot in America. Cousin Harry's a real person. Out of concern for his subordinates, he also has the mentality of eating melons. Dean was on the verge of grabbing chairs and beating Harry in the meeting room. He pushed the door into the meeting room and slammed the gun on the desk with a cold face. "Shut up." While speaking, he winked at Harry. Harry understood immediately and quickly stopped in front of Dean. "Detective, I'm sorry, this is just some of my personal affairs. You just finished your administrative leave for killing several criminals. Even if the head of the Internal Affairs Department is our old boss and is not afraid of complaints, you can't be impulsive anymore." After these words came out, the 5 men who had slammed the table at Harry before shrank their necks, looking at each other, and froze in place. Seeing that the situation was under harmonious control, Dean pushed the toolman Harry away, sat down carelessly, put his feet on the conference table, and squinted at the 5 middle-aged men. "I have a bad temper, but I am fair. Tell me your things and demands. As long as it is reasonable, I will deal with it and will never favor my men." The 5 men came down the slope and briefly recounted what happened. The general situation was similar to what Daisy said. The only difference was the demands they were arguing with Harry. Harry hoped to pay money to settle the matter. After all, this kind of thing is very common in America. Even if his cousin ran away, they could only suffer in silence. But these 5 men wanted to pay for it themselves and asked Harry's cousin to accuse his wife of infidelity in their subsequent divorce application in order to get better mental compensation for the divorce. Harry disagreed, which led to their quarrel. So, Harry's cousin slept with the mothers of 5 classmates who bullied him, and finally got the money of the 5 classmates' fathers? Dean is so confused. Isn't this more magical than those murder cases? Harry, isn't this good? Your cousin can even write this experience into a book. There will definitely be a lot of people who will choose to buy it out of admiration and curiosity. Dean pulled Harry aside and whispered. But Harry had a bitter face. If it were really that simple. "Dean, you don't know that my cousin not only slept with those 5 fat ladies, but also got them pregnant. Now it's okay for those 5 women not to divorce. At least someone will take over the children. Once divorced, my cousin's life will be ruined." Dean. Your cousin's shooting skills are really accurate. After eating the melon, Dean ran away quickly. "It's not that I don't have a sense of loyalty. It's just that it's hard for a judge to settle family affairs. Anyway, let Dean put himself in the shoes of those 5 resentful men. He would point a gun at Harry's cousin and make him take responsibility for his actions. If those 5 men were a little more ruthless, there would be 5 more cases of insurance companies taking over. What a world. Harry's cousin's matter was finally resolved. Because his cousin ran away. The 5 resentful men who took over were unwilling to vent their anger on their own future, so they could only let Harry, who had the misfortune to get involved in this matter, go. After that, Dean didn't pay attention to the development of this matter. Because the last suspect in the murder case turned himself in. Just as Dean guessed before. The other party was Dave's father. P.S. There will be an additional update later about the promotion of the book friend Yu Jing to the head of the hall. Regardless of subscriptions or other things, every time the book friend list increases by 10,000, you can be named as Gaozi and add more chapters. If there is no more chapters, you can come to Zion to send a private message to Gaozi. Daoan, Yifan Gaozi 888, the story of Harry's cousin is a real event in Florida. There are a lot of weird things over there, ha ha ha. Thank you to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 10,000 book coins. Thank you boss. Thank you to the book friend 202271801540806 feed for the reward of 5,000 book coins. Thank you boss. Thank you to the book friend Zaya out of 5 for the reward of 500 book coins. Thank you boss. Thank you to the 3 book friends G Mang 20221203223802427 feed. And Cheo Juanjiu for the reward. Thank you 3 bosses. Chapter 242, The End of the Family Extermination Case. When Dave's father confessed, Dean's mind was filled with the information of the case. Solve the case of joint murder. Experience value plus 800, current value 19, 2,200, 3,600. It is not far from upgrading again. Although it has been confirmed that the two suspects in the murder of the Holman family have been arrested and thrown into the morgue, the last one chose to surrender because his son was arrested. But the process should still be followed. So, Dean took the members of his team to interrogate the last murderer who surrendered. In order to train newcomers. This time, Dean asked Carlo to be in charge of the interrogation. Harry watched from the side, and he and Daisy were outside, watching the surveillance to avoid unexpected situations. For his first formal interrogation of a prisoner. Although Carlo was a little nervous, it went smoothly. Name: Simon. Simon is Dave's father. The other party is a bald middle-aged man, who looks not easy to mess with, but has a pair of tired and dull eyes. This characteristic is consistent with the description of the third murderer given by the pedophile Pillay. Why did you surrender? I shot and killed Holman. Only Holman. Simon nodded. Yes, I only killed Holman. This guy has been using drugs to induce my son to help him transport and sell drugs. I couldn't stand it anymore and had disputes with him many times, but the guy didn't care about my threats for money. Just then, a woman came to me and said that she was Holman's lover and money laundering helper, but Holman betrayed her in both ways. She hoped that we could cooperate and take revenge on Holman. I agreed. Tell me more about it. I can tell you everything and cooperate with you, but I have one condition. Simon's tone was firm. Carlo frowned and looked at Harry next to him. Harry looked directly at the surveillance camera in the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, Daisy licked a lollipop. It turned out to be a double relationship and double betrayal between a lover and a money laundering partner. No wonder the female lawyer chose to kill the Holman family regardless of her future. Dean, what do you think the conditions of this bald uncle are? Dean shrugged. Probably he wants us to release his son. After all, we are wanted and arrested his son in the name of drug trafficking. While talking, Dean couldn't help but think of his money. He is now a small fortune, but in order to avoid taxes, he has already let Dick, who is far away in New York, handle most of the money in April every year, that is, before the tax filing month. This can help him keep at least $3 million in taxes. This is also one of the reasons why he chose to support Dick to take office and help the Lucchese family in New York solve official troubles. Retracting his thoughts, Dean clicked the monitoring button. The camera in the interrogation room clicked twice. Harry saw that Dean agreed, so he said, Simon, we can agree to your conditions, but it depends on your cooperation. Your son has a history of drug trafficking and drug abuse. Now you have no choice. Simon was silent for a while, nodded helplessly, and began to confess the whole story of this family-destroying tragedy. A few days ago, a woman came to me. Her name is Kirami. She claimed to be Holman's lover and was responsible for helping Holman to launder the drug money obtained from drug trafficking. But her relationship with Holman was broken up by his wife and mother. So Kirami has been secretly monitoring Holman's family and preparing for revenge. In order to gain my trust. She explained her plan in detail, saying that I only need to kill Holman to let my son live a normal life. Everything else, she will take care of it. How did you do it? I brought a self-assembled, unnumbered Glock 17. Kirami also found a young man who looked timid. The other party seemed to be an acquaintance of Holman's family. He opened the door of Holman's house and was responsible for keeping watch. As soon as the door opened, Kirami rushed forward like a madman, took out the dagger she brought, and stabbed Holman's mother to death when she opened the door. The old woman relied on a wheelchair to move around, and had no strength to resist, so she died on the ground. Kirami killed people while loudly urging me to act. The moment I saw the blood, I knew there was no way out. So I pulled the trigger at Holman, who was watching TV. The specific process of the crime was exactly the same as Dean and Holtz's deduction. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Take a look. The only difference is that Simon only killed Holman. Kirami, an elite female lawyer, used the dagger, the iron rack of the iron hanger, and Simon's black gun to kill Holman's mother, wife, and his daughter one after another. Harry, who has a jury on the side, couldn't help but shrink his head after listening to Simon's narration of the process. He found that many times, when a woman's desire for revenge arises, it is really much more cruel than a man. Carlo glanced at the note Dean handed him and continued to ask, since you brought guns, why did Clemmy use so many complicated methods to act? And where did you hide the murder weapon? Clemmy said that she wanted to make the scene look full of loopholes, So she did it on purpose. In fact, she not only provided me and another person with the same confession, but also prepared a completely mismatched pistol and asked me to leave my own footprints at the scene. In this way, no matter who of us is arrested, the other two can rely on the designed confession to complete the defense. As for the last unlucky guy, there is a great possibility that he can be eligible for bail because of the incomplete chain of evidence. As for the murder weapon, Simon smiled bitterly. I don't like smart people dealing with lawyers. Because dealing with them, it's easy to be fooled. Clemmy doesn't look like an easy person to deal with, so I took away 3 murder weapons and hid them. In this way, even if I was cheated in the end, I would still be qualified to negotiate terms. Now it seems that my caution was not wrong. At the end of the interrogation, after confirming that his son would be released, Simon finally told the hiding place of the murder weapon. Carlo called Holds to find the murder weapon. Dean asked Harry to take Simon, who had confessed, to see his son for the last time, and to communicate with Eve's people to release Simon's son Dave, so that Simon would not cause trouble later. In the process of escorting Simon, Harry, who had a daughter, felt that Simon was not a bad person, and could not help asking, "Dude, before you did it, didn't you think that Tallman's daughter was innocent?" "I know," Simon said lightly. "Then why didn't you do it before, but did it when you were instigated by a bitch?" Simon sighed. "I actually had this idea before, but I didn't want to ruin my family because of other people's mistakes, because I knew that once my son lost my company, he would definitely sink to the bottom and become a drug addict, and finally die in some dark corner." Harry wanted to say something else. Simon raised his head, looked him in the eyes, and said seriously, "Do you understand the despair of watching your own children become addicted to drugs and controlled by others? You want them to own the whole world. But in the end, you can only watch their world go to destruction." At that moment, there was no mercy and sympathy in my heart. After saying that, Simon, wearing handcuffs, walked in front of the escorting police officers and disappeared at the end of the passage. Thanks to the book friend Yijin for the reward of 10,600 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Congratulations on being promoted to the helmsman. The reward and extra chapter will be arranged today. Thanks to the book friend one of the fathers of Haoshin God for the reward. Thanks to the boss. This chapter was originally posted at around 11 o'clock yesterday, but I don't know which word is wrong, so it was put in the small black room. I tried to solve it, but it still didn't work. I tried again. It would take 48 hours, or the editor in charge would help, but today is Sunday, so I had no choice but to rewrite it. Chapter 243 Harry's Retribution. The murder case was solved. Daisy was responsible for everything that followed. Carlo chose to help in order to make faster progress. So Dean and Harry were the only ones left in the office. "Harry, you look very depressed. Are you still worried about your little cousin?" Dean, who was slacking off, was playing with playing cards and making all kinds of fancy moves, but he still couldn't arouse Harry's curiosity. Harry couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Harry shook his head. "Dean, I'm just thinking, if my daughter also goes down a bad path when she grows up, what should I do? I've thought a lot, but none of them seem to be suitable. Maybe I'm not suitable to be a father." "How old is your daughter?" "She's growing up, and you're growing up too. At least you never thought about these things before, right?" Dean looked at Harry with relief. He saw growth in this unreliable guy. Hearing this, Harry's frown relaxed and shrugged. "That's right, Dean, it's noon, let's go. I recently found a delicious burrito restaurant, I'll treat you." This was the first time Harry asked for a treat. Nothing else to do. Dean readily agreed. Arriving at the store, seeing the waiters who had to walk to avoid squeezing their buttocks against the tables and chairs in the aisle, Dean finally understood why Harry was obsessed with this seemingly ordinary burrito shop. After Harry found a seat for Dean, he walked to the counter alone and greeted the waitress in charge of taking orders enthusiastically. "Hey, Pema, good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Harry. 2 set meals, send to table 8. I brought my colleague here." The woman raised her head perfunctorily and glanced at Dean at table 8. Her eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared on her face. "Is the person next to you your colleague?" "Yes." Harry raised his eyebrows and said in a mean way, "Do you want his contact information? This meal is on me." "Deal." After having a free lunch, Harry returned to his seat contentedly. He flattered Dean and handed him a cigarette. "Dean, I actually have something today and I want to ask you for help. I knew you wouldn't treat me to a meal for no reason." Dean took the cigarette. Go ahead. Harry rubbed his hands and became nervous for a rare moment. It's like this. I recently met the love of my life here. The first time I saw her, I knew that she was the one I wanted to protect for the rest of my life. I tried to strike up a conversation with her, but for some reason, as soon as I got close to her, my heart would beat violently, and my mouth seemed to be stuffed with Lawrence's stinky socks, and I couldn't say a word. So you want me to help you pick up girls? Harry nodded vigorously, almost. As he said that, he accidentally saw a figure coming in at the door, and his tone became flustered. Dean, look at the door, it's her. Dean looked over and his eyes became strange. I saw a short-haired black woman who looked very sturdy, wearing a military green striped long-sleeved jacket, walking towards the counter with a bold and capable step, and communicating with the waiter to order food. Are you sure it's her? This woman is not easy to mess with. Dean was worried that if Harry found her, he might be abused. Harry didn't say anything, but just stared at the woman, choking from time to time, looking really embarrassed. Dean was speechless and kicked Harry directly. Harry came back to his senses with a grin. Dean, what did you say just now? Okay. It can be seen that this guy has really fallen in love with her. If he doesn't experience a beating, he probably won't want to turn back. After all, they are good brothers. Dean looked at the woman and knew what was going on. He said, this woman has a clear purpose in doing things, and she should be very direct. Do you have a chance? Just ask directly. Harry rubbed his hands awkwardly, but I don't know what to say. In front of the person he loves. This nightclub veteran really performed poorly. Dean said speechlessly, then you should know what she does, right? Harry nodded quickly. Yes, her name is Tina. She used to be a veteran, and now she and her brother work in a repair shop, helping to repair mobile phones and some home appliances. Then you do this. Dean waved at Harry and whispered in his ear. After listening, Harry looked at Dean nervously. Is it really possible? Whether it succeeds or not, you will only get results if you try, otherwise you will only gain regrets. With Dean's encouragement, Harry, the playboy, finally plucked up the courage and walked to Tina, who had just sat down, stuttering. Hello, my name is Harry. It's like this. I heard that you can repair mobile phones. Tina glanced at Harry and said coldly, "Men, your way of chatting is too old-fashioned." This damn oppressive feeling. Harry felt his heart beating violently in his chest, and mechanically took out his mobile phone and put it in front of Tina. But my mobile phone is really broken. Tina glanced at Harry's face again suspiciously, and the mobile phone he put down. As I said before, Harry is a handsome guy in the eyes of black women. That's why he was being watched by the aunties in the police station. So Tina finally picked up the phone hesitantly, and while fiddling with it, she casually asked, "Okay, what's wrong with your phone? Besides, I need to finish eating before I can help you repair it. It can't receive your call." Harry almost exhausted all his courage to say this. What? Tina almost thought she had heard it wrong. She stared at Harry with her eyes. What did you say just now? Harry almost felt suffocated when he met Tina's eyes. Let's die. He shouted, I mean, Tina, my damn phone can't receive your call or your message. Can you fix it? The eyes of the surrounding guests were all attracted by the voice. Tina held the phone and looked at Harry. And Harry, in this situation, let go. He looked at Tina affectionately. I know my behavior will cause you trouble. But I know even more that I have been deeply fascinated by you since the first time I saw you. I stayed awake all night because as soon as I closed my eyes, I saw your figure. I realized that if I don't say these words, I will definitely go crazy. While the guests around finally realized that this was a confession and began to make a noise. There were also young guys who whistled, making the originally quiet shop noisy. Tina was silent for a moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Are you serious? If you are willing, I am willing to show you my true heart. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Okay. Tina lowered her head, typed a series of numbers on her phone, and threw it back to Harry. Bring my lunch and follow me. Harry took the phone in a daze. Where to? See my big brother. Tina grinned. My big brother said that if anyone wants to pursue me, they must first get his approval. So if you are not afraid of death, follow me. So, with the blessings of everyone, Harry instantly forgot about Dean, the boss, and helped Tina carry the packaged Mexican chicken rolls like a dog, disappearing from everyone's sight. Corner. Dean smiled and watched everything that happened. as a cheerful and kind boss. He was happy for his younger brother to find true love. Just consider it as a reward for Harry's treat. At this time, the girl at the front desk, carrying 2 large plates, walked to the table and asked in confusion, "Where's Harry?" Dean helped take the full plates. He left for something. "Don't worry, I will finish these 2 portions of food and won't waste them." When Dean stretched out his hand, the girl took the opportunity to run her fingertips across his palm, sat down, and said with a smile, "But Harry didn't pay the bill." Dean was stunned. He didn't pay. The girl shook her head. "I treated him to this meal, but he promised me that he would give me your phone number, so I agreed. You are his colleague, you won't regret it, right?" Dean. What a dog. Harry, this bastard, said he would treat him, but in the end he exchanged me for a free lunch. What's even more outrageous is that he asked me to help him pick up girls. The key point is, am I only worth 2 Mexican chicken burrito sets? Who are you looking down on? I'll let Harry know what it means to write a 10,000-word self-criticism because you walked in with your left foot first. The next few days, the area in charge of the 4th Squadron was calm. This made Dean, who wanted to gain experience points, live a rather boring life. Fortunately, he had Harry, the unlucky guy, to accompany him. It was not that Dean considerately let Harry stay up late to write a self-review and get happiness, but that Harry was taken home by Tina that day and met her 7 brothers. 7 to 1. 7 burly men, after friendly exchanges, reached a decision that Harry might regret for the rest of his life, just like a rocket launch. When Harry came out of Tina's house, he realized something very serious. He didn't even hold Tina's hand, just a simple confession, and under the friendly exchanges of the 7 future brothers-in-law, he agreed in a daze that he would marry Tina at Christmas. What's worse is, Harry only found out at this time that Tina had been married once before and had a son who was about the same age as his daughter, but Tina's deceased ex-husband wanted to divorce after being caught cheating, but ended up driving drunk and fell into the sea, becoming his predecessor. Faced with this kind of sturdy woman who is only widowed but not divorced, even Harry, who was horny, regretted it now. So these days, the smile on his face disappeared and turned to Dean's face. Now if he doesn't use this matter to stimulate Harry every day, Dean feels uncomfortable all over. This day, Dean took a cup of coffee and strolled in front of Harry, who looked much more haggard, and said hypocritically, "Harry, are you still worried about your fiancé? Think about it in a positive way. At least you didn't do much. Now you have a son and a daughter. When you get married, I will give you a big gift to bless you. Daughter, born by someone else's sperm. Son, taken over by someone else." Ha 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 ha. Every time Dean thought of this, he chose to forgive Harry, this bastard, for giving him a nickname, causing him to have a bunch of messy titles, and using himself to exchange for a free lunch. There is no way. Inspector Dean has no other advantages, but he is kind-hearted. Harry directly gave Dean a middle finger. "If you can restrain the gloating smile on your face, maybe I will be moved by your comfort." When the two were playing and slacking off, ding-ling-ling, the phone on Daisy's desk rang. Another case. Regular update, Gazi is now in the 4th affiliated hospital of Nanchang University. My college roommate, who is only 29 years old this year, has been diagnosed with rectal cancer. My roommate's physique is somewhat similar to Gazi, with severe hemorrhoids, but the root cause seems to be that he had polyps in his intestines before. The doctor asked him to cut them off, but he didn't care. Later, he went on a blind date to find a wife. Due to environmental reasons, his family's restaurant closed down, and his wife, who had been married for only half a year, ran away with the money. My roommate was under too much pressure and had some symptoms again. He recently went for a colonoscopy. The result was confirmed. The doctor said that it was because the polyps were not treated, and they were delayed for a few years and worsened. The book friends who read Gazi's books are all older. So, brothers, you should develop a good habit of having a physical examination every 2 years and be nice to yourself. In addition, the book friend Yijin, who promised to update today, Gazi went to the internet cafe to spend the night today, and it is estimated that he will come out late. Let's read it tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Best-selling author. Finally, a case has come. Dean heard the phone ring, let go of Harry, stretched his waist, and walked towards Daisy's partitioned office. Inside, Daisy was already sad and hung up the phone. "Daisy, what's the situation?" Dean saw this and his face was strange. He was sure that Daisy had called the police transfer hotline, but why did Daisy have such an expression after answering the phone? "Johnny Dennison is dead." Daisy picked up a book on the table sadly. "He is my favorite writer, but the operator just said that he was found dead in the kitchen by the nanny." Dean took a closer look and found that the full name of the book was Me and My Lace Lover. Good guy. It turned out to be a writer who wrote lesbian novels. No wonder Daisy, a lesbian, likes it. The problem is, the name Johnny Dennison is a male name. "Dean, can you take me to the scene this time?" Daisy came over and grabbed Dean's arm without waiting for Dean to refuse. She squeezed into the dangerous place in front of her and shook him, like a daughter begging her father. "She is a clerk. This is against the rules." But Dean is soft-hearted. The pressure of the mountain is really hard to bear. He has no choice. "Well, Harry still owes me a review. It is reasonable for you to want to help out of your concern for your colleague's schedule. Harry should agree to help you on duty." Dean blinked at Daisy. Daisy laughed at Dean's shameless words, which also caused the mountain area to enter vibration mode. Dean squinted his eyes and enjoyed it, but also felt a little regretful. How could such a good girl be a lesbian? When Harry knew he was on duty, he was reluctant. On one side is the review, and on the other side is an interesting case. Even a fool knows how to choose. But facing Dean's threatening eyes and Daisy's doting fist, he had to watch Dean and the other two abandon him, leaving him alone to guard the empty office. The place where the case happened was in a wealthy area. Carlo was driving the car. Dean and Daisy were sitting in the back seat of the car, talking about the deceased. The deceased was named Johnny Dennison, a best-selling author who was very popular with women. Most of his works were novels for women. According to Daisy, a fan. Although Johnny Dennison was an ordinary-looking man, he understood women's psychology very well. His words could easily resonate with female readers, so he was very popular with female readers. If he hadn't married early, he might have changed his bride every day. But in Johnny Dennison, except for a divorce, there was almost no gossip about him. Although this was also the reason why Johnny Dennison didn't often appear in public. But in the hearts of his fans, they still thought that Johnny Dennison was a talented, rich, and loyal good man. Daisy said this, with a look of regret on her delicate face. "I once heard a rumor that Johnny Dennison got married for the second time for inspiration, and married a lesbian, and spent money on his wife's entertainment, just to have the most detailed understanding of the lesbian world. Spending her husband's money without any psychological burden, and living her own life with her female companion. In Daisy's opinion, this is the life she has always dreamed of. It's a pity that she hasn't found such a sucker yet." Thinking of this, Daisy glanced at Dean beside her. Dean seemed to be very rich. But as soon as this idea came up, she was extinguished at the speed of light. Dean is not okay. Finding this guy, whether you can get money is one thing, and being eaten up is certain. This guy might even steal his female companion. This is unbearable. "What are you thinking about?" Dean, who was standing aside, saw that Daisy fell into a daze after she finished speaking, and couldn't help interrupting her wild thoughts. "How do you know?" Daisy came back to her senses and glared at Dean. "Don't you want to cheat on me?" Dean. He has L3 professional level mind reading plus master level teaching and training, and can almost recognize a woman by her scent. At this moment, he just couldn't see through Daisy's little head and what she was thinking. It can only be said that the brain circuits of women can only be understood by the gods who created them. The moving car slowed down. The driver Carlo's thick eyebrows and big eyes couldn't help glancing at the rearview mirror, full of curiosity and eating melons. He had long suspected that Daisy and Bostine were having an affair. Today it was confirmed. What greeted him was Dean's unhappy look. Carlo shuddered, stepped on the accelerator and accelerated to the scene of the crime. Because of the geographical location. When Dean arrived, the forensic department had not come yet. At present, only a few patrol officers who had recently arrived blocked the scene. Dean took Daisy and Carlo and went forward to understand the situation. After understanding, the person who reported the case was named Teresa, a nanny of the best-selling author Johnny Dennison. After she came back from shopping, she found the deceased in the kitchen and reported the case immediately. No mistake. In addition to Teresa, The deceased's son was also at home. When the police arrived, the other party was still listening to rock music in his room, and had no idea what was happening outside. Johnny Dennison has a son. Dean turned his head and looked at Daisy. Daisy nodded. Yes, it seems to be his child with his ex-wife. The other party should be 17 years old this year. You know this too. Carlo on the side was a little surprised. It seems that Daisy is really a true fan of Johnny Dennison. Daisy rolled her eyes. Because Johnny Dennison once wrote a book for mothers to commemorate the birth of his son, many of Johnny Dennison's readers know that he likes his son very much. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Dean interrupted their chat, put on gloves and foot covers, and took the lead to walk into the room. Johnny Dennison is a best-selling author. In the United States, which has a strong sense of copyright, generous royalties, copyright fees, and some film and television adaptation fees, etc., make Johnny Dennison's income very high. So his mansion, whether it is the location, space, or decoration, is very good. The first thing you see is a large living room, which connects the dining room and the bar area. There are double direction, left and right separated stairs on the side, and an indoor elevator on the side. Until the end of the field of vision, there is the entrance to the independent kitchen. Most of the kitchens in the United States are open kitchens. This type of room is relatively rare here. Dean is observing the structure of the house. Daisy and Carlo, the eyes of these two guys, were attracted by a figure on the sofa as soon as they entered the door. That was a blonde with a mysterious figure and a Barbie-like appearance. The other party had a sad face and stared at the coffee table in a daze. The melancholy and uneasy expression was enough to make any normal man and normal lesbians feel heartbroken and pity. To be precise, this woman's appearance is an ace killer in the lesbian world. Just look at Daisy, who secretly swallowed her saliva. No lesbian can resist the temptation of a real-life Barbie doll. As for Carlo's performance, it's simply that men are lustful. Next to Ms. Barbie, there was a young man with a still immature face. The young man looked indifferent, playing with a toy soldier, with an indifference of no strangers allowed and not caring about anything. These two people should be the sons of Nanny Teresa and Johnny Dennison. When Teresa heard the noise, she looked like a panicked deer. She looked at the door timidly at the first time, and when she saw a few unfamiliar faces, she lowered her head again. As for the young man, he didn't even look at Dean and the other two. Dean looked at the reactions of the two people, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's interesting. The nanny's reaction was normal. But the son's performance was too indifferent. Could it be that the relationship between father and son is not very good? He turned his head and looked at Carlo. You two, go and find out the situation with them. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. After that, Dean strode towards the kitchen where the deceased was. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 10,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thanks to the two book friends Black Hole Squeeze Tight and 20170829213701119 feet for the reward. Thank you, bosses. This chapter is an extra update from yesterday. There are two more chapters, one scheduled at 9:10 and the other scheduled at 11:30. Chapter 245, Corpse Investigation, remains at the death scene. The kitchen of Johnny Dennison's house is very large, with enough space for 3 or 4 people to work at the same time. It is estimated to be about 40 square meters. There are refrigerators, ovens, and toasters. This kitchen can make food and drinks for daily parties. Johnny Dennison's body was lying face down and back up next to the refrigerator. There were obvious marks of heavy blows on the back of his head. Blood was all over the floor, and the collar of the deceased was dyed blood red. Not far in front of the deceased, there was a square object covered with black cloth. On the black cloth, there was a pink and white carnation. Dean narrowed his eyes slightly. Carnation, also known as carnation, is the most commonly used flower species in the United States to mourn the dead. Black cloth, carnations, these things, are left by the murderer? Dean did not rush to check what it was. After observing the environment of the kitchen, he squatted in front of the body of the deceased and looked at it carefully. According to the profile of the deceased, Dean was sure that this was Johnny Dennison himself, because there was a photo of him in Daisy's book. Johnny Dennison was about 1.84 meters tall, wearing casual home clothes, slightly fat, with a big belly, and a look of astonishment on his face, as if he was surprised to be attacked before his consciousness disappeared. Dean pinched the other person's arm. It felt stiff, but the joints could still move. However, Compared with normal people, it was like a mechanical joint rusted and stuck, with a lot of hysteresis. After a person dies, the blood and body fluids stop flowing, so the joints and muscles will begin to become stiff. When the water in the body begins to lose, the blood and body fluids penetrate each other, and the body will become soft again. This change process usually takes 70 hours. Within half an hour to 2 hours after death, the muscles and joints begin to become stiff. About 9 to 12 hours, the body will be stiff all over. It will not be until 30 hours after death that the body will end the stiff state and begin to soften gradually. Of course, this refers to the change under normal temperature. If the ambient temperature is higher than 35 degrees, the 70-hour stiffness and softening process will be reduced to within 24 hours. The current noon temperature in Los Angeles is about 18 to 26 degrees. There is no constant temperature air conditioning indoors. So Dean can basically confirm that Johnny Dennison died before 11 o'clock this morning. He touched Johnny Dennison's armpit again. After a person dies, the body begins to stop generating heat, and the heat in the body will begin to lose to the outside until it reaches the same temperature as the outside. In this process, the temperature loss rate is faster on the surface of the body than on the internal organs. Normal forensic testing generally measures liver temperature, and Holtz has done this before. Dean did not bring any equipment, so he could only detect the temperature of the deceased's body surface. The armpit is the part with the smallest error. Johnny Dennison's armpits are messy and smelly, which is a bit disgusting. Fortunately, the feedback is good. Dean can vaguely feel the remaining temperature on the other person through the thin gloves. This means that Johnny Dennison should not have died more than 5 or 6 hours ago, otherwise there would not be any tactile feedback that is significantly higher than the surrounding temperature. It is now 3 minutes after 1 in the afternoon. In this case, based on the previous rigor mortis, Dean can infer that Johnny Dennison died between 8 and 11 in the morning. But this time is still not accurate enough. Dean continued to carefully hold the forearm of the deceased, slightly lifted it up, and then looked at the skin of the forearm of the deceased, facing the ground. This is to look at the livor mortis. Lividity is actually the dark red and dark purple scars that appear on the surface of the skin after the body dies and the blood loses its power. The capillaries and small veins in the lower part are filled with blood. This process usually takes 2 hours after death to appear. As time goes by, the scars become more obvious, and they usually appear first in the area facing the ground. On Johnny Dennison's forearm, some livor mortis in the form of dots and blocks can already be seen, and the color is neither dark nor light. Considering the other party's fat body, Dean did not jump to conclusions. He put down the other person's arm and pulled open Johnny Dennison's eyelids. After death, the transparency of the cornea decreases until the pupil cannot be seen through at all and becomes grayish-white. This change process also has obvious rules. Small white spots appear on the cornea 5-6 hours after death. 10 to 12 hours, it becomes cloud-like. 15 to 24 hours, it becomes foggy, and the pupil can still be seen through. More than 48 hours, the pupil cannot be seen through and completely turns grayish-white. Under Johnny Dennison's eyelids, you can see that the transparency of the cornea has obviously decreased, and the pupil has spread, but the whole has not become completely turbid, only some small white spots have appeared inside the cornea. From this, it can be concluded that Johnny Dennison has been dead for at least 5 or 6 hours. It is now a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Combined with the previous symptoms of the corpse, Dean guessed that Johnny Dennison died between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, many people have just got up. Nanny Teresa, under normal circumstances, will also start preparing breakfast for the family around this time. But the time when the other party reported the case was probably close to 12 o'clock. Where was the other party before? And the wife and son of the deceased Johnny Dennison, in such a long period of time, even if they didn't eat breakfast, wouldn't they be surprised that their husband and father disappeared? No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. Dean temporarily put these doubts in his mind and began to check Johnny Dennison's injuries. After examination, the obvious scar on Johnny Dennison's body was the sunken blow injury at the back of his head. The blood on the wound scabs and coagulates, but based on the outline, the experienced Dean can determine that the murder weapon is some kind of blunt weapon with an arc surface, something like a baseball bat. The wound is clean, and it can be determined that it was a one-shot kill, and there was no subsequent additional blows. The murderer should have taken advantage of Johnny Dennison's back to him to launch a sneak attack, and Johnny Dennison had no defense against a murderer. The wound is convex on the top and concave on the bottom. According to the force analysis, this means that even if the murderer was holding a weapon and used force to hit Johnny Dennison, the center of gravity of the wound would be lower than the position of Johnny Dennison's wound. This means that the murderer is definitely not tall, and the weapon is not very long. Dean couldn't help but think of the Barbie doll-like face of the nanny Teresa again. Although he didn't see the height of Teresa when she stood up. But who is she? He just took a glance. Dean knew Teresa's measurements, waist-to-body ratio, and approximate height. Teresa looked long-legged, thin-waisted, and perky, but she was only about 1.6 meters tall. If she took a short stick like a rolling pin and raised her hand to hide it, it would be consistent with the force analysis of the wound on the back of the head of the deceased Johnny Dennison. The key is that Teresa is the nanny of this family. Even if she was holding a weapon and standing behind the deceased Johnny Dennison, the deceased would not doubt it. He would only show a look of surprise and astonishment on his face when he was about to die. Dean's suspicion of Nanny Teresa was also a very important point. The victim's wound was on the back of the head. The back of the head is actually a very fragile part. It is composed of bones, nerves and skin tissues, and the pons and cerebellum are wrapped inside. Once it is hit hard, it may cause coma or neurological damage at the least, or become a vegetable or brain death at the worst. Therefore, it is common for elderly people to take a shower or go to the toilet and stand unsteadily, and the back of the head hits the wall, and the person becomes paralyzed or dies. Although Johnny Dennison is a man over 1.8 meters tall and at least 200 kilograms, if a woman hits the back of the head with a blunt instrument, it can easily cause the current injury. This is also the only part that the other party can kill Johnny Dennison so easily. At present, the nanny Teresa is very suspicious. This case looks easy. Dean whistled. Whether Teresa is the murderer or not, it is necessary to determine whether she has time and motive to kill. The person is at the scene and can't run away. These are not urgent. The previous investigation seemed cumbersome, but it actually took Dean less than 2 minutes. He turned his gaze to the cube covered with the black cloth in front of the deceased. This thing actually appeared very abruptly. Leaving certain items at the murder scene is a favorite thing for some arrogant serial killers. They regard these things as a symbol of their identity, to distinguish them from other homicide cases, to show their uniqueness and unique taste in killing. Such people are arrogant in their hearts. Nanny Teresa doesn't look like such a person. So, what is placed under this black cloth? Correct a typo, save the changes, and click to publish in advance. There is one chapter left, and it's still 11:30. Chapter 246, Miniature Model, The Murderer of Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Dean first picked up the carnation and looked at it carefully. The flower was made of plastic, not real flowers. This kind of handmade product is very common, and there is nothing special about it that can provide useful information. Put down the flowers. Dean moved closer to the black cloth and maximized his hearing. He was a little worried that it was a time bomb. Of course, with the current level of technology, unless it is a very professional trigger-type detonation, a time bomb will more or less make a slight noise. As for remote-controlled bombs, this thing is actually only suitable for use in a few scenarios. There are even cases where idiots accidentally receive rogue information when setting up the detonation device, causing it to detonate and blow themselves up. Therefore, not many people use this method in reality, and it appears more in movies and novels. After listening for a while, Dean did not find anything unusual. So he gently pulled out a thin thread as thick as a hair from his collar and attached it to a corner of the black cloth. He retreated outside the kitchen, covered by the solid wall, and gently pulled it. The black cloth that was simply covered slipped off, revealing the square glass room below. Yes, that's right, it's a glass room. Under the black cloth, there was actually a miniature model house. What is a miniature model house? It's the toy house for little girls, right? All the buildings and objects are reduced in proportion to create landscapes, and finally covered with the glass covers for protection. If necessary, 2 dolls can be placed in it to play house games. Dean's little brother has a lot of this stuff in his room, all of which are models of airplanes and tanks that he made by hand. His sister Sinclair also has 2 large doll houses. Dean didn't expect that the murderer would leave a copy of this thing at a murder scene. Did the other party think it was playing house? Because of the angle and distance, Dean stood at the door of the kitchen and could only confirm that it was a small room with a miniature model, But he couldn't see the actual situation of the model. The danger was eliminated. He began to retract the thin lines on his body and return to the body. At this moment, the full view of the model was completely imprinted in his eyes. Dean looked at it and his pupils shrank slightly. He saw that in the small glass frame, there was a small room with exquisite decoration. To be precise, it was a proportional kitchen. The kitchen was large, with a refrigerator, oven, and toaster. Next to the refrigerator, there was a doll in casual clothes lying on its back. The doll's head was stained with red liquid, and there was a blood stain under its body. It was slightly dried and solidified, and under the kitchen light, it reflected a dark red light. Next to the dead doll, there was a gift box about the same size as the doll, which looked a bit like Santa Claus's packaging, and was placed where the glass miniature building should have been. The murderer used this gift box to replace the miniature model he left behind. Are you telling me that this is his gift to the police? Dean pursed his lips. From this moment on, this case became interesting. Dean ignored the gift box. He had carefully observed the furnishings and proportions of the kitchen before. It was certain. This model perfectly reproduced everything in front of him. Whether it was furniture and appliances, decoration, sundries on the table, the dead on the ground, blood, and even the clothes on the body of the dead Johnny Dennison, they all matched perfectly. This scene was really weird. It's like you found a sandbox at the scene of a death. Inside the sandbox is another identical death scene. Dean didn't believe it, so he squatted beside the model and carefully opened a drawer inside. Inside the drawer was a miniature set of seasoning jars. Dean stood up, walked to the drawer corresponding to the kitchen, and opened it. He saw a set of identical seasoning jars, which caught his eye. This model really perfectly restored everything at the scene. After a more detailed investigation and comparison, Dean was surprised to find that the model was not just a simple reproduction of the things in the kitchen, but also the subtle details of some corners of the kitchen were restored in the model, and the details were pulled to the limit. He took a deep breath. The murderer is really a highly obsessive-compulsive disorder. This model reveals two very important pieces of information. First, the murderer knows everything about this kitchen. Second, the murderer is very familiar with the deceased Johnny Dennison, and is even a close person to him, and he had already planned to kill Johnny Dennison. These 2 points are actually the same. Because the production of miniature models is not simple, this kind of highly restored miniature model requires a lot of time and effort. So the murderer should have decided to kill Johnny Dennison in the kitchen before making this model, and after killing Johnny Dennison, he also spent time to adjust the model. For example, clothes on the doll, bloodstains, etc. The other party really has a serious obsessive-compulsive disorder. Dean was puzzled. The murderer exposed so much information, isn't he afraid of exposing himself? There are probably not many people who can freely enter and exit the kitchen and are familiar with the deceased Johnny Dennison. Check them one by one. Remove those who don't have time to commit the crime. It won't take the police a lot of energy. So Dean rarely couldn't figure out what the murderer was thinking when he committed this case. Is it a crime for fun? Anyway, if it's him. Want to kill someone? Absolutely leave after killing, try not to leave any traces. Dean is still a rare case of not being able to deduce the murderer's psychology when committing the crime. This situation only occurs when facing a few groups. One is a madman or a mental patient. Psychological deduction and mind reading are logically considered. Therefore, they often fail to work on illogical madmen and mental patients. The other is a master who is also proficient in psychology. Dean encountered one in the previous counterfeit money case. The other party had been caught, but he almost tied up Daisy in return. The last one is a woman with a big mood swing. Reference example, Daisy on the way here. At that time, Dean didn't understand why Daisy suddenly said to him not to cheat on her when introducing the situation of the deceased. If my reasoning is correct, then the murderer is either a madman, a highly intelligent pervert, or a woman with abnormal emotions, haha. When he said the last sentence, Dean couldn't help laughing. Just when he was laughing foolishly, Daisy poked her head in from the kitchen door and said, "Dean, Johnny Dennison's wife is back." Dean originally wanted to open the small gift box and the miniature model to see if there was anything inside. Hearing Daisy's words, he nodded and stood up. "Got it, you watch here, don't let anyone move before the forensic department comes, I'll go to the living room to talk to them." "No problem." Daisy glanced at Johnny Dennison's body curiously, with some disappointment in her eyes. "No mistake, one post, one content, 1/6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Although she knew that Johnny Dennison was not good looking. But the other party lying on the ground and fat body still made her, a senior book friend, a little disappointed. Dean saw her expression change and smiled. Why, is it that Johnny Dennison's way of death is not to your liking? Daisy rolled her eyes at him. I just subconsciously felt that Johnny Dennison could write such a story that understood women. Even if he looked ordinary, he should be very self-disciplined, knowledgeable, and elegant. This is a pure fan filter. In fact, most writers are pigeons. They are not self-disciplined and have irregular lifestyles. Even if they look good at the beginning, they will become obese or bald after writing books for a few years because they sit for a long time without exercise, have reverse day and night, and are under too much pressure. Dean glanced at the body on the ground and added, some male writers may also have prostate problems. Daisy, who is a little uncomfortable because her idol image was shattered, was left. Dean came to the living room. In the living room, there was a blonde beauty who was not inferior to Daisy in appearance and figure. The beauty looked to be in her 20s, with mature makeup, wearing a pair of purple high heels, and lying in the arms of the Barbie doll Nanny Teresa with sleepy eyes, her slender legs spread out, not caring about her stepson and Carlo and others, and she had a clear view of the forest under her veil, generously. Dean was very familiar with this kind of woman. Because there were really many similar women in the nightclubs here, you could pick up a few corpses at random. Dean suspected that this woman had just woken up from a stranger's bed, and finally received the message, so she rushed back from outside. Carlo saw Dean coming out of the kitchen, holding a notebook, and came up to him, whispering, "Boss, this is a simple record of our questioning of the nanny and Johnny Dennison." Dean opened it and read it. There were not many questions on it, mainly asking whether there were outsiders in the house, the situation of the monitoring equipment, and when Johnny Dennison was last seen. According to the above information, at around 9 o'clock last night, the nanny Teresa and Johnny Dennison's wife drove out of the house and went to XX Lace Bar to attend a party for lace people. After that, they had a good time all night in the hotel they often went to. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Nanny Teresa got up from the smell of a kelp, bought some vegetables casually, and prepared to come back to make lunch. As a result, she found the deceased Johnny Dennison in the kitchen and called the police. Dean's mouth twitched. The nanny and the hostess are lace. Carlo nodded. According to the nanny Teresa, she and Johnny Dennison's current wife were originally a couple. 2 years ago, Johnny Dennison met them. One needed inspiration and stimulation, and the other needed money to provide a good material life, so they got together. But in fact, they didn't have any physical relationship, more like friends. Daisy specifically asked Johnny Dennison's son to confirm. The other party did not lie. And the two of them were with a group of people last night. There are also surveillance cameras at the hotel, which can easily confirm whether they are telling the truth or not. Dean nodded. Okay. Judging from the time of the crime, the nanny and Johnny Dennison's wife can basically be ruled out as suspects. Because of this kind of marriage relationship, no matter how stupid Johnny Dennison is, he will make a prenuptial agreement before getting married to ensure that he will not lose a lot of money in the future because of the marriage. So Johnny Dennison died. There is no benefit for these two people. Dean continued to read. Last night, there were only Johnny Dennison and his son at home. There is only surveillance outside Johnny Dennison's house, and there is no surveillance inside the house. This kind of surveillance has too many blind spots and is not very meaningful. Some meaningless information was skipped. Dean noticed that according to Johnny Dennison's son, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, his father knocked on the door and asked him what he wanted to eat in the morning. Because his father did the same thing at this time every day. Johnny Dennison's son refused and said he didn't want to eat breakfast. In other words, at that time, Johnny Dennison was still alive. This time is about the same time as the time of Johnny Dennison's death speculated by Dean. I always eat breakfast at this time. Dean wrote this down. He has basically figured out how the murderer designed this murder case. But now he has no clue about the direction of solving the case, the psychological portrait of the suspect, and so on. Instead, he is more confused after understanding the situation. Chapter 247, Complex Relationship. Note: not long after Dean finished inspecting the scene, Holtz finally arrived with a group of people. Dean was a little surprised. Man, didn't you feel lucky that I was transferred to the branch? Los Angeles is a wealthy metropolis. In fact, there are also on-duty personnel from the forensic department at the branch. How to dispatch them depends mainly on their schedule and the distance. Of course, if employees want to make more money, they can also choose to work overtime when they have nothing to do. Obviously, Holtz worked overtime. Faced with Dean's curiosity, Holtz looked helpless. I also want to relax, but you know, I've been in an online relationship recently, and the expenses are a bit high. Dean was shocked. You spent money on a female netizen you've never met. Dean, you don't know how miserable she is. Holtz showed a compassionate expression on his face. Her father is a gambler, her mother is seriously ill, and her 2 younger brothers are still in college. The whole family depends on her for support. She has no choice but to work several jobs and live a very embarrassing life. I sympathize with her, so after confirming her identity, I transferred some money to her. Dean. He looked at Holtz with a strange look in his eyes. Before you transferred the money to her, did she tell you that she was desperate and was going to work on the street after being introduced by her best friend or good friend? Hearing this, Holtz was shocked. Dean, do you know her too? Dean was speechless. He certainly didn't know the female netizen that Holtz was chatting with, but he had slept with many peripheral girls who said this in his previous life. This kind of rhetoric can be called a legendary rhetoric that kills men, and it is universally used. After all, no matter which country a man is from, he will bring some despicable psychology of pulling decent women into the water and persuading women of the dust to become good. Simply understand. When a man sees a decent woman he wants but cannot have, he will think that it would be nice if she is a prostitute, so that he can have the chance to get close to her. After sleeping with a prostitute and entering a saintly state, the man will think that this behavior is not good, and will develop a strong sense of morality, and will advise the woman he just slept with to find a proper job, so as to get double satisfaction and divert his own uneasiness after having sex. At this time, if the woman snuggles in your arms again and tells you some miserable life story, well, there's hardly a young boy who can escape the clutches of a woman, and he will most likely become an ATM. Looking at the ATM that had just changed jobs, Dean shook his head. At least the client got slept with. Holtz is a complete sucker. Holtz was frightened by Dean's sight, and said uncomfortably, Dean, why do I feel that the way you look at me is like the way I look at those cuckolds on paternity test programs? No, you are at least more self-aware and motivated than those cuckolds. Ordinary cuckolds don't have as much money as you can squeeze. Are you saying I was cheated? Holtz is not stupid. Dean chuckled. It's not completely cheated, at least you used money and feelings to exchange for lessons and growth. Holtz was numb. He might question the character of Dean, a scumbag, but he would never doubt Dean's understanding of women. Since Dean said so, then he was most likely really cheated. Holtz, the pure love warrior in Los Angeles, USA, fell down at this moment. Holtz is now in a state of disarray, obviously not suitable for investigating the scene. But his colleague had a big melon and was in a good mood. He quickly replaced Daisy, who was guarding the scene, and started to get busy in the kitchen. Although Dean had already briefly checked the scene. But some traces still require professional equipment and instruments to ensure that nothing is missed. Dean took advantage of their busy schedule to reinterrogate several parties. Mrs. Dennison, are you awake enough now? Dean said politely to the good-looking woman in front of him in the corner. Johnny Dennison's wife rubbed her face and shook her head. It's okay, Mr. Inspector. If you have any questions, please ask them quickly. I want to meet with a lawyer later to deal with Johnny's inheritance. Dean was a little surprised. As far as I know, didn't you and your husband sign a prenuptial agreement? Mrs. Dennison shook her head. This is what Teresa told you, right? Johnny and I did have an agreement, but this is limited to before his marriage. As for the works he wrote on lace after marriage, I have the right to inherit. These are all written in the agreement. If there is no sufficient compensation, I will not convince my lover to be his nominal wife, one to be his nanny, and to take care of his son who hates us. Can you tell me the content of your agreement? Dean asked tentatively. There's nothing to hide. Mrs. Dennison took out a cigarette from her bag and lit it, with a look of melancholy on her beautiful face. We met Johnny at the lace bar. He wanted to learn about the world of lace, and we were short of money, so after the discussion, we started to cooperate. In order to avoid affecting ourselves, Johnny wanted me or Teresa to marry him, but agreed that even if we divorced later, we would not be able to inherit his assets. As a reward, he gave us 2 high-limit credit cards. We felt a little disadvantaged. After the final discussion, Johnny promised us that if our relationship could last for 10 years, and then we divorced, or he died unexpectedly, we could also inherit all the copyrights of his books on lace. Considering that he was almost 50 years old and his health was not very good. We agreed. This woman was quite straightforward and frank. However, her words actually provided the police with a motive for murder. After all, divorce and inheritance take 10 years. But Johnny Dennison is dead. These two people can get a lot of money immediately. It can only be said that this agreement was originally disadvantageous to Johnny Dennison himself and tempted people to commit crimes. However, after a simple observation, Dean denied that the woman in her 20s was the suspect of the murderer. Because the intelligence shown by the other party was not enough to complete such an artistic murder. After thinking for a while, Dean continued to ask, besides you, in the past 6 months or a year, has anyone else who is acquainted with Johnny Dennison come here? Mrs. Dennison exhaled a puff of smoke and said hesitantly, plumbers, gardeners. Oh, and Johnny's ex-wife, she also often comes here to visit her son. Maybe there are others. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. But I only have an impression of these 3 people. Because I prefer to go out and play, I don't know this family very well. Go to nightclubs. She winked at Dean and licked her red lips. Not only nightclubs, but also some gigolo bars. Let me tell you a secret. I like the double happiness of eating both men and women. When she spoke, Mrs. Dennison looked at Dean with a look that was almost thread-like. While the nominal husband is still lying in the kitchen. Dean, as an upright man, naturally chose to refuse. He looked serious, as if he didn't understand what Mrs. Dennison said, and said seriously, okay, Mom, I know everything I need to know. One last question. Seeing that Dean didn't accept it, Mrs. Dennison didn't care, shook off the cigarette ash, and said casually, go ahead. Who do you think is most likely to kill Johnny Dennison? Me, Teresa, and Johnny Dennison's ex-wife and son. The 4 of us all hope he will die. Johnny Dennison is dead. His ex-wife and son can get the copyright of all Johnny Dennison's books, and they can also get rid of him, a perverted man who likes to pry into other people's privacy. Teresa doesn't have to endure a third party between us. As for me, Mrs. Dennison chuckled and said with expectation, the copyrights of Johnny Dennison's best-selling lace books are all mine. From now on, I am also a rich man, and no longer a little goldfish kept in captivity. It can be seen. Her previous life made her quite depressed, so after Johnny Dennison's death, this woman completely let herself go. Anyway, this inquiry. Dean couldn't ask any more. Thank you for your cooperation, Mom, you can go and do your own thing. Mrs. Dennison threw away her cigarette butt and stretched out her hand to Dean. Inspector, give me a business card so that I can find out the progress of my husband's case later. Dean gave his business card to the other party out of professionalism. After that, he asked the nanny Teresa and the son of the deceased Johnny Dennison separately. The general situation was similar to what Carlo and the others asked. But from the nanny Teresa, Dean got an unexpected message. Half a year ago. Because of the problem of termite cleaning, Johnny Dennison had a conflict and dispute with the people of that company. During the process, Johnny Dennison pushed a little old man down, causing the other party's tailbone to crack and pay a lot of money. California termites are rampant. Some buildings often need to hire professional companies to help deal with termites in the house to prevent damage to the building. This process, the people from the ant removal company can get a detailed map of the building and freely survey the house. Half a year is enough time for the production of miniature models. So in addition to the plumbers, gardeners, and ex-wife that the deceased Johnny Dennison often came into contact with, the people from the ant removal company are also a direction of investigation. When talking, Nanny Teresa was not in a good mood, with big red eyes, which made people feel pity. Regarding the death of Johnny Dennison, she seemed more humane than Mrs. Dennison. Unfortunately, Mrs. Dennison has now evolved to be popular with both men and women. This woman who looks like a real-life Barbie doll will probably shed tears in her future emotional journey. Dean has been abstaining from sex recently, and he couldn't help but feel sympathetic. He wanted to remind her a few words and leave a hook by the way. After Teresa was abandoned, it would be convenient for him to help Teresa cure her lace complex and become a normal woman again. At this time, Holtz took a note and walked quickly towards Dean. Dean, this is the note found in the gift box of the miniature model. Take a look at what this means. I'm not in a good state today, a little short. Please bear with me for now, I will update more tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 248 The Devil's Deal. The miniature model completely reproduced the kitchen scene in proportion. In the place where the real model was placed, there was a small gift box inside the model. The note in Holtz's hand at the moment was taken out of that gift box. Dean took it and took a look. The note was rolled up like a parchment scroll, with a belt buckle on the outer surface. On the edge, there was a series of mysterious patterns, like words, and like some kind of religious ritual. The overall look was a bit like the devil's contract in a movie or TV series. The content on the note was even more confusing. Because there was only a simple sentence on it, the contract is over, and happy cooperation. The contract is over, and happy cooperation. Dean muttered. What did the murderer want to express? Did the murderer have some kind of transaction with the deceased? Combined with the style of this torn note, people can't help but associate it with some religious rituals. Just as Dean was thinking, Holtz came over and lowered his voice. Dean, I seem to have heard about such a case from my colleagues before. You mean, this could be a serial murder case? Dean narrowed his eyes. In this case, the murderer's unique killing method makes sense. Holtz nodded. I was in a bad mood before, so I didn't notice the miniature model in the kitchen. But when I saw this miniature model, I remembered that I had heard of a similar case before. The case happened in New York. 7 people died in a row at that time, which was quite a big deal and attracted a lot of attention, but the New York police had no clues. Finally, under pressure, they handed the case over to the FBI. After the FBI participated in solving the case, there was no follow-up notice. But the model killer was not caught in the end. Because of the special case. At that time, we also participated in the discussion of the case, so I have some impression. 7 people were killed in New York 3 years ago. Dean realized that something was wrong. This guy seems to be a habitual offender, and this time he chose Los Angeles to restart his legendary crime. He suddenly remembered Bay's reminder. The people of Lucifer Game Organization found a high IQ criminal in Los Angeles and sent someone to recruit him. No doubt about it. This miniature serial killer is the target of the other party. Dean immediately picked up the phone and called Harry. Daisy came to see her idol for the last time. Now Harry's the only one in the office. Wait for a moment. Harry's half-asleep voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Dean, do you need my help? Sorry to disturb your rest, Detective Harry. Dean said with a dark face. This weird tone instantly made Harry, a fool, sober up. He laughed dryly. Boss, you are really humorous. Is the case going well? I want you to help me check the details of the miniature serial murder case in New York 3 years ago. If possible, call the detective bureau over there and tell them that it was Dean who wanted it. No problem. Harry agreed first, then hesitated and said, I can get some information through a police system, but if I want detailed intelligence, they may not give you face. He was a little euphemistic. The New York and Los Angeles Police Detective Bureaus are actually 2 completely different systems. Both are funded by the city government and have no obligation to coordinate with each other in handling cases. Give you face and call you a detective. Don't give you face, you will be nothing if you go there. In fact, let alone a small detective like Dean, even a captain like Old Hunter would find it funny if he asked for detailed information files on a case. So Harry felt that his boss Dean had really been in Los Angeles for too long and was a little inflated. Dean rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense, just do what I say. As long as you report my citizen number, they will cooperate. Just kidding. After all, he is also a specially hired detective of the New York Police Department. Cross-regional law enforcement may require a greeting and coordination. But just asking for a case file from 3 years ago is not a small matter. Hang up the phone. Dean returned the note to Holtz. How is the on-site investigation? Since it is a serial killer, the suspicion of the people around the deceased Johnny Dennison suddenly became lower. Because the most taboo thing for a serial killer who can escape the dual pursuit of the police department and the FBI is to eat grass in his own backyard. This is a very simple truth. The more you expose, the higher the probability of being caught. Since the other party has been at large for 3 years, it means that the detectives and the FBI in New York have been unable to lock the identity information of the murderer in 7 serial murders, and even cannot find the direction. Such a person will not be stupid enough to expose himself to the eyes of outsiders. Holtz put away the note. We found traces of blood cleaning on the washing table through reagents, and also found bleach reagents. Following the traces, we finally found the murder weapon that killed Johnny Dennison. Rolling pin. Yes, the small rolling pin for making soda crackers is placed in the drawer. The surface of the rolling pin has been cleaned with bleach, but it is not completely dry, so we found it first. Holtz said, with an amazed expression on his face, the murderer really has obsessive-compulsive disorder. We found the corresponding rolling pin in the miniature model, and there are also traces of bleach on it, which is also not dry. To be honest, I am really curious about what kind of person the murderer is now. Dean, you must catch him. He can't run away. Dean smiled confidently. This murderer's killing method is not special, but the whole killing process will indeed arouse strong curiosity among those who come into contact with it. Because it is found that this may be the crime of a signature serial killer. Dean did not continue to waste time on the victim Johnny Dennison, and directly took Carlo and Daisy back to the police station. When Dean returned to the office, Harry was still guarding a printer, receiving a large number of files transmitted from New York. Seeing Dean, Harry slid down on one knee on the tile floor mischievously, stopped steadily in front of Dean, and hugged his thighs. "Boss Dean, I just realized today that you are the lighthouse in the fog, the prophet who guides me, a lost lamb, to the most correct path in life." Daisy on the side smiled and said, "Wow, Harry, you finally can't help it. Are you going to propose to Dean?" Harry's face was full of piety. "Daisy, you don't understand the greatness of Boss Dean. Every time you think you have seen his strength, Boss Dean will let you know what it means to be omnipotent." Carlo couldn't help but cover his mouth. How disgusting. This thing is actually his senior partner. Shameful. Dean kicked Harry away in disgust. "Have you sent the information from New York?" 7 case reports are almost printed. In addition, a temporary account was given to log into the photo database of the New York Police Department to view detailed photos of the 7 cases. Harry quickly got up from the ground, looking expectant. "Boss Dean, could it be that the miniature model killer who once shocked New York has come to Los Angeles?" Dean shook his head. "It is not certain whether it is a copycat crime, so I want the information of the New York case for comparison." "Okay, since everyone is here, I will start to arrange the tasks. The team is short of manpower. Dean can only make arrangements based on the abilities and specialties of the 3 of them. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Harry, I want you to investigate where the plumber and gardener of Johnny Dennison's home were this morning. In addition, the victim Johnny Dennison invited a termite company to come to deal with it half a year ago, and there was a conflict in the middle. I want you to find out more about this matter. Let Carlo tell you the details of the case." Harry patted his chest. "No problem, boss." Dean said, looking at Daisy. "Daisy, I want you to find a master in Los Angeles miniature models and invite him to come to the police station. In addition, monitor the online social activities of Johnny Dennison's family and ex-wife, and focus on those who like to show off their superior life photos on the internet. Do you need to use some illegal means?" Daisy blinked at Dean. "As long as there is a gain." Dean said, looking at Carlo. "Carlo, you have been in the office during this period, cooperating with Daisy and Harry, and keeping an eye on the murder cases in Holtz and other areas of Los Angeles. I have a hunch that this case is just the beginning." Carlo nodded and said nothing. "This guy, most of the time, has a dull personality, but he is steady and more reliable than Harry." After giving these instructions, Dean took the information Harry wanted and returned to the office. The paper materials were mainly about the investigation reports and findings of 7 murders. According to the report information, the miniature model killer first appeared on Christmas Day in 1998. A little-known magician walked into a large container during a Christmas performance in public, and never came out again. When the magician's assistant felt something was wrong, he asked someone to open the container and was shocked to find that the magician had been stabbed 4 times and fell to the ground, dead. Next to the magician was a container model that perfectly reproduced everything on the scene. In addition, the police also found a note similar to the devil's contract in the model, with a simple sentence on it: "The contract is over, happy cooperation." This was also the first time that the miniature model killer appeared in the eyes of the world. Because there were many spectators at the time and it was Christmas, the case attracted a lot of attention from the New York media as soon as it appeared. A group of bored citizens on vacation treated it as a big melon to enjoy. Results. 3 days later, the second case of the same kind appeared. This time, the deceased was a well-known female DJ. The other party took a break and went into the lounge, and never came out again. 3 days later, the third deceased appeared. After that, every 3 days, a deceased appeared. Next to their bodies, there were miniature models of the same replica environment, and inside the models, there was also a small note of the same style and content. If the case was like this, it can also be said that the murderer woke up and prepared for a long time, and deliberately let the deceased die in the environment he prepared. But 7 consecutive cases are like this. It's incredible. Because the deceased were found very quickly, and the production of miniature models requires enough time. In order to make it exactly the same as the death scene, the murderer must prepare in advance. And the deceased are independent individuals. Even if it is the murderer, it is impossible to control the deceased, according to his own wishes, wearing the same clothes, arriving in the miniature model environment, and dying in the way prepared in advance. This is not scientific at all. But except for this reason, other speculations simply don't make sense in terms of time. These dead people have one thing in common. Each dead person has a different profession. Some are singers, some are magicians, and some are DJs, but they are all famous in their own industries and circles. In conjunction with each miniature model, the words on the note are, "The contract is over, happy cooperation." In the report, the detective in charge of the case even laughed at himself. "I almost thought the murderer was a real demon." It made a deal with each dead person, allowing them to gain fame and money in their own industry. When the contract time is up, the demon will treat the miniature model as a predetermined script, and those dead people, under the control of mysterious power, will start their own curtain call performance according to the script. Dean paused for a long time when he saw this. Because from the case report alone, he also felt incredible. This is simply an art of crime. Click. Dean silently lit a cigarette. For a long time, he crushed the cigarette butt in the smoke. The miniature model killer successfully aroused his interest. The more powerful the murderer, the more valuable it is. Since the other party dared to commit a crime in his own jurisdiction and hide him in the face, he would just use the other party as a stepping stone to help him gain the last bit of experience and reach the peak of the human body. Adjust your mentality. Dean used the temporary account permissions given to him by New York to log into the website there, searched the case number, and found photos of the death scenes of 7 cases. The scenes of these 7 cases were very simple and clean. The simplicity was that there were many clues left at each death scene. The cleanliness was that after investigating these clues, no information about the murderer could be found, and even the direction could not be locked. Even Dean, with the support of this information, could only determine the killing logic of the miniature model killer. Before an unknown time, select the target first. After selecting all the targets, start making the death script miniature model. Then through unknown means, carry out the final harvest. This is a very classic 3-act filming interpretation technique. Introduce the story, suppress expectancy, detonate the expectation, climax. The murderer interprets every crime as a commercial movie. A vague image, through 7 cases, took shape in Dean's mind for the first time. But this was not good news. Because if Dean's inference was correct, then Johnny Dennison's death meant that the murderer had completed the preliminary preparations and was ready to start the final climax. A high frequency of murders in 3 days. Dean didn't have much time left. Chapter 249. The message left by the murderer. At night, the forensics department in Los Angeles was brightly lit. Under the temptation of money, a miniature model master who was well known in Los Angeles appeared outside the evidence room of the forensic department. The miniature model master, named Lawful, was a white one-eyed old man in his 50s. When he was young, he was a prop master in a circus. After the circus disbanded, Lawful specialized in making various models for some niche enthusiasts for a living, and he has been deeply involved in this industry for more than 20 years, so he can be considered knowledgeable. However, when Harry saw Lawful for the first time, he felt that this guy was a little unreliable. Because he looked too down and out. Lawful was wearing a tattered and patched wool sweater, with a scruffy beard, and a deep pickled smell on his body due to not taking a bath for a long time. His eyes were dull, and the whole person seemed to have some Alzheimer's disease. In response, Harry whispered to Daisy, "Daisy, are you sure this guy is famous in the miniature model industry?" Daisy raised her eyebrows. "Harry, are you questioning my ability to do things?" No. Harry shrank his head and smiled. "Daisy, don't get me wrong, I just think that people who play with models are rich, but this old man looks more like a tramp." While the two were whispering, Dean had already led Lawfield to the miniature model found in the victim Johnny Dennison's home. Mr. Lawfield, how long does it normally take to make such a miniature model? The first time Lawfield saw the model, his only remaining right eye, from a dull state, bloomed with the kind of light that only an old pervert would have when seeing a peerless beauty. He rushed to the model excitedly, like a pervert, wanting to get started directly, but he seemed to be reluctant to defile the model, so he could only shake his head greedily, looking at the model from all over, wishing to stuff the entire model into his eyes. Dean didn't know why Raphael was so excited when he saw this somewhat exquisite model, but it was better to have a reaction than to see nothing. So he stood by and waited silently for him to come back to his senses. It was not until more than 10 minutes later. Raphael reluctantly withdrew his gaze and sighed with satisfaction. "I didn't expect that before going to the Holy Kingdom, I would have the opportunity to see this kind of masterpiece again. I'm sorry, Mr. Raphael, I feel that this model looks only very exquisite, but it can only be considered ordinary in the market. Is it special?" Dean saw that he had returned to normal, and hurried forward and deliberately said with guiding stimulation. In this way, whether Raphael knew the person who made the model or not, he would subconsciously tell the truth to refute and correct himself as a country bumpkin. Sure enough, hearing very ordinary, Raphael was angry. He stared at Dean with his only remaining eye, spitting in anger. "Kid, this is an insult to art. You actually think this model is ordinary? Look at the proportions. Whether it is the structure of the house, or the furniture and tools, I am sure that they are all in perfect proportion, replicating the proportions in reality, and using special connection techniques, otherwise they can't be perfectly fitted together." Perfectly fitted together. Dean caught the key point of Raphael's words. Raphael nodded and pointed to the connection between the templates and the model. "It's like a house needs steel bars to support and connect. If the model wants to be stable, it needs to use glue and some exquisite buckle designs to keep the whole intact. But look at this model. Are there any traces of glue and buckles?" Dean reacted. The model left by the murderer in the victim Johnny Dennison's home, except for the fake texture of the material, does have a surprisingly harmonious overall look. Ordinary people may not be sensitive to this. But as an insider, Raphael saw the specialness of this model at a glance. Raphael looked at Dean with disdain, then sighed. 9 years ago, I saw such a model in a second-hand goods shop. It's a pity that the shop owner forgot where the things came from, otherwise I really hope to find the owner of this model and ask for advice. Mr. Raphael, are you saying that there are very few people who can have this technique? Very few. Raphael said with certainty. He explained, in fact, miniature models have existed for a long time. But at that time, only some noble families would cultivate such people. One is for entertainment and viewing, and the other is to make some physical topographic maps to prepare for war. But the really powerful people are all the former Oriental architectural masters. They have special skills. They can reproduce what they want to build without the help of adhesives and obvious buckles. After confirming that there is no problem, they will carry out the construction in reality. Over time, they have formed this special miniature model-making craft. I have gone to several countries in the East with inheritance to study. Unfortunately, these people are too stubborn and would rather lose it than pass it on. Dean was slightly stunned after listening. This thing, why does it sound like the craftsmanship of Chinese carpenters? Seeing that Raphael fell into that dull and lifeless state, immersed in his own world again, Dean walked back to the model and looked at it carefully. The material of this model was identified by the forensic specialists and was determined to be some common materials on the market. But from what Raphael said, the dark part of the model is the essence of this model, and there are not many people with this kind of craftsmanship in reality. Although this can narrow the scope of suspicion of the murderer's identity. But the problem is, people with this kind of craftsmanship are either famous in the circle, or unknown and not revealed to outsiders. Dean doesn't think that this case was made by a master of miniature models in public. The FBI is not stupid. If this is true, the murderer would have been arrested when he was in New York before. It seems that if this case is to be solved, other aspects must be considered. Just when Dean was thinking about other ways to solve the case, Raphael, who is immersed in his own world, came back to his senses and apologized. "Detective Dean, I'm sorry. I've been alone for a long time, so I often unconsciously immerse myself in my own world. You called me here, Probably to let me check out the special features of this model, right? Although Dean no longer expected to find out the identity of the murderer through the model, the money had already been paid, so he nodded. Yes, this involves a serial homicide case. The murderer has a very antisocial personality and poses a great threat to the lives and safety of Los Angeles citizens. That's what I guessed. Raphael sighed slightly in Dean's surprised eyes. In fact, when I heard that the Detective Bureau wanted me to identify the miniature model, I guessed that the miniature model killer who committed crimes in New York a few years ago came to Los Angeles. Mr. Raphael, are you also paying attention to this matter? Raphael nodded. Although I am slow to learn about news from the outside world, this matter has caused a big stir in the model circle, so I heard about it from my clients, and then I collected information about the models left at the crime scene and conducted some research. Did you gain anything? To Dean's surprise, Raphael nodded directly. His one eye showed regret. I guess that the murderer wanted to use the serial murders to attract a lot of attention and show off his work. Show off his work? Yes. Raphael nodded affirmatively. Any craftsman hopes that his work will be appreciated by the audience. But in our industry, the ones who really make money are actually those of us who are average but willing to compromise with customers for money. On the contrary, it is those who are very high. Because of the pride, most people can't make a lot of money. Only a few people who have found their own customer base can gain honors and make their works appreciated by people who understand goods. I guess the previous New York model killer was such a person. He relied on his craftsmanship, but couldn't get the market's due feedback, so he chose to use murder as a means to reflect the value and strength of his craftsmanship. As if afraid that Dean didn't understand. Raphael also added, just like those painters who like to hold exhibitions, we are actually the same. This old guy's words were illogical and made people half understand. Fortunately, Dean has a good brain. To sum up Raphael's words, it is probably that the murderer has the skill of slaying dragons, but has no chance to show it, so he chose such an extreme way to please himself. Hearing this, Dean's mind flashed. He had felt before that the murderer treated his crime as a commercial movie and performed his own crime. If Raphael's speculation is correct, the murderer really treated the crime as his own craft exhibition. Then everything makes sense. If so, the murderer must have left a hint for those who know the business. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring to have an exhibition without a close audience? Thinking of this, Dean looked at Raphael immediately. Mr. Raphael, what else is different about this miniature model? Different. Raphael touched his beard and hesitated. In order to keep the method secret, once this model is assembled, it is basically impossible to disassemble it unless it is the original owner. And after disassembly, outsiders will definitely not be able to reassemble it. Previously, my colleagues in New York also asked me to disassemble the model. As a result, with the help of high-tech tools, after the parts were difficult to disassemble, they found that they could not be reassembled. Obviously, the parts are intact, but I don't know how the other party connected them, and they can't be reassembled after disassembly. Dean suddenly understood. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum. No wonder there was no analysis of the model in the report of the case. Now it seems that it is because the detectives and FBI agents in New York think that this is useless, so the report simply records the situation of the model. Raphael paused for a moment, thought of something, and continued, there is one more thing. This kind of model, because it does not require the help of external objects such as adhesives, it can be built like building blocks. As long as there are parts, it can be easily built and does not require long-term polishing. In the past, parts needed to be polished by hand. It is a test of the craftsman's skills. But now it is an industrial society. As long as you can provide the parameters of the parts, in a short time, you can stamp out the parts you want, and the accuracy is very high. Except for some idiots who have money but know where to spend it. No one is willing to spend more than 10 times or even more to exchange for a model that outsiders can't tell the difference. This is also the main reason why this kind of model is not worth a high price in the eyes of outsiders, even though the technique is very exquisite. So this kind of model looks like it has a lot of parts, but in fact, it doesn't take as long to make it as we think. Long. Raphael touched the parts of the model carefully and shook his head. These parts are all stamped out by small workshops. They are not rare and difficult to trace. It is estimated that the murderer spent no more than 1 day to make them. Got this answer? Dean finally smiled. This money was worth it. He knew what information the murderer left on the model. Send Raphael away. Dean took Harry and others and temporarily borrowed the meeting room of the forensic department. Dean, did you get anything? Daisy seemed very happy. Because she was the one who found Raphael. Dean nodded and tapped the writing board. Guys, there is not much information left for us in the case at present. You should have read the case report in New York, right? Harry and the other two nodded. Although they were assigned things to do by Dean, it is basic literacy to read the case report when they have time. As for whether they can get inspiration from it, that is another matter. This case can basically be concluded that it was the work of the model killer in New York a few years ago. I had 3 ideas for solving the case before. Dean took out a fountain pen and wrote 1, 2, and 3 on the writing board. The first point is that at every murder scene, in addition to the model left behind, the most critical information is actually the same piece of paper. So how did the murderer choose the dead? Among the dead, they were all famous. Before they became famous, they must have had similarities. Finding their similarities may provide important clues. This is why Dean was basically sure that Johnny Dennison did not die at the hands of someone close to him, and still asked Harry to investigate the victim Johnny Dennison's situation before his death and the people around him. The second point is that every time the murderer committed a crime, the model he left behind perfectly matched the environment of the murder scene, without any mistakes. However, in some cases, from the death of the deceased to the discovery, the entire process only took more than 10 minutes. How did the murderer do it? This is also what Dean couldn't figure out the most. In addition to the cooperation of the deceased himself, it is really difficult to find a suitable reason. But this reason, based on the situation at the scene, is completely inconsistent. Dean can be sure that the victim was completely stunned and unprepared for his experience. The third point is the model. How did the murderer get it? Dean has figured this out through Raphael. Offstage. Harry raised his hand. Dean, is there a breakthrough in the third idea now? Dean nodded. I got inspiration from Raphael's words. The murderer actually left us a hint on the note. He hopes that someone can understand his work. Daisy was confused. She asked in confusion, what hint? Dean did not answer, but looked at Carlo first. Harry, how is your investigation going? Harry shrugged. Time is limited. I only got some information about the victim Johnny Dennison before his death. As for the situation of Johnny Dennison's ex-wife and current wife, I haven't had time to investigate. Tell me. After Harry sorted out his words, he said, before writing about lace and other themes, Johnny Dennison actually wrote some love stories between men and women. Although there are some readers, his fame is far less than it is now. Even that little fame was earned by his own money. Daisy immediately retorted, Harry, how is this possible? Mr. Johnny Dennison, before writing about lace, the books he wrote had many readers buying them. That's operation. Harry rolled his eyes. I also found out from asking friends that Johnny Dennison's family is actually very rich. In order to fulfill his dream of becoming a writer, he often hired fake readers to attend his autograph sessions to create the illusion of being very popular. But think about it carefully. Have you ever heard of his name before he wrote about lace? Daisy was stunned. It seemed that she had been attracted to Johnny Dennison's first lace book. Fake is fake. If a product does not have real materials, even if it is marketed, it will mostly be self-satisfaction in the end, and will not be accepted by the public. Dean snapped his fingers. Very good. This is the key point. Dean immediately said, Harry, go and deal with Johnny Dennison's ex-wife and son. I want you to find out the exact time and opportunity for Johnny Dennison to change his writing direction. It would be best if we could have the answer tomorrow. Dean, that's a little difficult. Dean glanced at him and said coldly, Johnny Dennison's ex-wife is a divorced rich woman, and she's pretty. Harry's eyes lit up and he patted his chest. No problem, Dean, you'll get the answer you want tomorrow. Everyone. Dean understood Harry. Dean continued to look at Daisy. Daisy, I need you to confirm whether the victims of the 7 model murders in New York have all undergone similar changes. Daisy nodded. As for Carlo, you follow Harry. Before Carlo could speak, Harry was anxious. Dean, I can handle it alone. What if Johnny Dennison's ex-wife doesn't like black people, or she doesn't like 2 people? Dean asked back. Harry spread his hands and had nothing to say. Carlo looked up at the light above his head, speechless. He thought he had followed a good boss, but the boss asked him to sell his body to solve the case. Arrange the division of labor for everyone. Dean walked back to the evidence room. looked at the model through the glass, and quietly lit a cigarette. With the help of Raphael, he read the information left on the models by the model killer for the first time. I am awesome, I am also noble, and my skills are very powerful, so I look down on people who choose to compromise for money and fame, so they become one of my works. The contract is completed. You yourself are just a puppet who can only satisfy your desire to show off through serial murders. Why do you think that others should become the foil of your work for the sake of their dreams and give up their principles? I am writing now, and I will write 5,000 words today. In the next 2 days, I will write 10,000 words. I will first complete the monthly ticket and add more chapters. I will save the manuscript again at the beginning of next month. Good night. Chapter 250 Dream Chaser. Harry, how did you know that Nicholas would appear here? Carlo looked at the ant not far in front of him in astonishment. For the first time, he saw how powerful Harry's intelligence was. Nicholas was Johnny Dennison's ex-wife. The two of them came here to complete Dean's mission. Harry chuckled, because this is a place where rich women are specially invited. Some rich women with ideas will come here to choose men with good figures and good looks. Those men who are short of money also like to show their most valuable things by the swimming pool. Johnny Dennison's ex-wife is less than 50 this year, and her desires are strong. She is very likely to choose to appear in such a place. But her husband was just killed after all. She doesn't care about her son, but she is still in the mood to have fun. Carlo sometimes really doesn't understand the thoughts of these women. Harry is used to it. It is because her ex-husband is dead that she is in a good mood and will choose to find some prey to celebrate that she can enjoy the wealth left by Johnny Dennison alone. Because Johnny Dennison is dead. The wealth he left behind, including the copyrights of most of his books, will be inherited by Johnny Dennison's son. And Johnny Dennison's son is not yet an adult. According to Los Angeles law, as the first guardian of her son, Lacalisi will naturally receive the inheritance left by her ex-husband and have the right to dispose of it. The two were talking. A tall, slender, and well-proportioned handsome man jumped out of the water, stepped onto the steps, and gently stroked his wet brown hair, revealing his angular facial features. Water drops fell on his full chest, and under the reflection of the sun, he showed a very pleasing sense of fitness and impact, which also attracted the attention of a group of women on the lounge chairs around him. The handsome man's goal was very clear. He turned his head just right and looked at the target selected by Harry and the others, just in time to meet Lacalisi's eyes. The handsome man practiced the girl-killing smile hundreds of times and bloomed naturally. How could I know? When Nicholas saw this smile, her eyes, which had been originally admiring, flashed with a trace of disgust, and she moved away without even looking at the handsome man. The handsome man stood there in a trance, but he quickly reacted and calmly changed his target to look at another woman. This woman did not notice that the man had considered her as a backup. Seeing the man's look, the woman immediately picked up the wine glass beside her and waved to the man, motioning him to come over. If nothing unexpected happens, this man will successfully turn his youth and body into cash in for a period of time in the future and live a happy life like a canary. Harry and Carlo saw this, but they looked embarrassed. The handsome man just now, whether in terms of figure or appearance, killed the two of them in seconds, but Nicholas, an old woman, did not like him. It was a bit difficult to sell her body in exchange for the other party's cooperation. In fact, according to normal procedures, they can also directly reveal their identities and ask Nicholas to cooperate. But whether the other party cooperates or not is another matter. Dean was in a hurry again. Therefore, communicating with each other frankly is indeed the most direct way to open Nicholas's defense. Harry, what should we do now? Carlo has no experience in this area, so he can only look at Harry, hoping that he can give him some good suggestions. Harry didn't want to show his weakness in front of his companions. He gritted his teeth, pulled up his swimming trunks, and tried his best to make his little brother look full and strong, and then strode directly towards Nicholas, who was wearing sunglasses. A rich woman like Nicholas who is not short of money, it is estimated that all kinds of men have eaten all kinds of styles. Maybe changing the taste will arouse the other party's interest? Hey, lady, has anyone told you that you look like a noble purple rock, which makes people fascinated but dare not disturb you? Harry smiled playfully, trying his best to show his dark but powerful gluteus maximus in the sun. This is a weapon he has trained day and night. Nicholas turned her head and looked at Harry with interest. She thought she was seeing things. She took off her sunglasses and confirmed that there was a black man in front of her. She laughed and said, Don't you know that I don't like black things? Harry's smile froze. But thinking that Carlo was watching him from behind, he could only bite the bullet and said, I heard that you have high taste and are not an ordinary woman. But I'm sorry, you are like water in the desert to me, which makes me lose my sense of proportion. Although it's very rude, I still want to ask you, do you have a boyfriend? Nicholas didn't care about black people. But Harry's words were very useful to her. So she rarely told Harry to get out directly, and chuckled, I already have one. You are so beautiful, you deserve to have 2 boyfriends. Harry shamelessly hit the snake with a stick. Nicholas's smile deepened, I now have 6 male companions, 1 a day, and rest on Sundays. Of course, sometimes I will let them spend Sundays with me, so do you think I still need a boyfriend? Of course. Harry was surprised at the woman's big appetite and patted his chest. How can a pet be wild? As a lady with taste, I strongly suggest you try different flavors. Women are delicate flowers, and men are nutrients and nutrition. A good male companion can inspire your youthful mentality and make your state more perfect. For example, you. Of course. Harry's shamelessness successfully aroused Nicholas's interest. She glanced at the expensive watch on her hand and said with some reserve, Did you bring the medical examination report? I want to try your wildness first. Ah, Harry was stunned. FK. Now wanting to eat gigolo, is it so professional? Lacalisi knew many people and could tell at a glance that Harry was not professional. She became more interested. Is this your first time in a place like this? Yes. Needless to say, there are supporting services here. I am more interested in you. After saying that, Lacalisi snapped her fingers. The waiter in the distance came over with great insight. After a while, Carlos saw Harry disappearing to the swimming pool with the waiter, and Lacalisi also gently put on a white bath towel and disappeared. Is this successful? Looking at Lacalisi's bloated back, Carlo admired Harry's sacrifice and dedication, and felt a little envious. This is a very complicated mentality. Probably because he didn't want to see his brother suffer, but also didn't want his brother to take a shortcut in life and live a life of ease and comfort. Harry was working hard to solve the case. Dean was not idle either. He was receiving the FBI agent who came over after smelling the smell. The person who came was Cheston, whom he had dealt with several times. This guy had a lucky escape in the last counterfeit case. In the email that the FBI sent to Dean before, they wanted him to take Cheston, a rookie, to take over the counterfeit case, but Dean directly refused. Unexpectedly, Cheston still came to him. After several changes of partners, Cheston, a young man who was very arrogant before, has been worn down by society in less than a year. The bulletproof vest hidden under the suit and the heavy dark circles under his eyes reveal to outsiders that he has not been doing well recently. Hello, Cheston, we meet again. You seem to be having a bad time. Dean kindly put a cup of hot coffee in front of Cheston. Cheston immediately took it respectfully with both hands and laughed dryly. Detective Dean, I just know that you are still a special agent of our FBI. I was ignorant before, and I hope you don't mind. When he was still a trainee and was led by Anthony, he once questioned Dean's Chinese identity to show his ridiculous sense of superiority and inflated heart. Hearing this, Dean narrowed his eyes slightly. Cheston had already apologized for this matter before. He also made it clear that the matter was over. Normal people would not repeatedly bring up the unpleasantness between two people to someone they had offended. Cheston mentioned it again this time, and his attitude was so humble and respectful. It seemed that he wanted to ask me for something. Sure enough. After the two of them exchanged a few simple and polite words, Cheston took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Dean respectfully. Detective Dean, I heard that you received a case suspected of being a New York miniature killer yesterday. This is the case information I found from the FBI database. I hope it will be of some help to you. Are you so well informed? Dean took the document, took a look at it, and showed surprise on his face. Cheston is not him. As a newcomer, he is already very good to be able to find thighs to hug in this department of the FBI. The problem is that his thigh partners are dead one by one. In this case, Cheston, as an employee who has been in the job for less than a year, should not have such a well-informed source and channel. It's not that I'm well-informed, but that this information was originally sent to me by someone from the intelligence department. No mistake. The New York miniature model killer is a felon registered by the FBI. He appeared in Los Angeles and originally wanted to be dealt with by someone from our branch. But except for me, All the staff of the branch died in the last counterfeit case explosion, so I was able to get the information and obtain your special appointment status." At this point, Cheston couldn't help but think of his surprise when he saw the content of the email. The email mentioned that there were special agents in Los Angeles and he could seek help from them. But he never thought that this person was Dean. In Cheston's mind, Dean was a name that would make him unable to sleep. After he joined the FBI, he only handled a few cases in total. As a result, every time he met Dean, he would die. After taking over the counterfeit case discovered by Dean last time, the entire Los Angeles branch, except for himself, all fell to the ground. Now Cheston is a little embarrassed in the FBI. Because in the eyes of outsiders, whoever partners with Cheston will fail. There are many superstitious people in the FBI. Cheston has heard rumors that the headquarters is going to send him to some miserable place and force him to resign, or let him investigate the counterfeit money case by himself. This is basically asking him to die. But for some reason, he doesn't want to leave the FBI that he has finally entered. After receiving the email today, Cheston saw new hope. The counterfeit money case involves a group of extreme terrorist organizations. It is too scary and he doesn't want to touch it. If he can use Dean's hand to deal with the New York miniature model killer and avoid the counterfeit money case at the same time, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? So, with this in mind, Cheston is ready to sell his integrity today, just asking Dean to take him to the case. Being stared at by a big man with such eager eyes, Dean felt very uncomfortable. He opened the file uncomfortably and flipped through it. The case records in the file were similar to those of the New York Police Department. The only difference was that it was more detailed here, without any pretentious writing style. The case handling process of them and the New York Police Department was recorded in detail. Those people were not just eating for free. The New York FBI also thought of the 3 problems that Dean had thought of before, and did them. Through 7 cases. In the end, they found the common points of the 7 victims. The 7 victims were all people who loved their industry very much and made efforts for it, but their efforts were not rewarded. So they all did something that was contrary to their original intentions, spending money on marketing, selling their bodies, and slandering their peers. But reality is not a movie. It is not that if you work hard and have no shame, you will definitely get something. Therefore, even if the 7 victims violated their initial love for the industry, they still did not get the desired results in the end, so they sank into frustration and decadence for a while. The turning point was during this period. After investigation, the New York FBI agent in charge of the miniature serial murder case was surprised to find that the 7 victims had all logged into a forum page called Dream Chaser. This is a niche page, similar to netizens complaining about their own experiences, trying to get some comfort and recognition from strangers they don't know, and some people hope to get advice and direction from others. In this online world, the sails have just been raised. Most netizens are sincere and empathetic. Everyone is eager to share things that they are unwilling to share in the real world. There are very few routines and various scams. The internet, where people don't know each other, puts a mask on everyone, similar to confessing in a church, but without worrying about the priest's integrity, making people more willing to talk. So there are actually quite a few similar websites. Many people even make friends and lovers who may not even meet in reality through this way. When the 7 victims of the New York miniature case were frustrated, they all visited similar websites in large numbers and complained about what they had done in a different way. The only website they cross-communicated with was the Dream Chaser. At that time, the FBI members had even found out through the network records that the 7 of them had contacted a mysterious person before the transformation. As a result, the miniature serial murder case was interrupted. The network patrol system at that time was not perfect. In the end, there was no support from the follow-up cases. The FBI's investigation stopped at the network IP and finally found nothing. They could only seal the case in the hope that one day the murderer would be unable to restrain himself and commit crimes again. This system is really strong. So is it? Dean just took over the case. The FBI's intelligence department immediately found out through the system search that the case he took over was very likely related to the miniature murder case, and immediately notified Cheston, the only seedling in the Los Angeles FBI branch, to confirm the situation. After reading the file, Dean looked at Cheston, who was sitting upright, as if waiting for the teacher to check his homework, picked up the phone and called Harry. On the other side, Harry was pushing the big millstone hard. He was experienced and muted his phone in advance before working hard, so as not to disturb the elegance of the old woman in front of him. So until he was exhausted and Lacalisi was content to take a shower, he had time to pick up his phone and check the missed call. Boston. Harry saw the caller clearly and smiled. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to train an army and only 1 day to deploy it. If Boston knew that he had dealt with Lacalisi, an old woman, so quickly, he would definitely look at him with new eyes. Exclamation mark. With a mood of seeking praise, Harry called back, "Hey, Dean, I'm almost done here, you can come back." Dean interrupted Harry's words before he had time to show off. What? Harry thought he had heard wrong. "I already know the problem with Johnny Dennison, so you can come back with Carlo. I have a new task for you to do." Hearing this, Harry looked down at his dejected and exhausted brother, and the expression on his face became dejected like his brother. His integrity and chastity were gone. In the end, the higher-ups said that he didn't need to do it anymore. Being a younger brother is so hard. Fortunately, Nicholas is a rich woman. Harry consoled himself, this wave is not a loss. There are still 5,000 words to go, and there should be one more chapter before 12 o'clock. Brothers who go to bed early can read it tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.